Happy time zones, everybody, and welcome to the stream. Today we are going to be playing some more Slime Rancher 2 because if I wasn't obsessed already, I sure would be by this point in time, you know? I'm really enjoying myself and my time in the game. So I'm looking forward to getting into a little bit more of it. Jake says, hello, hi, how are you? I'm good. I've just been going around doing chores and a whole bunch of bits and pieces like that today. And I'm finally getting into being able to start chilling and relaxing. I was chatting to a close friend of mine for a couple of hours today, which was really nice, and I haven't spoken to them in ages. So LT, if you're watching, it's good. It was a good time. I was happy to see you. Jake says sounds like fun. Yeah, it has been. I've been starting to get more into the whole socializing thing outside of just normal day-to-day life. I've been enjoying doing that. It's been a little scary, because obviously outside of my stream, I'm a little bit more awkward, and like I think you wouldn't believe it, honestly. Like I am remarkably so. But I do my best that I can in the situations that I'm given, which I give to myself, obviously, because I make problems for myself on purpose sometimes. But yeah, what did you get up to today, Jake? How have you been? Because you said good. What did you actually get up to today? And today's gonna be a bit more of like a sort of chill, nice and chatty style of stream, because like I haven't done one of those in a while, and I like the idea of coming and relaxing with all of you while I make excessive amounts of money from slime shit. And we shall be going and getting like more of the different types of slimes and trying to like just extend and expand our operations a little, because you know the operations are looking pretty good right now, but they're not the most optimal they could possibly be yet. They will get oh so much better progressively. We'll be going through doing that. I just need money. Give me all of your funds. Jake says, I worked today, then I came home and just relaxed. Ooh, that's pretty good. We do love a good relaxing time. As far as like the working and stuff goes, any particularly tricky customers or anything, or is it just kind of like a standard old cruisy sort of day? Oh, we got a message from Bob. Hi, Bob. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Special delivery. Have a great chickens. Ooh, rainbow lumps. I didn't know I needed rainbow lumps, but I guess I needed rainbow lumps. Hello, chickens. Speaking of, we have way too many in here. Let's migrate us view, shall we? Because this is a touch excessive for originally was planned. Also, I don't know if this is supposed to be what happens. But I've been noticing that the chickens keep escaping the coop. And it's not like they can get out of the fence or anything. Like, not that I can figure out. But they keep running away. And I don't know how they get out in the first place. So I'm wondering if I'm doing something wrong, or maybe if I'm doing something right, that's just allowing them to start to populate the rest of the farm's area excessively. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Jake says, it was just a normal day. Oh, okay, that's not too bad then. You know, sometimes it's nice to have just like a normal chill day. Hello, chickens. More chickens for you. I haven't seen like the egos hatch. Look at the little chicks. They turned into chicks from eggs. It's so cute. I will go check on our bats and stuff as well, but I need to drop these off to all of our carnivorous slimes. Wait, no, it's not carnivorous. I mean, they kind of are. They eat meats. Ah, yes. The lovely home for the dopey chickens. You come and join the others in this lovely little spot up here. We have plenty of room in their bellies for you. There we go. Beautiful. Plenty of chickens for you all. Plenty to share, you know. Don't be greedy. There's plenty more where these came from. But yeah, I'm glad you've had an alright day so far. Like I said, I was doing... Oh goodness. The people are being loud outside again. I didn't think they could get much louder, but then they do. So I've had a lot of people running past my house and like race cars and stuff today. So I don't know if there's like an event that's going on or if it's just a whole heap of young lads that have just decided, you know what, it's time we go racing. Whatever's happening, I don't know, but okay, man, I guess. Maybe I should move the chickens. I don't know. Did we open the bottom area? Like, I can't remember. Did we open this bottom section? Because I feel like I wanted to. No, we haven't. Let's do that and check this area out. Yes, I'm sure I want this upgrade. I just use all of the money that I make for myself in like the entirety of the last 2 streams, but I want to have a look around. Ooh. Ooh. This is a very nice spot. I like it a lot. There's a little thing. There's little ones around here. How many plots are in this section? Like, is this like one of the larger expansions? I don't know. We've got a bit of like seagrass and that kind of stuff. Oh, I don't think I can get it quite out to there, but like I might be able to hop up top and see how this goes. Yeah. No regrets for getting the jetpack upgrade the other time and like trying to give us more airtime because it has been a time and a bit. Oop, up you get. Let's go right up to, oh, maybe not into the water. Oh, like maybe into the water, like maybe just as a treat, but like I don't think so. What else is down here? I don't see any more of the drones. I was really hoping that there would be some more drones and stuff up here. Maybe I just haven't seen it. Although there is that ruin over there. Maybe we should go and explore that. Jake says, I'm gonna head out. I'm getting tired. Good night. That's all good, Jake. You have a good time with your sleeping. Rest well, friend, and take care of yourself as best as you can. Many happy time zones for you. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna check over there. Wait. Do I go and be sensible and put the food back? Like, that seems like a lot of food I'm about to waste, but... Also... YOLO, you know? What are you? I didn't know I could... I think I can actually reach that side. Hold the phone. This is gonna be the exploration stream, I think. Because if we're not doing the main challenge territory... Damn it. I was so close. Dang it, Andy. You're hubris. Every single time. At least we kept some of the stuff that we actually had in our inventory, but still, that sucks. That was like a lot of food. You know? There you go, all of you. You have that. Now give the bunnies this. There you go. Have fun. Alright, we've got a lot of the pink plots. Like, I feel like I should grab some of these and just chuck them into the bottom to be able to have slime sciences later. I know theoretically I could use extra money, right? But also, we have more ways to get more money quicker. Good job, me. Thank you. Alright, how much of the rabbits and stuff, they're all not going for very much right now. Like, we need to wait until we've done a lot more dropping off. So while it's going up, we're gonna drop all of these off where they belong in the refinery and have a look at what upgrades and stuff that we could possibly get. Because I'm not awake yet enough to do like a full resource rush until my meds kick in again. So in the meantime, we can probably try and go and get like the extra tank. We do need ringtail plorts, silky sands, and rock plorts. We aren't supposed to be getting the water tank yet though. But we can do the extra tank. So ringtail plorts and the silky sand. Alright, well we know where ringtail ports are. Silky sand, I think we found that in that coral area. But also, I want to get my other thing. Ooh, hang on. There's more notes. Hi, Victor. How's it going? Oh, Beatrix. I was up all night trying to synthesize the perfect gift for you. Hypothesizing, testing, throwing away my test results in the trash, starting all over again. Finally, I discovered an alternate method, shopping for someone online. The process was surprisingly straightforward. Okay, so we got like a shopped online green portal. Ogden! Hi! Hey Bea, I got something special for you. It seemed like the right thing at the time. Oh, but now I'm not so sure. If it's not, please don't tell me. I can't bear to hear it. Ochre poppies. Laura! Hi Bea, how goes the exploring? Word is you're up to your eyeballs in mysteries over there. Sure sounds exciting. Oh, is this lore stuff, Laura? Aww. Me, I'm wondering why baby stuff is so needlessly difficult. I've climbed mountains that were easier than putting together a crib with this tiny Allen wrench they give you. Anyway, Hobson and I just wanted to say thank you. I don't think we would have come to realize that we wanted a kiddo without you in our lives. Aww. I always saw a bit of myself in you, and after you restored Hobson's dusty old ranch, it made us realize that not only the marks we've left on this world matter, but it's a hoot to see the younger lot do something new with it all. It's going to be a real treat to see what our little one ends up doing with this ranch and wherever their heart takes them. So thank you, Bea. Hobson and I are better off having had you be a little part of our lives. And I wish you the very best. Always. Oh, but one more thing. Hobson wanted to know why you decided to use, not to use that big old ancient device in the ruins of the Glass Desert to go on some grand adventure across the cosmos. So we didn't end up canonically using it. I told him, Hobson Twillages is a woman's decision to travel across space and time is theirs and theirs alone, but he's stubborn and curious to a fault. It was broken. Well, that don't sound right. Hobson said that he left that thing primed and ready to go before he went and walked away. Said that he was leaving a door open for the next adventurous soul out there. Oh well, Beatrix Lameau. That seems like you found yourself another mystery. Good luck with that one, Bea. Maybe when all this work is done, you should write a book on it. Make for a heck of an adventure story. So, Hobson canonically left us the door and things open, right? In Slime Rancher 1, so that we could go and explore like the new world that laid beyond. And when we got to it, the door was closed because it was broken, even though Hobson had fixed it. Which means that there's a case scenario of something went really wrong. Maybe, so you know how we were talking about a while ago, like the AI and stuff, potentially being a human and not actually an AI? What if the person is like Thora and Hobson's kid, right? Who, like I said, goes back into their past, and tries to like destroy the link to the past, so that way things don't get out of hand later. And like they're just doing their best, right? To try and save everybody from their own hubris. But it's not working. So they had to destroy all of the portals to be able to get to something new. I think that's a pretty interesting idea just in general. And like we're getting more and more evidence to actually support this theory as time goes by. Like I think we might be right. I don't know for sure, obviously, if we are 100% correct. Because I'm not a mind reader. I don't know what's happening with all the developers and all that sort of stuff. But I'm very happy to draw my own conclusions as to what may be happening as like fan theories as this goes on. So I have no shame. I really don't. Oh, actually, that's like I can do while I'm here. I was gonna have a look at like the item descriptions individually for each of the what's it called? each of the resources and things from a lore perspective, because we've been finding a whole heap of like the lore descriptions, lore-based descriptions for how each resource is utilized in the world. Inside the Slimepedia, right? So because we've got like all of those bits and pieces of lore inside the Slimepedia, it would be a shame not to try and look at it, you know? Just like a little bit of lore fun. And also like getting the actual bits and pieces to do all this is great. Give me my money, all of the money. Oh, thank you. There we go. Good job. Good job, me. I've got plenty of cash. Now if I go drop this all off over there, then we can start looking at the Slimepedia as well. Because reading the Slimepedia has always been one of my favorite things, and I'm looking forward to when the next update ends up dropping for this. So that way I can show you guys around what all the changes are and whether there's been any like descriptions that have changed or what have you for the actual update. Let's have a look at the slimes first. So, slimology. Pink slimes are the most common slime found in the far range. They're cheerful, docile, and easiest of all slimes to ranch. The pink slime will eat anything you put in front of them, though they have no favorite food and their plots are the least valuable. Not much to worry about with pink slime. They're soft, squishy, very happy to be around a rancher, found all over the range. Because of this, a rancher won't go too far without finding a few pink plorts, which can lead to largos. And then... pink plorts are excellent multi-purpose generic substance used to manufacture everything from food products to household cleaners. All over Earth, people are eating burgers, sweetening their coffees, or scrubbing the floors with pink plort products. That's some serious versatility. So, pink plorts are used predominantly for like a little bit of everything. They're kind of like the jack of all trades. Although really, like people sweetening their coffee with slime poop is kind of weird. But I suppose people do drink coffee that have had like an animal poop it out as part of the process. It's like supposedly really expensive coffee that's supposed to be really smooth. I don't understand it myself, but it's like a thing. Let me get my notebook out actually, because like this is interesting to know. I'm gonna note some lore. That was me just opening my drawers because I have drawers and things. So my desk has a lot of drawers in it. Not enough to ever hold the amount of stuff that I want to have in it all at once. However, it's just enough to give me some space to do stuff. So pink plorts are multi-purpose generic substance. Well, it explains why they're so useful to have around. And why like most slime ranchers canonically have a lot of them. Okay, so they eat everything, so that makes it easy to get along with. What about the bunny slimes? Cotton slimes seem to have adapted to life among the tall grasses of Rainbow Island by developing a spring in their step that allows them to leap higher into the air than any other slime. Once airborne, these floofy slimes are always hoping their hops land them in a patch of delicious water lettuce. Cotton slimes are always looking for an excuse to leap high in the air, be it escape a corral, or because they're agitated, or for secret bunny things. They're secret bunny things. Either way, they ensure their ranchers stay on their toes, which would mean you're still not tall enough to reach them. Cotton plorts have inexplicable, fluffy quality to them, making them a great alternative to cotton, which is not native to the far range. So it would be used to make clothing with. Interesting. If one desired a quiet, isolated life on Rainbow Island, but still have soft pillows, warm sweaters, and lots of dry socks, they would do well to keep cotton slimes happily hopping about their ranch. Interesting. So all of the different slimes have a lot of versatility depending on what it is that they produce. What about tabbies? Tabby slimes share many curious similarities to the domesticated house cats of Earth, with perky ears, striped backs, and swaying tails. You'd almost mistake them for a true feline, if they weren't made entirely out of grease slime, of course. A tabby slime doesn't generally mean any harm to a rancher, but like their spiritual earth cat cousins, they often cause a deal of chaos anyway. Tabby slimes love to steal things that they don't eat, like fruits and veggies, resulting in a lot of unintended largo transformations on the range. Tabby plorts are a key ingredient in a variety of performance-enhancing products that grant consumers a surge of tabby slime's signature energy and exuberance. Interesting. While athletes and the world overtake them to gain an edge, prolonged use often results in uncontrollable butt wiggles and other less desirable signature of the tabby slime. Okay. So like lots of butt wiggling if you end up taking these performance enhancing drugs. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. We'll keep going through some of the other ones as we go, but that's pretty funny. Actually no, we need to go and drop off this food as well. But yeah, so if we've got like the performance enhancing drugs of like butt wiggling, that's apparently really important to get a hold of, just in case, you know. But there are all kinds of other stuff that would be possible, I don't know. This seems like a lot of chickens, maybe a few too many. I don't know. There we go. I'm going to accidentally end up overrunning my entire farm with these chickens. I will. It won't be on purpose, I swear. But, it's going to be enough of a problem, I think. There we go. Look at that. Look at them. There we go. All of the rest can go elsewhere. Because I don't mind. Take them away. Take them away. Hello, slime. Okay, so we've got like this nice area. Go and drop all of the pogo fruit off to. How are you starving? Oops. That was not intentional. Oh well. It is what it is now. Take it. Take them away. There's literally nothing else that you're having happen over here. It's fine. There we go. Look at this. There's so much food here that you're just wasting at this point. How are you not able to eat? Honestly. There is so much you can eat in here. Okay, so if the tabby slimes are for like performing athletes, right? And then the pink plot are for basically just anything. It's like your generic stuff. Cotton slimes are for producing wool effectively. So that way everybody can have their own stuff. What are the other slimes all for? Because so far we're discovering more and more use for each of the individual slimes. But that also provides us with a inexplicable issue, doesn't it? There you go, hunter slimes. Because obviously, with each one, you're gonna get into situations where all of the slimes end up, while they have their purpose, they are going to run out of what it is that they need sooner or later, right? Have those. Did I put like a shadow net over the top? I don't remember. I honestly couldn't recall in the slightest, but we're dealing with it. Ooh. Lots of hands. There we go. Beautiful. I'll keep the briars in here though because goodness knows we need one. There we go. That'll be nice and solid now, and now all of the chickens will be able to be kept. Whoa! I wasn't imagining things who did escape. Stop! Hey! Get back in there. I'm trying to give you all peace, but you don't let me. See, look, there's plenty of food in there, and if you just stayed, you would have been eating well too. See? There's plenty of food there for you if you're just patient. Now, are there any more of you that are causing chaos around here? Probably. Probably. But, like, it's fine. It'll be fine. We won't have to deal with too much of it too often. Beautiful Slimmering. This one. There you go. And then we gotta work out how to get across to that other section on the other side of the ranch. With all the other stuff going on. There you go. Take these, you gremlins. Good slime. Perfect. More slims for me. This is quite pretty. Ooh. What are you? Look! Another drone! Accessing GG log. I had been pacing all over the conservatory after it happened, my mind racing with what I should have done differently. I felt so guilty, so misguided. I ended up in these ruins and I just slumped up against one of the walls. Totally exhausted. The stones were so solid and cold, I felt the weight of history that they carried with them. A tiny bug crawled along one of the cracks and slipped inside it and vanished. I passed through these ancient stones as if it was smoke. And that's when it all came to me. When what came to you? What is it that you discovered while you were up there? Interesting. Okay. Hey look, you got more of the brine. Alright, that's a plus at least. You got some extra brine. There's a lot of these like semi-hidden spots that we could probably try and access. Like, I love going around and having a look at things, don't get me wrong, but I want to explore more. When we're resource rushing around, we don't always end up getting a chance to explore the hidden areas, you know. Okay, so that's that area. So this was where we ended up almost making it to. This just looks really different from my other area, you know. It's like I thought it was the other thing, but it wasn't. It's fine. It was just me getting overly excited about potential new areas and tripping, you know, as per usual. It's fine. Good little slime. Allow me to keep you safe and sound. Whoop. Oh, pardon me. Just need to keep some of those. I wish that there was like a plot catcher for these. Because that would make my life so much easier. Then at least I could get them without accidentally sucking up one of the puddle slimes, you know? Not that it's like really a problem. It's like only a little bit of a problem. It's not my massive problem. It's just like a tiny bit. But we've got deep brine. And we've got all the ringtail plots we could need. And I'll put in some puddle plots as well, because like I know we need it for something, but I don't know what. Extra tank. We got the strange diamonds at least. Maybe more silky sand. Let's go find some silky sand. And try and keep these mongrels in their pens. Get in there and stay there. Darling dears, I love you very much, however, you ruin my fun time sometimes when I'm going and getting things. I got other things to do and places to be that aren't just like babysitting you all the time. I want to explore. Whoop. There we go. There we go. Plenty of food for you. No more worrying about that, are you? There we go. Good job. Good job. Now off to explore. Let's figure out where we actually want to go. Because like there's little islands and stuff up there that are right at the end of like the range. That's the cave. We already did that one. We explored a little bit of, I think, some like the little island that's like right there. So maybe we'll try and do the other side of like the rainbow caves and stuff in a bit. But we do need to get more rock plots and oh, what is it called? Silky sand. So let's look for places that have sand. Theoretically, anyway. Up. Oh, sand of silkiness. Ooh, hello. That was close. You didn't see anything. Oh, there's my boat. That's my boat, everyone. That's how we got here. I haven't been back to my boat to actually say hello to it in a while. So I suppose it must get lonely sometimes. Hopefully it won't be as lonely once we're finished getting extra bits for it. Get some nice bits here. Good job, good job. Anything down here for like sand? I'm not seeing much of it. Oh, that's a nice little spot that you've got there just to bounce around. Good for you. Good for you. We're not going to the boat. We're going up. Ah, I forgot. I don't have enough jet speed for this. Okay, we gotta get a running start. We gotta get a running start. We got it. Oh, that's dangerous up there. That's fine. It'll be probably fine. Ow. Or not. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. If we just ignore it. If we just ignore them, chat, then it'll be fine. We're good. We're good. We're alive. It's fine. Ooh. Oh dear. More stuff down there. Oh, I like. Like this quite a lot, actually. Sand? No. Damn it. Okay, where's the sand? This looks like a beach. Where's the sand? Must we head into the alternate realm to examine the space for sand? It doesn't look like there's any sand over here either. Ah, dang it. Okay. Well, there's a pink slime. Pink slime. Into the ocean. There we go. Look at me. Look at me go with all of my jelly stones. Ooh, this is a nice little path. I like this as well. Very nice place you got here. Not quite my style, but you know, it's nice enough. Who's your decorator, by the way? Oh no. Nope. Get out. Out of my life. Bye. Bye, bish. I'm busy. I got time to keep. Oh, the tar. I literally walk in here to go, oh yes, this is a beautiful area. How lovely. And, we got the tar. Bro. Where do we start? More tar? Really? I feel like this shouldn't be allowed. But it is, so who am I to complain, I guess? I need these Q berries just in case I end up running into a situation where I need them again. Like, I definitely will because, at this rate, we got a lot of the tar everywhere. Absolutely everywhere, and, not enough sanity. So, who do we see about the sanity issues? I don't know, but this looks great. Oh, get out. How would I not, like, accidentally hit a tar before? I don't know. Awful ravenous rainbows. Well, at least we know. Do you reckon that all of the rainbows are actually from here? Like, all of the tar are from Rainbow Island? And, like, that's why it is the way it is? I don't know. That was a drop. I'm lucky that it doesn't actually somewhere that it's gonna hurt me. Like, it'll still hurt my soul. But, like, it's not the worst. Okay. I got some carrots. Oh, there's a little bit of ruins and stuff over there as well. There's a lot of, like, slime faces. I feel like I should go through there as well. Oh, I fell in the hole. Don't fall in the hole. I want to go through here. I cannot go through there. Okay. We've already been in this hole. I guess we're going back down again, though. You know, for obvious reasons. Okay, fine. I'll just go the normal way, I suppose. There's gotta be a way out of here that's not got anything to do with any of the rest. Ooh, strange diamonds. Oh, hello. I know you don't particularly like it down here, but like, have those. I know it's not something any of you eat, but maybe you should consider it. Just like some food for thought, you know. Changing up your diet might lead to survival. There are those white crystals. I don't think we can actually do anything with it. Yeah, it's just like little pretty little bits of crystal for no reason. Jellystone. Do I want to get this ore though? Radiant ore. I mean, radiant ore is nice. We do like radiant ore here. I don't think I need it for like the backpack upgrades or anything. I don't think so. Like, I wish I could find something for like the upgrade itself, but I do not know. I don't know. Higher. This is not an exit. Exit? Yes. This is an exit. Of a kind? Yes, it is. But it leads to the ocean. Well, could be a worse exit. There we go. Look at me go. I'm such a good parkour artist. I don't know. I don't know what you actually call them. Never mind. These buzzwax. Now I know we didn't strictly need buzzwax for anything, but if I find any of like the more rare resources that I might need to use later, I'm gonna try and pick them up this time. That way it makes life a touch easier later. Not a lot, just like a little bit. Hello! You got stripedy honey somewhere? There's also that striped honey is so hard to find. Like, I know there's a few around here, but there's not actually a lot in a lot of places, so... We already did this one. Alright, we'll need to hop across this way. Genius! Now what do I let go of? I'll let go of the jellystone. Because at least I can get that closer to home, you know? Can't get everything closer to home, but I can at least get that. Is there another tree somewhere? Oh, there's that tree. Almost. I couldn't quite get up that tree. Hang on. Maybe I needed more of like a running start. I don't know. There we go. That's a very pretty area they've got up there. Do you reckon that they're gonna have anything hidden? I don't know. We will try it. We will get up to the highest of heights and be the tallest in Slime Rancher ever. Beautiful. Oh, moderate. Oops. Maybe up that side? This seems marginally reasonable. My different platforming will be able to get me to where I want to go eventually. I'm just gonna stay here, be good. Be a good little chicken. Aw, man. I'm caught in a stuck spot. Great, okay. That was a waste of my jets. No. This miserable. Hate this. Hate that. Okay. I just want to make it up. I want to get the good honey up there. Let's look for another way around. There's gotta be another way. A more clever way that is not involving me repetitively getting stuck. Probably. There probably is, but like, I don't know where it is. Alright, well we're in a sandy spot at least, so we might be able to find some of that nice sand now. You reckon that path would get us there? I don't know. This seems very perilous, but I'm willing to sacrifice it all for curiosity. Alright, this will not get us over there. Even slightly, it will not take us up. How am I supposed to get up there? That seems ridiculous. Ridiculous. Oh. Oh, see, I wouldn't have found this otherwise, chat. Look at this. There's a port door. Now I gotta go and find myself a fluttery plort. Now I gotta find myself Flutter Plorticus and bring one to there. I don't know where I'm gonna find one, but we're gonna try. Sand. Yes. Let's just get rid of the Q berries. We're gonna find them again at some point. It'll be fine. I say this every single time, and then that's the one thing we end up needing later, isn't it? But also, I don't really care at this point. Like, if we're gonna perish, you're gonna perish anyway. We got heartbeats. We got a chicken. Not a lot of stuff there. Nope. Huh. Not expected. Not what I planned. Nope. Oh, that was close. Wait for it. Yes. Okay, we're good. We're Gucci, we're Gucci, it's all fine, it's fine. There's a lot of like really scared looking slime faces here. Oh, and this is the danger zone. I love that for me. Alright, we're in a safer area again. Surely this will give us more of this stuff. It better. It's not going to right now, is it? It's like we got two. Two of the silky sands, and we need many, many more to go. But hey, at least we found the rock slime. At least we found the rock slime. Which resource is gonna be rare right there? I feel like deep brine we can leave. Try and pick up some of these rock slimes. No, not the carrots, the rock slime. Thank you. That's what I wanted here. Wahaha. Oh. Hi, chicken. This is a nice spot you got here, actually, chicken. What's on top of your mountain, chicken? Wait, that's a map piece. We never reached this part of the map. Yes. Look! Chat, we can see! It's a miracle! Oh, we can see. I've never been able to see this spot before. It's great. Well, at least you got it now. That seems like a spot that would have like a secret. You know, there's like secret spots that look like they have secret things. I don't know how I'm gonna get back from there, but you know what? We're gonna do it. We did it, chat. I don't know how I'm getting back home, but like I did it. What's this little island here? It's very cute. It's very cute. I like this. I'd like to live here with you all. But I don't think I can live here the entire time. I don't see another drone yet. We got 7 silky sands. Nice. Oh, treasure pod. Also a tiny little stick. Treasure! What we get? Rock clusters. Nice, I guess. It's good for decorating. At the very least, very good for decorating. Beautiful. Okay, so we got 8 now. That's much better than we had before. I love it. This angle, everything is beautiful. What's on the water? Make it look, it's just a tree. It's just a tree. It's fine. I like the wide open spaces. There's more of the silk sands. Perfect. Perfecto. Aw, man, I don't have anything for you. I don't have any chickens. You're right there. How come you're always there when I don't have anything? It's fine. Oh well. I have to try you again another time, but at least we know where to get more silk sand when we need it. Because we were running oh so low to start with. This is a very precarious situation I found myself in. But I don't mind, you know, it's fine. It's fine. We'll survive. At least we found where this spot is. So I don't have to keep running in circles. Screenshot. Beautiful game. Hello, little spring. Ooh, I like this art, actually. What's new here? A little cave. Huh. Maybe I don't want to go on that side. I don't know. Seems like a bad plan, chat. I don't know. It seems trapped. Like a trap. It's fine. Going up this way, though. Not as much of a trap. It's just totally a trap. It's fine. Ooh, a bat door. Ah, this must be on the opposite side of that. It is. So that's the back door. Okay, well. Now that we can see what's up here, we know what to grab. Like how to get over through this point. Which makes my life arguably oh so much easier than it was before. Good job, me. Where am I going anyway? Let's hop into here and go get a bat float so that way we can bat and a flutter one so that way we can have both. And then open both of those doors so that way we've opened some extra shortcuts and opportunities to ourselves. Just for a little while. More jellystone. Like, we need jellystone for something, right? I'm not just imagining that we need jellystone for something. Oop. Stop being trapped. I needed the wild honey for something with you. There we go. Now let's go get some jellystone because, jellystone. That's why I say. The more resources, the better. Since we're just having a nice chill vibing time though, like I might swap games and stuff partway through stream because I want to finish the rest of our life. We've got like a tiny little bit left for like the wedding sequence that I was really happy with. And then we could hop home. It's like, so cute. It's gonna be so cute. I'm not obsessed with the game, and I didn't totally buy all the DLC and stuff just because, you know, I'm obsessed. It's fine. I'm not gonna cry. Yellow says, hi, lovely, not watching, just popping in to say hi and lurk so I don't get spoilers. That's all good. Thank you, Yellow. I appreciate you. We're not gonna be playing this game for like super long anyway. But we are gonna watch swap to like our life soon so that way I can finish off the freaking wedding because I'm like so close to done and I really want to. It's just kind of like a chill chat stream today, so we're not doing too much. We're just chilling and vibing. I'm not going through like the lore components predominantly, so that's good. So you won't get any like lore spoilers, which is good for like for Slime Rancher 2, so you're all safe as far as that goes. I'm not going to be mentioning anything yet. I already went through most of my spoiler talk earlier. But yeah, we will be doing that pretty soon. It just means I gotta put like a quick pause and stuff on this game. Because we're predominantly just going around and grabbing resources at the moment. Because I want to go and get an extra slot for my my backpack so I can actually start collecting more things. But obviously I never have enough inventory space when I'm not actually dropping off stuff at home. Which is always my problem when I'm playing Slime Rancher because I'm like, yeah, no, I could fit everything that I'm gonna need in this entire trip into my backpack and there's gonna be no problems. It'll be fine. And then there are problems. Then there are problems. Because we forget that I needed way more stuff than I have access to. For example, I need to go and get bits and pieces to unlock some shortcuts and from home. And I forgot to bring them with me because I was getting distracted by shiny objects instead in the environment. It was great. It was the best of times. But also it was a bit tricky, you know? So I just wanted to be living. Whoop! This is slime. I'm just gonna quickly feed all of you. Because no matter how many times I feed you, like, you still need extra food that I can ever give you. It is fine. Ooh, good times, good times. nothing else I need to drop off there. I gotta go drop this into the science bins because I'm a sciencey science dude who knows how to make many innators. I do. We've got plenty of the deep brine of Le Salt Water. We may be able to do things. What did I actually need for this upgrade in the first place? None of what I had. Oh well. Oh well. We're chilling and doing the vibe and it's fine. It's gonna be fine with the vibing times. So we will hit like a quick pause. So I'll do a quick pause on that one. And I'll put on like the BRB screen so that way I can swap over to iLife because I want to be able to play iLife. And it's my stream and it's because I said so. It's been a chaotic day, so I'm feeling like crying again because I love being able to give myself tears as like a birthday present, I guess. Like it's not even my birthday. I don't know why I said a birthday present, but like, yeah. This is the difference between me streaming with my meds and me streaming without my meds. My meds do mean that like I'm slightly more coherent than anything else. But only slightly. It's only like a little bit more coherent. Excuse you. Game, what are you doing? Yes, I realize it's WASD for like the controls and stuff. Like, let me actually play the game. Hop at the stop at the thing. I just wanted you to love me. Game. Show me all of your affection. It'll be fine. Alright. Open. Open. Oh my goodness, game. You like testing my patience, don't you? Properties. There we go. So we should be able to see our life in just a second. There we go. That worked. Yes. Cool. So I'll just go through and quickly change like my stream stuff to say that we're actually doing our life for the moment. Our life. There we go. I could keep the stream title as like this. We'll do this. Our life. Just because I want to do like a little bit more of this. So, we'll go through our life and continue our save file. So let's continue the save file. We are currently at like the wedding. So well, like kind of at the wedding's reception, which I'm really happy with because obviously it's been a little bit since we ended up playing. We had a wonderful moment with Cove where we ended up getting married, and now we're making merry for a little bit. Because I've been trying to be patient and wait a very long time with all these chapters to be able to play with you. And then I go, I'm gonna play Slime Rancher because I get distracted about Slime Rancher and I like it. But then I also like this game, and then I get conflicted as to which I should play first, you know? But here we go. The merrymaking continued right up until it was time for dinner to be served. All the action must have helped them to quickly work up an appetite as the guests complied readily. They quickly filed back to their tables, ready for a delicious meal as soon as it was announced. You settle right in to your seat at the head table. Cove sat up in his own chair excitedly, reaching over for the napkin-wrapped silverware in preparation. He was ready for dinner. A waitress clad in the back from the top to bottom came to stand across from you. She had a frosty pitcher of water in her hand. While sitting that down on the spot on the tabletop between you and Cove, she spoke out in a friendly tone. Can I get you anything else to drink? Hi, Cove. Look at this handsome man. Look at him. He's so cute. But yeah, yellow, like both of our coves are like so different from each other, but they're so cute, both of them. We love Cove. We love Cove, yeah. Could I have some orange juice, please? Oh, do I want juice, milk, coffee, tea? I could do with the tea. I could have a cup of tea. I've got it. I'll get that right to you. You both thanked her as she spun on her heels and made a beeline to the drink counter. At the same time, more servers began pouring into the space coming from the opposite direction. They were spreading out between tables collecting orders from the rest of the guests. One of the darkly dressed figures stood out from the rest to you. With perfect poise and not a hair out of place, Baxter stood on the sidelines to supervise the process. He was well into his work. The servers ebbed and flowed between tables as drinks were provided to each individual who requested one. That wasn't where it stopped. Bowls of soup were then carted out before the main course. Cove took in a satisfied inhalation of the steam coming off the soup. You could catch a whiff of the scent yourself. It was savory and rich. He scooped up a spoonful of it and dug right in. The rest of the guests followed, taking the first tastes of what you had to offer them. Spirited discussions were had in between bites, and there were plenty of compliments, because it was a beautiful wedding. Your mum, Miranda, and Liz sounded especially pleased with how it came out. They were chatting to the others at their tables about the subtle flavors, and many of your attendees made use of the extra spice that had been made available. Cliff, Kira, Ma, Terry, Derek, and your own lovely husband each added their own levels of added heat. For your meal? There's a moderate amount of spice. Like, we could drown it in spice, we could keep it as is. I think moderate spice. We need like a little bit of spice in our life. It was delicious and exactly the way that you had wanted. Mum's jovial tone carried itself above the rest of the voices. So how much are we getting here? There were those appetizers from before, now there's more, and the meal hasn't even shown up. I've lost count keeping track already. Oh, I asked. It's a 5-course meal, not counting dessert. I'm impressed. They're not surprised with those kids. I'll have leftovers for tomorrow. Well, I think everyone's going to have leftovers at this point. When the bowls were polished clean and the servers began to reappear, clearing the dishes away to make room for more. I would not be able to eat this entire dinner that we've all made at all because it's so much food. The main course was ready and the guests were ready for it. You and Cove had the dish placed in front of you first. Cove shifted back and forth, letting out an excited squeak. While the rest of the plates were brought out, you picked out oohs and ahs and how amazing it looked, and then the generous portion size. You even heard mention of the swirls of the dishes by some discerning guests. Very few words were spoken as dinner truly began. Everyone became fully immersed in their food. It was quite a hit. Guests were given the time to enjoy their meals while they were fresh before the reception events continued as you had planned. Baxter strolled up to the side counter set on the opposite end of the head of the table. You had a perfect view of it. Casually, he took up the microphone that he'd used throughout the rest of the event to make another announcement. Another one? Good evening. From the staff and I would like to thank you for all being such lovely guests to serve. We hope you've enjoyed your dinner. Such a suave individual. Alright, Baxter. Now this mic will be left open for a time to allow anyone who wishes to make a speech about the couple. I forgot that we did that. Anybody can talk. Oh no. You are all welcome to share your memories, words of congratulation, or your appreciation for Basil Thornbury and Cove Holden if you feel so comfortable with doing so. And he didn't hug the mic any longer than necessary, placing it back down on the center stand as soon as his brief message had been made clear. Dexter directed a soft smile drawn towards you and Cove as he left space open for others to speak. A nervous rhythm began to play out next to you as Cove's fingers were drummed against the edge of the table. Why are you nervous, Cove? What are you talking about? You watch a furrow grow deeper into his brows. He was preparing for something, for whatever was about to be said. There would likely be some friendly teasing, and almost certainly he was going to get emotional again. Once the mic was available, the first person to stand was your ma. She hopped right up and made her claim to the front table. Softly, she spoke across the space directly to you and Cove. Her words carried through the air where you sat. Congratulations once more to my wonderful children. This wedding feels like a dream, as much as my own did when I was around your age. Aww, Ma. Her head tilted to the side towards the other guests and began a formal speech. Our Basil has been a joy to our family's lives and to everyone else who's met them since the day we were brought together. Watching how they've grown with Cove has been special. Her eyelids rested closed as she let out a sentimental sigh. Basil can clear the tears from his eyes better than anyone else, when they weren't the ones causing them. Happy tears, of course. It was beautiful, and it still is. Her tender gaze shifted to the two of you once more, signaling the end of her talk had arrived. I can only hope that you'll both be able to continue growing together for many more years to come. I love both of you very much. Your husband's eyes had already begun misting. Cove! Cove, honey! After knowing her for all this time, Cove developed a deep affection for Ma. Hearing that she cherished those important memories the same way that you and he did had an impact. She slipped the mic into its proper place and brushed at her bangs and walked to her seat again on the light steps. Your mum brushed down her dress as she stood onto her feet and began to walk. This was her chance to take the stage, and she was going for it. When she put her hand on the mic, the tip of her finger tapped the top of it, doing a sound test. The puff of air echoed out, and your mum was satisfied with that. She lifted her head high, facing the crowd and smiling merrily. Thanks everyone for coming today, for all the gifts that you brought. I don't know how we're gonna pack all that up to get it to their place, but we'll make it work. Where there's a will, there's a way. She had to lower the mic a bit, already snickering under her breath. Well, Basil, Cove, our families went through a ride with you two being brought together. Oh, talk about a force of nature. We took some time to feel things out, but after those rockier years, it was time to watch out. But at the end of it all, I think we were both good influences on each other. Or at least, you've made one another very happy, and that's good enough in my mind. And you know, we really did need a son in there to round things out. Mum snorted in laughter at her own line. She waved that away with her free hand, wanting to be more serious. When she could muster the even tone she had been aiming for, your mum finished her speech. I love you, kiddos. And it's true that you're hardworking adults now, but don't you ever forget that your ma and I are here if you ever need something. Your family will always be there. She had been able to coax out some chuckles from Cove throughout. He was mostly amused over her penchant for jokes than the actual jokes themselves, but the laughter had still been shaky with emotion. It's because you're such a sweet young man, Cove. I don't care. I'm gonna be such. I will actively be like in awe of like the romance on stream. I don't even mind. Like unironically, like this is something that I have like a real soft spot for in general, right? It's not intentional. It's not something that's like I intend all of the time to have being the way that it is. But it's important, you know, to be able to embrace the fact that the emotions are happening at the same time that they're happening. Which I like. He had really come to love your mum. With quite a pleased grin, Mum left the mic behind to return to her spot right by her wife. Smooth as silk, Liz rose from her seat and glided across the floor to the speaker's stand. But Liz took her time before saying anything, evening out her bangs, clearing her throat, fiddling with the angle of the mic, and when she did take hold of it, she didn't have a care in the world. That couldn't be said for everyone. Cove tensed in apprehension of whatever she was going to say. He had to know what she was planning. Luckily for him, she did eventually begin her speech and end his suspense. As I'm sure many of you know, I'm Basil's older sister. So one of the very few people who've been around for them longer than their husband. She was smirking already at 2 sentences in. We're pretty close is the thing. Yes, we ended it as close with Liz. That was a good goal. She flicked the hand without the mic in a non-committal half shrug. But honestly, Basil, if I realized you'd be marrying that new kid back when I was 10, I might have had to disown you. A scrawny, grumpy boy who didn't even know how to play pretend, right? Certainly not. Even if I did joke about it happening. Hey! Cove gasped indignantly that you would say such things, but the things being said continued on regardless of his objections. And yet, here we are at your wedding to that very crybaby. Unbelievable. Exasperated at Liz's angle for her congratulations speech, Cove slunk lower into his seat, took his drink in both hands and sipped at the juice like a furious elementary school kid. Her head slowly shook, the ends of eyebrows bent, and a less crooked smile came to her face. The tone wasn't silly anymore. But with all that out of the way, what I actually want to say now is you made the right choice. He's the one for you. Day after day, week after week, and year after year, Cove was there. Even more than I was a lot of the time. Well, don't get your hopes up about this meaning that I'm done teasing you about it. But just today, I wanted to thank you, Cove. Those big watery eyes of yours have never lost sight of Basil since they caught them. It brings peace to my heart to know that there's another person out there who cares for them as deeply as they deserve to be. Oh. He didn't have another comment then. Liz grin widened as if she knew exactly the reactions that she'd be getting. I mean, she does know us pretty well at this point. Congratulations to my good old baby sibling and my new baby brother. Love you. And with that, she tilted the mic towards the two of you as though she was toasting a glass. At the last moment, Liz had made Cove smile. His wide eyes were as damp as she had described. Liz daintily left the microphone where it belonged and returned to her chair, fully satisfied. There was a clattering of silverware and dishes as Lee sprung out from her table. She skipped away, not paying any mind to that. She was too impatient for the chance to talk. Somehow, it reminded you of all the times that you chatted over the phone. It was the fun, the excitement of sharing what was going on, even when you weren't right next to each other. She took the mic into her hand and projecting plenty of stage presence standing in front of an audience. My cousin Basil and I are the same age, so we got to grow up together. Because of that, I've gotten the joy of watching the story of them and their next door neighbor Cove. Yeah, you did. Like, we did play-by-plays for you, girl. I hope you appreciated it. They barely noticed each other, first of all. And then they were totally just friends. And then when the romance finally happened, I was invested in the twists and turns of the tale. I mean, of course, like when you've been strung along that long, that many years, like 8 years, I can see why. This couldn't have ended better. I'm your biggest fan. But as happy as I really am about your adventures in love and marriage, the best part of me has been my own relationship with the two of you. Leandra took a moment to slow down and express her thoughts with complete honesty. Basil, you're among my closest family and very best friends. Cove, you're not just my cousin's husband, you're my friend too. And my family just the same. Congrats on your stunning future together. I love both of you. Aww. Oh, indeed. Cove had to bite his lip to keep it from wobbling. The earnestness truly had touched him. Her high-energy attitude quickly returned, though. Lee dropped the mic down and blew a couple of kisses your way before she swished back to her seat. Next, Derek came out from the seating area to give his own talk. He had a relaxed stance when he grabbed the mic and waved it over at the head table. Hey, congratulations again to you, Basil and Cove. You found your other halves and anyone can see it. You're good for each other when you're good to each other. Whether you got marriage or not, no one would have questioned that commitment, though it's been a hell of an event too. Derek beamed with boyish charm, looking just as he did the first time you'd met him. Thanks for being my friend. It's been a pleasure to know you two. Derek's heartfelt appreciation had to awkwardly be interrupted with a quick addendum. Uh-oh. What do we do? Oh, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm getting that time management thing under control. Time management thing under control? Why would you... Does he actually have ADHD? Wait, hold on. Hold on, why would you be mentioning that he sucks with time management? And, like, he was overly hyperactive and stuff, like, if he's not. Like, I haven't played the Derek DLC yet, and, like, I really want to, but I want to do that on stream because, like, honestly, I'm not gonna not share that with you guys. So, was I right in my guess that, like, maybe Derek has ADHD? If he does, that's gonna be such an interesting time. He took chuckles from the crowd in good stride and wrapped things up for real. Thank you for letting me talk. Carefully, Derek hooked the microphone back into its stand. When he let it go, he hovered his hands nearby for a second to catch it if it fell. When he was sure it was all well, he nodded confidently and lightly jogged to his seat. Cove watched the entire exit with a smile growing larger and larger on his face. She gripped at the front of her flowing dress and pulled it up from the ground as she walked over to the mic. Her shoulders were shyly hunched up and her head was low. If she wasn't surrounded by tables full of people watching, you might have thought she was sneaking out of bed while trying not to get caught by her parents. When Miranda finished tiptoeing to the front, she gathered up the microphone in both hands, her eyes closed rather than directly facing the crowd. She may not have been that comfortable with public speaking, but her desire to participate far outweighed that. Hi. Hi, Mary. Cove's focus was set ahead, but you caught out of the peripherals of your own gaze that your husband mouthed a hi back to her instinctively. Thank you, Basil and Cove, for inviting me. It's been a wonderful day, and I'm so happy for you two. The stiffness of her presentation smoothed out the more she got talking. You're both amazing, and I really appreciate the support you've given me, being there when I needed someone to talk to. You've had such a positive impact on my life. I'm just really lucky to be your friend, and I hope we'll always be friends. Congratulations, Basil and Cove. Cove nodded firmly in silent agreement with her wish, while scrubbing at his eyes. Miranda put down the mic with some oomph, then twirled round to return to her seat. Her steps were much lighter than before. Aww, that's so cute! Terry was waiting there with open arms to give her a squeeze, clearly proud of his girlfriend for doing so good. Her smile stayed bright, even from a distance. I'm so glad those two got their shit together because they were taking so long to get together. It's not cute, but also no. I know I took my sweet time with it. Like we all know that we took our sweet time with it, but like those two especially took a while because like you could see it in their eyes that they both loved each other very, very, very much, and then they finally got to talking about their issues. They got so much better for each other. It was so good. Terry jumped onto his feet with a grin, strolling right over to the counter. He scooped up the mic in one hand, gesturing ahead of him with the other. I met Cove and Basil in high school. I didn't know them the longest out of everyone, but I could tell there were some cool people right away. Them and Randy were my best group of buddies back then. And we've kept that friendship train going despite all the stuff that's happened. Yeah, remarkably. I mean, look, like the entire thing was getting pretty hectic after a while, but like we were enjoying things. He tapped a finger against the tabletop in time with every specific he mentioned. Graduating school, moving to different places, me and Miranda dating, the two of them getting married, the thing about us not being what the other people thought that they were. I guarantee our friendship is going to stay on track. No matter what, there's no one who could take your places. From me to you, from you two to each other. Good work tying the knot. You're catches. Terry left his speech and mic there. He paused to applaud your union graciously before flipping his hand out into a wave as he walked off. Cove gave a big, friendly wave in return. His eyes were glossy. As soon as Terry hit his chair again, Miranda took his arm and happily began whispering to him about the speech. Kira pushed herself up from the seat and went forward without hesitation. Eagerly, she lifted the mic to her lips and said, I can't believe my babies are having a wedding right now! The unexpected declaration sent chuckles rumbling through the crowd. Anywho's, yes? Kira continued with a wink and a smile. It was a treat getting to meet Basil in person for the first time, though I already felt like I knew them thanks to all the stories that Cove loved to recount about them. In a pouting whisper, Cove spoke out about the description of events. Mom! Whenever I got to visit Sunset Bird or you visited me, I came to see firsthand more and more of what a marvelous individuals you were growing into. You bloomed right before my eyes and like perfect white poppies on the hill in your childhood neighborhood. Every moment I've been able to spend with each of you has been a gift. I count my lucky stars that I got to be the mum to such an amazing boy. And Basil? The buoyant tone of Kira's words faded into something softer and sweeter. I'd like to thank you personally for helping my baby make himself a home again. I'm truly grateful for that. There was a sniffing at your side after that. Cove tugged at the tablecloth in front of him unconsciously, needing to do something. Oh. Congratulations, both of you. I love you. I love you too. It didn't matter that she couldn't hear. She knew. Kira used the bottom of her palm to wipe her eye, placing Mike on its stand in the other hand. She took an additional moment to look up at you and Cove gently. Then Kira strode back to her table. Cliff leaned over towards her and gave 2 thumbs up for that speech. His zealousness made Kira cover her mouth in amusement and in embarrassment. Then Cliff raised out from his seat. Uh-oh. Here's the point that we're gonna get in trouble if we're gonna. Because, like, Cliff knows that, like, he paid us to be Cove's friend. So, like, if we're gonna get outed, everybody, we're gonna get outed now. The most contentious figure in your husband's early life who grew to be his best man. Cliff took large strides to reach the speaker stand, but his fingers froze in place before they could grasp the mic. He stared down at it, collecting his thoughts, or his emotions, or maybe both. But when he was ready, his hands locked around the base of it. As he lifted the mic higher, a grin pulled into his face. There was a crinkle around the corner of his eyes. "Hey, sport." "Hi, Basil." "Hi, Dad." Cove's reply was barely audible. He might not have realized he'd done it. Cove's irises were shaking as he looked ahead intently. "Well..." Cliff's expression turned distant. He was facing the crowd, but his gaze had drifted away even further. Something in the past that was long gone. I remember the first day Cove and I moved to Sunset Bird when I met Basil. Your hands clenched around the tablecloth. You could also remember how the two of you met, and how you'd never mentioned what had happened during that meeting. So me and Cove were still unpacking the car when he ran off on me. I didn't know where my boy was then, or what I was doing, or anything at all, really. As you'll soon be able to tell. Cove leaned forward at the recounting of events, an eyebrow raising in concern. You remained stiff against your chair, only able to wait and see what happened. I was sitting around on the curb when Basil strolled up the road heading home. I knew them, or I knew of them. I'd met Pamela and Nilani already, and I was talking to them, is how Cove got away from me. Cliff shook his head, trying not to get too lost in his complicated mess of thoughts on those times. That's not the point. What matters is I'd heard that Basil was only 8 years old, same age as my Cove, and Basil was the only one in that age in the neighborhood. In my infinite wisdom, I picked out a place that wasn't exactly a family-friendly community. It was mostly a bunch of retired vacationers. Ugh. He gritted his teeth and placed a hand to his forehead, feeling the sting of that day as if it was still fresh. And speaking of, I did mention it was the start of summer break when we moved. What was my little boy gonna do now that I dragged him out there? I wanted him to have someone to play with, someone he could talk to, and I wanted him to be happy. There was a heart-wrenching crack in Cliff's voice as he spoke about what his feelings had truly been. Just that moment, everything was going wrong. It felt like a dead end, no matter which way that I went. I was so sure there wouldn't be anyone for Cove. If it wasn't Basil. In a valiant effort, try to not make the mood of your wedding too heavy, Cliff gave a goofy shrug. So I offered Basil $20 to be his friend. Fuck, he told him! Damn it! You did? Cove's shout was easily heard by every person in the area, no mic required. Cliff physically stumbled a step back over the outburst. He swiveled his head to glance between his incensed child and said child's spouse. Then it clicked. You didn't tell him? Ever? No, of course I didn't. It didn't seem relevant. He was absolutely slack-jawed. You looked away from him with a wide-eyed stare of your father-in-law to instead see how Cove was doing, and it wasn't any better. His hands were held up in front of his body, clutching at the air in a desperate, "Are you kidding me?" gesture. I didn't think it was a big deal. I'm sorry. Slap a hand to your face from exasperation. I didn't think it was a big deal. I'm sorry. Sorry. When life returned to Cliff's body, he sprung back to the counter with a beaming smirk. I'm gonna give you another 20. Cove continued in the far distant conversation, leaning up against his palms pressed against the table and lifting up from his seat. No, stop painting them! We're already married! No, sorry. It's not a bribe this time, just a gift for being such a reliable accomplice. Cove petulantly crossed his arms and dropped back down in a huff. Is the wedding off? No. He mumbled an answer, his the deep red of his cheeks revealing more embarrassment than true rage. Following that pattern, Cliff murmured into the mic while blushing and rubbing the back of his neck. Am I allowed to finish? Fine. The word was sharply spoken but at normal volume. It was impossible for anyone but you to hear. Cove paired it with a single curt nod to get the message across. Okay, what I wanted to say was that it's just funny to me. The straight line of his shoulders lowered on each side like a roof sagging after years of having to stay solid. Maybe that's not the word. What I'm saying is that all my worries and regrets were at their peak, and I was acting crazy. I know it now. But somehow it still turned out. There really wasn't anyone else for him. Or not anyone better for him anyway. Nobody else in the world can be there for Cove the way they can. The sentence remained unfinished, and as much as he tried, Cliff couldn't put the words together to express what it meant to him. Inhaling deeply through his nose, Cliff's stance pulled together, tall and solid. His dark blue eyes shone with a depth to them, as they met with the far brighter blue of his child's. Son, being your dad will always be the best thing that I've done in my entire life. And getting that condo on the street was the luckiest card I ever drew. I bet you two would have found each other with or without it eventually. But because of it, my kid got to grow up right next to the person who could make him the happiest. I can't ask for more than that. And Basil, you didn't need a dad with what great mums you got. And I'm so thankful that I still get to be yours. I love you both, and I'll keep loving you for the rest of the time that I've got. Tears streaked down Cove's face freely. He didn't hide their falling. All the confessions of secret dealings were washed away from his mind. I love you too. Watching you and your husband from where he stood, Cliff got misty-eyed himself and reached to wipe his cheeks, completely forgetting there was a microphone in his hand. Cliff set it down, shyly waving over to the two of you, and stepped away. He was then able to rub at the ever-growing tears. No one spoke or even moved as Cliff returned to his spot. When he was seated, Hero reached over to give his back a pat. He'd done good. Then the mic sat there untouched. None of the attendees wanted to pick up half where it had been left off. That was going to be the final speech from your guests, you were certain. Cove's breath was shaky, taking everything in. A weepy smile reappeared in his face the more it sunk in just how much he was cared for. He leaned into your side, pulling at the tablecloth and burrowing his face into your shoulder. Blushing. Tuck your face into Cove's hair. The two of you curled up together in a lopsided oval. It might have been a little silly trying to hide from everything in the event when it was pointing right to you, but you still tried to do it anyway. When her voice was amplified across the whole space once more, it was expectedly your planner, giving his appreciation for cooperation once again and announcing the closing of speeches. But rather than leaving the microphone on the counter, he strolled up to the table with the device in hand. Before we shut off the night, would either of you like to give your own message to your loved ones? Oh. Cove lifted his teary face up to acknowledge Baxter, pausing to sniffle. I'll do it. Ooh. Yes, please.
Of course.
Here you are. Alright, so Cove, what's your message? Cove used one hand to scrub his eyes and then the other to accept the mic, drawing it in close. Too close. His murmur crackled uncomfortably loud, and Cove's arm sprung out straight instinctively to get the noisemaker away from him. He winced, but before much more cautiously lifting the mic towards his face. He cradled it in both hands, gaze dropping to the ground. Thanks, everybody. Really, seriously, His eyes closed completely as he paused to bite his lip. I'm so glad to be here, and all those things that you said were There was this cracking strain on Cove's voice that wasn't caused by technical error. He was choking up. Each word had to be pushed out with dedicated effort. Really nice. I love you. As rapidly stuttered as it was, what he meant to express came through to you and the rest of the people to hear it. It was Cove's earnest affection. In a fumbled motion that screeched out even more from unintentional feedback, Cove passed the mic to you. His now free hands moved to cover his mouth. As you rose up from your chair, your eyes casting over each individual in the crowd, you had to accept the bittersweet notion that this really was a special occasion. You had no idea when everyone you cared for would be together in the same place again, or when you'd even see some of them next. You wondered if Cove had been cognizant of the same thing while he had been speaking, that this message had a weight to it, that it was your last big chance to share your thoughts with them. All you could think to say was, I'll always be grateful to get to have each of you in my life. And that brought the speeches to the last sentimental note. Your eyes remained focused ahead as you extended your hand out to the Baxter to take the microphone and lowered it back down in your seat. Applause erupted from table to table and Baxter grinned approvingly.
Perfect.
He took the microphone back with him as he rejoined with the other staff members in order to give you and Cove some space to yourselves. When the clapping subsided, emotions remained high. Further conversations were tentative and hushed for a time. But eventually the happy chatter that frequented your reception filled the air again. It was an evening of good food and good company. Then the meal was nearing its end, and the final course that you had requested from the caterer was handed out, a palate cleanser. From there, the evening continued to slip by in a dreamy haze. Before you knew it, all the attendees had finished, and the dishes from dinner had swiftly been cleared from the table. In spite of all of this, everyone remained rooted to their seats. It was no secret that there was more to come. People were still waiting eagerly for dessert, though none of them could match the vibrating anticipation of your husband, because it was time for cake. But before the big event, you had something else up your sleeve. The servers returned to bestow the extra treats to your guests. The truly delightful trays of fancily piled pretzels were delivered to the tables and distributed to the guests. The dishes had been carefully selected to match the color scheme. There were some befuddled expressions as the guests saw what was being served, but they were outshone by Cliff's enthusiasm. He was immediately taken with the idea before he'd even had a bite. Servers vanished from the floor with impressive efficiency, allowing for the wedding cake to take center stage. It sat on a table as your fully realized creation, a two-tiered, beachy-style rainbow masterpiece. You were pleased to see that your guests were as smitten with it as you and Cove were. So charming! And the little details are beautifully done. Aww. Kira's voice rung out sweetly as she gazed at the cake. That's perfect. Miranda cheered, her eyes sparkling with delight. A rainbow! Baxter beckoned for you and Cove to come forward. You rose from your seats as one and crossed the floor to the display table, where a waiting server offered you the cutting knife to you both. Two of you took hold of the handle and hand over hand. That way you could make the incision as a team. Together you hovered the knife over the lowest layer of the cake. You glanced at Cove, who smiled wryly at you. It was really almost too beautiful to cut. Just almost. And your guests were waiting for their portions of delicious cake, so carefully, so as to preserve the structure as much as possible for as long as you could, you pushed down with the knife. It slid through the cake easily, leaving a smooth cut all the way through. You and Cove drew the knife out and made another cut in order to create neat triangles of cake. The server produced a plate, ready for the first slice. With a bit of shakiness in the motions between the two of you, you slipped under the knife under a piece and transferred it to the waiting plate. The first slice was done. You gazed at the neatly cut cake with pride as you set down the knife. Cove beamed, and it was a lovely moment. Now you couldn't wait to share the wonderful cake with your guests. Cove let out a thrilled squeak as he picked up the provided fork. Each aspect of it had been painstakingly planned to suit the occasion as well as your taste. So last, it was fine to leave there for eating. I'm gonna eat it as well, and I'm not holding back. And in short order, the servings of cake were set down at each table, a neat triangular slice in front of every guest, and the crowd dug in. Along came the discussion on dessert. Thank you, Basil, for doing the right thing and having chocolate in this cake. Derek was less blunt, but equally appreciative of your choice, rubbing his hands together with eagerness as his slice was set down in front of him. You never go wrong with chocolate cake. Honestly, it's the best option. Cove stopped shoveling the fondant in his mouth long enough to give his own praises. You know, I've had a lot of chocolatey cakes over the years, but none of them have ever compared to this one. It's actually amazing. You were hooked with one last bite, just as wonderful as you had hoped and more. The bakery truly had outdone themselves. You and Cove wolfed down the delicious cake with gusto, polishing off your slices easily. You couldn't believe how quickly it was gone, and your plate scraped clean, but it had been much too good to resist. Luckily, there was no shortage of cake. Both you and Cove flagged down a waiter for some more. By the time the meal was officially over, you and Cove had not only devoured 3 full-size slices of cake, but he double-checked with Baxter about what would happen with any leftovers. My goodness. Baxter had needed to reassure him that any remaining sections of the cake would be wrapped up to go home with the 2 of you. It was pleasant to sit back and relax for a while, giving your feet time to recuperate from the long day. But the lull didn't last for long. Newly fueled by a cake, the party was beginning to start again. The celebration was able to continue in earnest. Derek, Lee, and Terry and Miranda all got onto the dance floor to get going. They took turns pulling silly moves and cheering each other on. Liz sung along to all the songs that she knew whenever an old favorite from your life growing up together came on. Your 4 parents made their table base camp and cycled between catching up with other family in town and rejoining with one another. They spent much of the time trading sentimental stories about when their babies were just babies. During the entire time, more casual photos were snapped of the best and funniest moments. One was when Miranda got Terry to hold up her dress so she could do a handstand, and he couldn't wait for them to get fully developed. And many guests had generous enough to bring presents that you and Cove might need. You finished opening each one and offering your thanks. Seafoam green towels, dishes, a water purifier, a framed picture of the sea with the words "Life's a beach" were just some of your takeaways from the day. The most common gift, though, was the safe bet of simply giving cash. Of course, the relationship that began with someone offering money would reach its head with that repeating. Good evening. This distinctive voice of your planner caught your attention. He approached with a polite wave. The people you know are as welcome as you are. They've treated the staff, including myself, well throughout reception. Cove puffed right up, hearing Baxter's compliment the people that he's close to. He could have easily been mistaken for a very proud parent. As pleasant as he kept the pleasantries, Baxter was certain to get to the point of the conversation quickly. Well, I'm here to say that you've got the space for a few more hours, but there are no more planned events or responsibilities on your shoulders. The day went off exactly as intended. He pressed his hands to the bottom of his spine and leaned in his torso against them to stretch. For a single side word, Baxter let himself clock out of the work mindset. Hallelujah. But the metaphorical bell rang and he returned promptly to providing his service before standing up perfectly straight and pointing his toes forward. You're free to simply enjoy yourselves however you want with the time that's left. Of course, I'll personally put out any fires if they do appear. You don't need to worry about anything. Cool, thank you for all of this. You really were the perfect guy to do it. Baxter's brows curved, his eyes softened, even pausing to steady himself, didn't hide the emotions rich in his voice. That means a lot to me. Aww. It's so wonderful putting this together with you two. The smile already prominent on his face warmed even further. Baxter ran his hand down his shirt, smoothing it out in a casual, fluid motion. You're very welcome. It's been a joy working with you too, truly. The mood was light all around until the feeling really hit Cove. He shifted in his place uncomfortably, not knowing how to proceed from the point that was reached. So, does this mean we're friends? Oh. He blinked rapidly as his mouth closed in a tight line before saying the full thought. Baxter always needed a second to recover on the rare occasion that something knocked him off his game. Well, that's your call, I'd say. Despite the prompting to talk, Cove couldn't even put together an answer. It's so funny how you both could still barely talk to each other. We're friends. You gave Cove a confirming nod. Confirming nod. The two pairs of eyes from two very different men set on you, though eventually moving to look at one another. Smiles returned to both of their faces, and as Baxter would say, it was all settled. They're finally friends! Yay! To solidify the friendship, Baxter turned his chest to the side, opening his arm up for a nudge. You gladly reciprocated it. You pressed your hand solidly against the side of his body and gave it a nice, affectionate push. Next, his hand went to Cove. He held it out evenly with confidence, not from want to be self-assured, but he was actually certain that they had a closer relationship now. Cove looked down at it considering, but ultimately raised his arms and shoulders in a motion that was both an awkward shrug and an invitation to hug instead. The lopsided grin he gave was contagious, and Baxter took hold of Cove while positively beaming. Baxter was only tall enough to bring his chin up to Cove's shoulder, but he rested it there comfortably. Cove chuckled in bemusement. It took a long time, but he had been won over to Baxter's side. He gave his new friend a pat on the back before they ended the embrace amicably. I hope you two enjoy your post-wedding bliss as long as you can, but when life settles back down to normal, we should have dinner. I know some good places. That'd be nice. I guess we'll call you? Yeah, and in that case, it'll be your treat. See you then.
Perfect.
Well, perfect then. And congratulations on your lovely day. Then he quite literally bowed out, tipping one foot back and inkling forward. He kept his head lifted, with that curled grin you'd become so used to featured prominently on his face. Baxter left the two of you there, disappearing into the crowd of figures all in black, to keep the event running as smoothly as possible. You thought back to the very start of the special day when Baxter promised he'd congratulate you when it was over, and that gave his parting words an extra sense of finality. It wouldn't be a real goodbye. This time, Baxter would be a part of your lives for as long as he was welcomed in it. And you believed him in that. With the staff all busy and the guests mingling with each other, you and Cove had a moment completely to yourselves since the wedding first began that morning. You knew for certain that you could relax, so you caught Cove pulling into a big stretch. His torso was twisted, so one side as his hands rose up as high as he could get them. He was able to get satisfying reach with his arms thanks to his button shirt not being completely fitted, which we knew that he would need because man likes to have movement. He's used to beach gear. His eyes had been closed when he worked out the last of the jizz that he'd carried throughout the day, but his gaze landed on you as soon as he had finished. There was a radiant warmth on his expression as he spoke to you with an eased heart. Is there anything you want to do before this is over? I'm happy with whatever you're thinking. Dance? Ooh. You want to dance? He smiled openly and warmly. It was more inviting than even direct words would have been. As he had in the past, and you were certain that he would do in the future, Cove lifted his hand for you to take, and you accepted then, as you for sure always would. You and your husband slipped away from the main seating area out into the center of the space. By that late hour, the dance floor had mostly emptied. Your fingers remained linked as you both took hold of the other with your second hands, making form for a dance. Cove brought his chest near enough to brush against you and nuzzled his cheek against yours, though he was careful not to mess up your makeup. Slow, calming music drifted through the air and it enveloped you, kept out of the buzz of the distant conversations still happening. You began to sway to the sound, cozy and contented. It felt as though you and he were in your own little world. Watching you, Cove's features pulled tighter into a wry smile. You're lucky you're cute, you know. I could have walked out of the wedding over that twist reveal. The perfect time for that to come out. Or do we actually ask? No, I want to ask him. Are you really that upset about it? No. That discovery definitely added to all the feelings, but it still paled in comparison to everything else that happened. Some part of me doesn't believe it. It's so weird trying to imagine you being offered the money by my dad that long ago after everything we've been through. But the other part of me feels like I always knew somewhere in the back of my mind that my dad would pull that kind of a stunt. He tilted his head upwards, humming consideringly. Cove was sorting through his own internal reaction, and honestly, I don't blame him at this point. Like, imagine being paid off to be somebody's friend and then end up marrying them so many years later and you never knew. Mostly my thoughts right now are, oh well. I should be grateful my dad finally spilled those beans. I mean, I would have told him eventually. It's just like it never popped up and I kind of forgot about it. Better late than never, huh? Cove shrugged, ready to move on from the topic. And as he said before, when set side by side against the reality of being at your reception, his dad's plan felt pretty insignificant. Well, Nick Thornbury, congratulations on your successful wedding. Again. He slipped the last word in with playful laughter. Congratulations to you too, Mr. Holden. And if you're wondering, my plan is to be the last person who gets to congratulate you tonight. Oh ho! Really? That's my neighbors with the lawnmower again. Oh well. He waggled his wiggly eyebrows with the intention being intentionally silly. Let's see if I can turn that down just a touch. Well, I'm rooting for you, baby. Goofball. Oh, actually, in that case, I'll cover my ears if anyone tries to congratulate me again. Wow, it's so nice to have such a supportive partner. He sighed softly with his shoulders lowered comfortably, but Cove suddenly perked back to attention when something struck him. Though I could just say it again to when we got to the hotel room, and then I'd definitely be the last person to do it then. It's one of the perks of being married. I pretty much always get to be the first and the final with you and you for me too, and I'm good with that. Oh, I could always call someone. I could call someone. I'm gonna tease him. Go ahead and I'll say it again when you're done. Darn it, you're tough to beat. That's right. His glistening eyes could see how treasured you really were. Cove whispered heartfelt words.
See you tomorrow.
Oh, and I also get to say this for sure. I'll see you tomorrow, Basil. I'll see you tomorrow too. Cove pressed himself into you even more snugly, letting out a tiny, thrilled shriek. Ooh, Cove seemed like he had something on his mind. Ooh, did you notice I'm wearing an anklet? Yes! We wore the anklet to the wedding! I completely forgot that we did that. So for those that weren't like here in the first episodes, like we found out that Cove is really into anklets. And like as like a thing that he's like, oh, that's hot. So we decided to wear one to our wedding just to see what happened. I'm gonna give him like an encouraging smile and see if he brings it up. He chewed on the inside of his cheek, the silence growing longer. You remained patient, communicating your willingness to sit through with your eager eyes. Basil, there's something I want to say. Oh really, Cove? What is it that you want to say? The sentence faded out as his lips clammed up in a trembling line. He had to force it back open. I wanted to say it without crying, but your vows were so nice to hear, and I loved them, and thank you for doing that. Simply remembering the scene had gotten the tears flowing again, and he just couldn't help it. Aww, precious. You're so precious. He sniffled once, then twice, then grinned back at you. Look at his dopey little grin. Oh my goodness. Hello. You have my heart. You really do. Oh. Is there anything you're hoping for in our lives after this? We got our place, our pets, each other. That makes me really happy. Is there something you want to talk about? I want to listen. Oh, we have the option of starting a family? Wait, what? I could use some family, and I don't mean more fish. I want a family with you. Ooh. Or you could start, get another pet. No, if you have what I need, then you do too, or you shook your head. You know what? Like, let's try the family thing. I want to see if this changes anything. Like, I don't genuinely know. Let's do this one. I was wondering if you could talk about starting a family? You felt a pounding in your ears and your breath becoming more rapid. Ooh, well, you get so many options. Wait, what? That's so cool. Okay, so you get the option to give birth, to adopt, use a surrogate, give birth and adopt, surrogate and to adopt, or want to give birth and use a surrogate for our children. Let's do this one. For a second, he completely stalled. You winced at him potentially fainting, becoming a real possibility once more. Instead of falling, he spoke. Okay. The word was so quiet that you needed to hear him so much that you instinctually pulled him closer. You regretted that choice immediately because he reaffirmed himself in a shout. We can have a baby. Not right now. I mean, unless you want to do it right now. I don't know. Cove was panicking, bouncing up and down at his feet enough to shake both of your bodies. Oh no. Sorry, Cove. I'm making you panic at your own wedding reception. Oops. You knew his heart was in the right place though, and it filled you with joy. Let's at least wait until the wedding's over. He panted out an even breath, but calmed enough to still himself. Yeah. Good idea. Thanks, Basil. Well, thank you too. I can still say about the anklet. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be a little shit. I get given the opportunity to be a little shit. I'm gonna be a little shit. I'm gonna flirt. I can't do it in real life, but I can do it in video games. He let out a genuine gasp. No. Yes, I will exploit this loophole. Seriously? Are you serious? I had no idea you were wearing one. I mean, I guess you were staring at my eyes and not my feet today, so like that makes sense. With the initial shock wearing off, Cove shamelessly craned his neck to try and get a peek of it. He could only laugh at the reaction. Honestly, I thought you'd have checked for that. Well... Cove dropped his face completely, suddenly feeling bashful. You do look really great in that outfit, but mostly I've just wanted to see your face. Haven't been able to focus on much else. Sorry. Aww. Cutie! Why you gotta be cute? That's so sweet. You were swooning. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Cove still had a knack for the unexpected compliment. Quietly enjoy his company. Ooh. Emma kisses all over his face. He's so cute. The first kiss or two were accepted with sweet giggles from Cove. And the more you peppered against his skin, the shakier his chuckles became. Before you felt finished, he brought a hand to your shoulder to nudge you down. You squinted your eyes back open, disappointed. Cove's brows crinkled apologetically. He let his face come nearer to you once more. It wasn't touching, but he could whisper words. Only for you to hear.
It's okay.
Sorry, we gotta wait for that. I promise. Later. Soon. A bolt of anticipation shivered through your body. Cove could forever make you feel your future something to look forward to. Then you heard your husband sigh wistfully. It all went by so fast. Now I'm thinking about it. I don't only mean wedding. It's everything. Where did the years go? When did you and me become grown up? Legally, it was when we turned 18. You didn't have an answer? You know what? I don't feel grown up. I don't know if I do either. Oh. The spirits carefully rose again as he spoke more lightly. I feel pretty good about getting older and not being a kid anymore, because I'm doing it with you. Before we could only pretend to play adult, and I was pretty bad at it. Liz was right on that one, unfortunately. Now we're at our own wedding. I know what it's like to be an adult. Kind of. You just do it and keep going, and I guess it's as simple as that. I wish I could have figured that out from the beginning. No, actually. I'm glad everything went the way that it did. I am too. The song that blanketed your discussion was at its final chorus as the guests were saying their goodbyes to one another. It was almost time to go. Too soon you would know what the ending note of your wedding was like. The final glances and the last word. Those thoughts swirled in your mind till Cove brought you back to existing in the present, where you belonged.
It's nice.
I think I'll lie. It's really nice. Not letting either of you get lost in contemplation again, Cove suddenly clapped both his hands against your shoulder with utmost seriousness. You know, if you ever want to have another party like this, I'll do it. It could be every year, multiple times a year, whenever you feel like it. We'll keep Baxter in business forever. Aww. I hope you understand how much you mean to me. I do. Tiny, delicate water droplets pooled in the corner of his eyes. Oh! Cove let his hands travel from your shoulders up to touch your face. He cradled you tenderly, never wanting to let go. What did I do? Get to be with someone who's there for me. Someone who honestly cares about me. Well, I don't need an answer. Really, I'm just grateful.
I love you.
I love you, Basil. Always. Oh, that was so cute. What the heck? I'm gonna cry. Ah, my life, my heart, my heart. What a beautiful wedding! What a beautiful wedding. Let me see if we've actually got some stuff in the gallery. Yes, okay, so we got bits and pieces. So this is one of the first like screen grab things that we got. This is one of the special things. And then we unlocked this one in step 2. I really like this one. This one's so cute. Look at him. Look at him. Look at this baby. Oh my gosh. So that was him when he was a little kid. Let's see step 2. So step 2, this is what Cove looked like when he was like a young, handsome teenage man. Oh my goodness. Look at him with his bouquet of fruit. And he climbs up into our window. Because he was just like, I want to see you, Basil. Like, I want to see you. And then he climbs up from our roof and into our window to come and say hi. This man. And look, there's still so many that we haven't actually like discovered yet. Oh my goodness. So this was from step 3. Look at him. He's cute. And then this is like the scene from when we were going to go like back with everything, and he ended up like laying there with like the hill and stuff in the background. Oh, so cute. Such a cutie. I like this one as well. I want to unlock every single one of these, but like I haven't yet, obviously, because I've only played once through. And then these are the ones that we've done before. So steps 1 through 4. He's got such nice arms. Like, not to thirst on street, but like arms, man. They're just like a very nice shape. And I don't know if this is just like a me thing. Like, let me know if like anybody else just like has a thing for like very nicely shaped arms in general. But there's something about that. It's like you can hold me really tightly and I can hug you wherever, and then that would be great. Like, it's very nice and wholesome. It's so nice. Looks very huggable. And then look, this little cutscene from like our mom's anniversary. They're so sweet. I love our parents in this game. They're so lovely to each other. And I'm so glad that they got to I think this was like their 20-year anniversary? Might have been more. I think it was longer, but like I don't remember honestly. And then this is a picture of Baby Cove, because look at Baby Cove. Such a sweetheart. Such a grumpy child. Oh my goodness. I love him so much. He's so cranky. And then we got like the beach as well. Although like when we saw him and stuff with like this particular beach, he had longer hair. And like we got to hold hands with him. Look, we got to hold hands. So good. And we can also do like the character creator and stuff again. So that's nice. We're just gonna go back to like that. What else did we end up seeing? Like we got Derek. We got one for Derek, which is like the first introduction to him. Because obviously we haven't played through the Derek DLC. Like I really want to. I really want to. Don't get me wrong. I do. We don't have a lot for Derek yet. As far as like all that goes. Because obviously you need to get more with the individual characters first. And this is how Baxter looked when we first met Baxter. Like me in the background going, we could just like date him and then also date Cove. Like I don't see a problem with this. Because man was trying to hit on both us and Cove. And was clearly into the both of us and said that we were both very attractive when we met him. So like, I don't see a problem with this. I really don't. But it's so good. But yeah, the game is Our Life. For those that haven't played it, it's Our Life beginnings and always. So each individual step of the way you get to choose like whether or not you're comfortable with certain things being shown, how much autonomy you want the other characters to have, whether you want to be asked for every single choice or not. It's like it's very romantic stuff for the most part, at least for my playthrough. But I did choose choices where it's like I avoid any stuff that seems like it's going to be less sexual because no, I would freak out on stream. But that's just like me. That's me personally. Obviously everybody has their own bits and pieces and stuff to do with the game, but I will be playing more of this because I gotta do it, you know? I gotta do it to him. Although, I do have a question. So, I found out a thing, right? So, the creators of Our Life are creating a second game. And I just so happen to have the demo downloaded. And it's very spooky autumn vibes. So, do y'all want to just have like a quick check of that one? It'll take me a second to actually open, but I feel like that could be fun. Because I am in the mood to play visual novels. Let's see if we can actually open it. Oh, goodness. That music is a lot louder than I expected. It's pretty, though. Woo! Very nice. Now let's see if it's gonna actually show up on stream. Oh, there we go. We're gonna need to make it a little bit bigger because otherwise I am gonna be stuck. But also keep me posted if like the music is gonna be like a little bit too loud. Because if the music is too loud, and I don't want you guys to get like overwhelmed and not be able to hear me speaking at the same time. So we'll try and work on that while I do this. Hang on a second, we'll just clickety clicky. Yes, I understand that I'm actually opening the thing. Thank you. Yes. Let me just open that to make it bigger. Soup says, hey, hope stream has been going well. Hope everyone's having a good time. Oh, I'm having a good time. I have not been doing the thing that I originally set out to do on stream, but like I am really enjoying myself because Soup, I forgot to take my meds this morning, so I've been chaotic as heck. Also, how did your appointment go, dear? How was your appointment? Did you end up attending that and stuff on time? Because I was hoping that you'd be able to get to it. But yeah, so we're going to do a quick check out of Our Life Now and Forever, which is the sequel game to Our Life, for those who don't know. So they released a demo pretty recently, with like an update and stuff for what they wanted to play. And sorry, for not what they wanted to play, but like goodness, I'm getting all flustered because I'm still thinking about the wedding, because that was a really cute wedding. But like this particular one, you're going to have more characters that you can date off the bat. I think there's 2 main love interests just to start with, which I think is pretty cool. So we're going to be able to meet a few of them, which is great. It's still gonna be so good. Let's see. Soup says, I figured you were probably all over the place busy today. Yeah, I was a bit. But I managed to get through things. I ended up having a nice chat with LT. And I also ended up having, like, I ended up making excessive amounts of chocolate custard, like, while I was just doing other stuff. It was great fun. Soup says, has it affected the day majorly? Mostly just, like, chaotically in the way that I've been running around. But otherwise, it's not been super bad. It's just like, you know when you get confused as to why you're doing something repeatedly and then just keep changing tasks on yourself accidentally? Yeah, that's basically what ended up happening today, where I was just like going in circles. But it was so cute. Like it's been a nice day. Like I've liked today. It's just like chaotic as heck because, well, again, medication. For those that don't know, I do have ADHD, so sometimes I end up spouting things in large bunches, and talking over the top of myself or start stopping, when I haven't taken my meds on time. I took it a little bit too late today for it to actually come into effect properly and had to take short release instead of long release, but that's a whole other different problem. And I have to remember to talk slower because otherwise I'll end up talking too fast and people won't be able to understand me. So that's been the main challenge for today, but I have been enjoying it. Let's see. Soup says, my appointment went okay. I have to call Health E and arrange a session with the dietitian, then end with an exercise physiologist. Oh, okay, that sounds good. An exercise physiologist. What do they actually do, Soup? Because I don't know what an exercise physiologist is for. Soup says, at least you liked the day. Did you eat much of your homemade chocolate custard? Yes, I ate 2 massive cups of it. And then put the rest in the fridge to actually chill. So I've eaten a fair bit of that, and I think I ate like a sandwich and stuff as well today. Like I've been snacking mostly. Like I've been snacking. I didn't have like a proper meal, but I've been snacking a lot today, so there is that much at least. But yeah, so let's have a look at Our Life Now and Forever because I like these games, and I want to try and encourage the developers as much as I possibly can. I've already left like a very positive review on the first game, and like I said, I'm buying all the DLC and stuff. Like I've already bought all the DLC. Who am I kidding? I bought all the DLC for it already. So I wanted to be able to encourage the other games that they have been making. So I figured I would share them all with you. Because like also we like cozy vibes here, so I want to share all the coziness with all of you. It'll be fun. Soup says, at least you liked the day. Oh yeah, no, I already read that one. That's yeah. I am indeed enjoying it. And being able to eat all of like the chocolate custard and stuff. It's so good. Now let's see if this is actually controller compatible. Oh, what did I do? I clicked the thing. Oh, wait. Hold on. Preferences. Oh, let's have a look, see, shall we? So windowed, display full screen. I think we can just keep it at windowed for now because I want to. Animations, no animations, UIs, background. I want to keep it as that. As far as the skip after choices, only unseen text. No skip after choices. Maybe you do after choices. Let's do dyslexic friendly font because that was something that we did with the first game. Icons for player character and other characters. Absolutely. We can auto forward time. I want to slow time down. I have problems with everything being like too fast, you know. I'll turn down the music a touch so that way we've got like that in the background, but I'll keep the sound volume a little bit louder, and I'll do some of the text size going up a little, just that way it's like a little bit easier to see for everybody involved. I do like that even in the demo you've got a decent amount of choices, like not the most that their first game had, but also this is a demo. Like I wasn't expecting the demo to have all of the features of the finalized game yet. So this would be quite good. But yeah, let us have a look-see and start a new game. Paper plane! Welcome to the tutorial, everybody! Welcome to Our Life Now and Forever's intro demo. This preview includes a few scenes from the game's prologue. The expansions and improvements to the game will come out as time goes on. For example, the finished version will have partial voice acting. The initial demo doesn't have any voice acted lines. Oh, that suits me just fine. I'm fine with reading out everything. When the game is complete, the entire story will be playable from start to end for free. However, optional paid DLCs will be available to add in even more scenes, similarly to how like the first game works. Which I'm really enjoying, obviously. Like you guys saw me, the entire time. I was fan-personing. I love it. At the very start is a brief tutorial where it will be skippable in future playthroughs. It'll help you get acquainted with all the many ways that your choices can impact how the game plays. And I, like I did with the first one, I'm going to ignore it. I'll read it out for all of you. I will. But I'm still probably going to ignore it because I just like making the choices that sound fun rather than the ones that are going to get me the best optimal like choice path to get the person that I want. I just want the nonsense route. I'm an impulsive individual, so I want to have the impulse met. Soup says, an exercise physiologist assesses any long-standing injuries that you may have had and helps find strategies to work around them day to day, as well as helping develop ways of strengthening limbs if that you want to. Oh, that's a good thing to know about. That's actually a really good plan. Is there any way that this is related to the first game? Do we know? I have no clue. But I do know that they're planning on having 4 games at the very least to start with. So the first game was set in summer. The second game is going to be set in autumn, which is what this one is. So this will take place over multiple autumns together, whereas the first game took place over multiple summers. The game after will be about winter, and then the game after that will be about spring. So we've got the seasonal sort of vibes and feels for at least the first couple of games. And with this first one, you've got more dateable options in the beginning than you did with the first, which I think is really cool. I'm hoping that it's going to be like somewhat related, where you might have like a character from one game coming through to the other one. I don't know. We shall see. But yeah, Soup, an exercise physiologist honestly would be quite good for you because you've got like the previous issues and stuff that you've had with your leg and stuff, and it might be really good to have that get settled. I feel like that would be a good plan, so that way you can have proper rest and things. It'll be great. Soup says, are you gonna play every single game? Yes, Soup, I am. Stop judging me. I judge myself enough as is. I'm gonna do it. I will. You all are gonna have to watch me because I want to be nice and share. I'm going to share my experiences with all of you. Every single one of my tears that I will shed over this game, you will have to witness. But still, like, you know, it's gonna be good. So let us get started with our tutorials again. So, the way that the choices happen, at any time you can press the pref button on the left side of the game screen to open the settings page and make the experience better suited to you. Okay, so if we end up having issues with like the game's font or something, we can go back and change it. Awesome! I love that. I love that they're keeping that as a feature. Beautiful. Love this. And love this for everybody. You can change the text style, font style, volume levels, and turn light animation elements on or off, as well as other general options. Awesome. That's great. I love that they have the option of like the light animation in particular, because if there's like flashing lights and stuff somewhere in the game, that will mean that people who have seizures or like light triggered migraines will actually be able to play the game safer at the very least, theoretically. But you know, we're going to test all of this when the game properly comes out, as well as throughout the demo, so we'll see how it goes. We'll see. We'll do playtests. We'll playtest it. The story of our life now and forever spans 12 years, with the characters that you play beginning as a 10-year-old child and ending as a 22-year-old adult. Ooh, okay, so we've got like a little bit more of an interesting span here. So for starting at 10, going to 22. Cool. Between those 2 points, there are 2 other stages of life. 14-year-old adolescence with an 18-year-old young adulthood. The time periods are referred to as steps 1 through 4. This demo only contains scenes from childhood. Well, obviously, they don't want to spoil too much of the game because it's still in development. But I'm looking forward to it. You'll be able to determine almost everything about the playable character. Their name, appearance, personality, pronouns, skills, weaknesses, how they act, what they feel, and more. And all those details can change as you grow up over the course of the game. However, they won't be forgotten. That's a nice touch. So like if you've made a choice previously, say you start out the game with she, her pronouns, you might have a character later on accidentally muddle up the pronouns and stuff and go, right, cool, gotta get used to that. And then move forward possibly. I have no idea. We'll see. Because I noticed that was something that happened in the first game as well. It's like if you change pronouns, then you're going to have things like that happen. So I'm wondering if it's going to be similar premise. Brief reminder to hydrate, everybody. Make sure that you are taking care of yourselves to the best of your abilities. Soup says, I'm not judging. I'm glad you got a series that you can get into and hopefully that you'll continue to like as it unfolds. I think I will. Once I get a really good first impression of a game, it tends to stick that way because it takes a lot to make a positive impression. I'm a relatively harsh critic when it comes to games because obviously I'm not just looking for whether or not the game is something that I'm going to love playing, but for like the representation that it's presenting for a whole bunch of different people, and for whether or not it's accessible and easy for me to play and stuff, and for other people to play if they've got mobility issues, among other things. So it'll be really interesting. It'll be really interesting to see how it unfolds and changes over time. And hopefully, if I end up playing through everything enough times and finding any issues or anything with it, I can give feedback to the developers and go, hey, I noticed that you didn't have this feature. Would you be okay if you considered like putting forward this feature which could help with it being more accessible to masses? So that's kind of what I want to do. Soup says, is it because of the story elements you've been falling in love with this series, the art style from a first, or was it something else? So initially what caught my attention was it was like partially the art style because it's like kind of a different, more soft line art than I was expecting with a lot of dating sims. They tend to have a bit more harsher line art. And I was like, okay, that's really interesting. And I liked the idea of a beach setting and the fact that the characters would be growing up over time. Then the longer and longer it went, the more interested I got, you know. But what actually ended up triggering me really falling in love with the series was just at how many points it gave me a choice to do something completely different to what I originally thought I was supposed to do. There wasn't an entirely set path. While there were choices and things that I had to make at different points, I was also given a lot more freedom than I had been given in a lot of other dating sims, which I really appreciated. And secondarily, it was a game that had representation that was specific to me, which was something that I didn't actually have before. So it kind of touched like a soft spot. It's like, hey, the game sees me too, and I exist. So of course I'm gonna start like getting attached to it. That's just what happens. But yeah, there was like quite a lot of different elements for how it builds and how each character also changes throughout the course of like the original playthrough that I did. And because it was so quick to change from one decision to another, if I ended up choosing to be dismissive of Cove and stuff, I could get into altercations and arguments and have things go really negatively wrong. I could end up with not being able to date the character because I've effectively locked myself out by being a dick. Which I like. I like it when that happens, but I also like the fact that then I could potentially recover a friendship with them at least, even if I've locked dating. Or, depending on what kind of a choice I've made, might completely stop me from being friends with them as well as other things. And then they just kind of fall into the back of memory. It's like a very interesting premise to me. I like it. So going to the tutorial, like hopefully you end up getting your answer for the question soon. So, who you are and who you were is remembered by the game, the characters that you meet. Choices are picked up through step 1 can still be referenced all the way in step 4, and it builds together. That's another thing. It all builds up together. The goal of our life is to let you live your own unique life in the quaint mountain town of Golden Grove. But there are also 2 lead characters who will grow up alongside your own MC, Tamarack Bauman and Ki Ling. You'll have the option of being their friend or pursuing one romantically, or just having them simply be people that you know, letting your connections change over time, and so on. Your relationship is customizable and progresses at whatever rate you want it to, if you want it to, though there are a couple of limits for what you can do. You can't date them both or break up with one after officially getting together. If you've had a lead become your romantic partner, that's permanent. Okay. So for this one, it is permanent. Okay, but that makes sense because of the fact that we've got like multiple different routes and stuff that we can get. Interesting. Interesting. Tamarack is a little girl, she, her. When you meet her, she identifies as a woman. He begins the story as a little boy, he, him, but then questions their gender as the years go by. He will ultimately come out as gender fluid, he, they pronouns. Ooh. So we've got a canon gender fluid character from the beginning. Interesting. Interesting. Soup says, sorry, I had a cold. Did I miss anything? Not in particular. I was just like going through more of the tutorial. Don't worry, Soup. Otherwise, it was just like little bits and pieces for me talking about the story elements of the game and all of that I really ended up falling for. So if you didn't hear something, let me know and then I can repeat it. Our life now and forever doesn't include options to romance a strictly male identifying character, but we do have another game, Our Life Beginning and Always, if that is your preference. So there we go, we've got a male identifying character, and in this one it doesn't have necessarily a male identifying character, but it's got 2 other types. Interesting. There will be other characters to interact with and befriend beside Tamarack and Keith, though these 2 are the main focal points, of course. How well you get along with the other kids, your teachers, your mum, and so on is still in your control. With those basic mentioned, the tutorial will move to a new screen now to explain the major gameplay elements. Soup says, you answered my question already? Yes, I did. It's okay. More or less what I ended up saying, Soup, was that I fell in love with like the story elements, that it gave me a lot of freedom to be able to change who I was as I progressed through the game. It gave me a lot of options to be whoever I wanted, and then to have a large margin for failure. So it could be that I possibly don't end up even being friends with Cove or dating or what have you. We could just be like two ships in the night that end up passing each other by. And like the game had a lot of representation for me specifically, so I felt really seen. And it was one of the first times in a very long time that a game had representation specific to me. So I grew very attached very quickly because of how much it surprised me the entire way through. Every single time I thought I had that game figured out, like the first game, Our Life Beginnings and Always, which is the first game in the series, I was shocked because it gave me something more. It gave me more customizability, it gave me more cutscenes, it gave me more options, it gave me like false endings, it gave me a whole bunch of things, and I was like, there's more? What do you mean there's more? You've given me this much already, and now you're still giving me more? You want to give me more? But I'll take it. I'll do it. I will keep playing. And it had me playing well into the night, the early hours of the morning. I had started streams sometimes at like 6 p.m. and it kept playing until 3 in the morning. It knew how to keep me engaged. Which is, it's rare. It's a rare thing for a game to be able to do. Because normally I'll have like a timer or something set, but I was actively ignoring timers completely to be able to play this game. So I just wanted to see more and to learn more about the world. So the first thing you'll do in Our Life Now and Forever is to design the appearance and basic details of the character. Soup says, I'm glad it helped you feel seen. Would you replay it again, or would you not want to ruin your initial experience? Oh no, I'm definitely replaying it again. See, there's so much more that I want to have with each individual one, and I want to see how all of the different endings go for it, because there's so many in the first game. And also we've got another romanceable character to date called Derek, because I want to date Derek this time. Because I got that DLC. Yes, I did. I got it directly after I ended up finishing the stream last time. It just happened. Thumbtack says, hi Andy, hi Thumbtack, how's it going? Soup says, ooh, a new DLC. Yes, with a new dateable character, and like I'm so excited. Like I still need to get through all of the rest of the stuff with Cove. Like I want to go through all of Cove's stuff and then start on the Derek stuff, but because of the because I've bought like the Derek DLC now, there's a possibility for me to change routes from a Cove route into a Derek route accidentally now, so there's even more variation and stuff for the first game. Like I'm really excited. Like I these games, man, I don't know, this game developer in particular, like I'm keen. So what we're gonna do is design our appearance and basic details of the character. You'll be able to select the first name and a last name and add a nickname too. You can also give your main character their general size, choosing their dominant hand, etc. The sex and gender of this MC is customizable as well. That'll be addressed more later. The remaining parts of this section are the many ways that you can edit your appearance of your character. A cute dress-up doll icon is included to give you an idea of what your playable character is like. You can change every aspect of the doll, from the shape of the head and eyes to the hairstyle to the coloring of every element and what they wear. The customization could be extra unique by having hair and or eyes be between 2 different colors, and tweaking the exact tint of the colors, flipping the direction of different elements, and more. That's so cool! There's even one special tint that allows you to match exactly their hair or eye color to your biological mum in the story. Oh, that's cool. That's so cool. Or you can stick to a preset option if you're happy with it or want to get it through customization faster. You can even randomize the MC and go with what the chances give you. What you choose will be referred to in the script, and the icon image that you put together will appear on text boxes when your character speaks, unless you turn that element off. The game has a first-person perspective, so you won't see your main character standing along the non-playable character's side in a normal character sprite style. This first round of designing will set some important basics, like eye color, skin tone, but this will never change for the rest of the story. But almost everything else can be altered eventually. So things like your hair color and stuff can get dyed and stuff. Because you know, hair color. But yeah, so that'll be interesting. You'll get the option to use the skin to recustomize your MC significantly at the start of each new step. Nice. You'll be able to change your first name, nickname, pronouns, hairstyle, what they wear, add scars, etc. if you want to. Along with the major recustomizable sections at the start of each step, multiple times through the steps, you'll also be able to alter just the clothes of their main character if you want. Reminder to hydrate, everybody. There we go. If you want your main character's outfit to be simple, for exploring outside and nicer when they go to school, you can do that. Add a new decoration option such as facial piercings. Yes! We get piercings! I'm very happy about this. That's so cool. That's so cool. I want piercings. I'm gonna be a cool character. I am when I'm older. I'm a child right now, so I can't get piercings. My mom won't let me. Sad. Oh well. And that's good though. I like that. And that's everything for the initial stream. Let's begin. More tutorial sections will pop up as you reach new gameplay features, so thank you for playing. We hope you have fun. Let's begin! Let's begin with our going through our face types and everything. So keeping in mind this is just the initial playtest demo for the game. It's not like the full game itself yet, but I wanted to share this with you so we could have a little look for whether or not I think that this is going to be a game worth playing. So far with just like the customization options and everything, it looks so cute. I want us to have kind of like a rounder face. I think this is cute. I like this. Oh, and we can like close the tabs. I like the little interface. It looks very sketchy and cute. It's so cute. But yes, Soup, new DLC. I'm so happy about it. I'm so happy. You have no idea, like, happy flapping all over. Ooh, lots of different like eye choices and stuff too. Just give us nice and bright sort of eyes. I want to change the color of our eyes though. Ooh, want to have green? Blue? Heterochromia. We can have heterochromia. We could have this color. This is nice. Soup says, I love your happy flapping. It's adorable. Thank you. Thank you. I just get excited. Just get excited. That's all. I also like the shading on the eyes and stuff in this one. Let's give us like dark colored eyes. Oh, wait, actually, wait, hang on. Green eyes? Do we want to go like green eyes and stuff? Like, let's go green eyes because green eyes are cool. I don't have green eyes. I wish I did. Like, that was the color of eyes that I really wanted when I was young. But I was like born with green colored eyes, but they changed so much over my lifespan that like they became unrecognizable and it was kind of sad. Soup says, what color eyes would you have if you could? Like I said, I would possibly have like green eyes, or alternatively, actually, this is kind of close to my actual color of eyes. But sort of like a sort of yellowish color. Like it's really interesting. It's like a sort of like yellow green mix where it's like kind of between the color of like grass and then like a warm honey yellow, so that way it would flip between the two colors in different kinds of light. That would be really cool. But for the most part, we kind of look leafy green. Otherwise, I'm actually relatively content with my actual eye color, which is a, as my mother calls it, witch hazel. So it changes color in the light a lot. Sometimes it'll look basically dark black. Other times it'll end up looking blue-green. Sometimes it'll be yellow-ish, but not really yellow. And other times it'll end up being sort of like a neutral, middle, warm, brownish color. Soup says, that'd be awesome, but I like your hazel eyes. Oh, thank you. Yeah, part of the reason why it's listed as like hazel and stuff nowadays is because, like I said, my eyes were originally green when I was born, like bright green. And they changed a lot over time. But every single person that I've ever met in my entire life has a completely different opinion for what my actual eye color is. So some people are dead certain I have blue eyes, and other people are dead certain I have brown. And then I have one person who's absolutely 100% sure that I have always had bright green eyes, and like I don't know how. Soup says, yeah, but they've got like a yellowish sort of brown. Yeah, it's a sort of like, I guess honey color almost is what my eyeballs look like. It's weird trying to describe my eyes as food. It is, it really is. Also, I like that we've got like filters for the hair length. So we could do like long, loose, tied, braided, straight, curly. Let's go for curly. Oh, we've got coiled options too. Wait. Let's do curly, coiled, and wavy. Because like I like straight hair, but also I want to see what options that we actually have as far as like textured stuff. Because textured hair options, they are few and far between. Look at this. Oh, that's cute. That's such a cute fluffy hair. But look at like the coils. But like each side can be done separately. That's cool. I can click to flip it. Awesome. So we could have like a side shave or something if we wanted. I love it when we get extra texture in games. This is so good. We've got like floppy sort of hair. We've got hair backs. Okay, why don't we have a look at the hair backs? We've got more coily texture. Obviously there's a lot of colors and things to choose from as well, so you can do things like go between shades or have longer hair. Ooh, big floppy mess. Let's have a floppy old mess of hair, shall we? Let's be a mop top. Let's have a floppy mop. But let's just like unclick all of it and have a look at everything. All of it shall be ours. Okay, so we've got all of these. We've got like the hair fronts, which are up here, which you can see on the side. I like that they're giving you like a little image of what each of them look like on a face. So that way you get a better idea of what it'll look like on you. And they've also got like cornrow braid styles and stuff too. That's really lovely. I like it when they have more braided styles and things because there's a lot of people who wear their hair in braids for a lot of different reasons, and that's pretty cool when they get to have the opportunity to have that represented by themselves. We could go with like green hair, green eyes. Oh, we got bluish hair to be like, you know what we could do? Chat. So. Why don't we play effectively as Basil and Cove's kid, right? Because like we just saw that like they're probably gonna have a kid, right? Why don't we play it as that? That'd be cool. I'm gonna do that because I think that'd be cute. This makes sense. Necklaces stuff. Ooh. Look at the cute vest. Oh. Why do you give me options? How dare you give me options? Give you glasses. Have like big round googly glasses. Oh, I like that we can change the color of the frames too. Let's give us like Harry Potter style glasses, because like, why not? Why not? I have glasses in real life. I basically can't see most of the time, so. And Soup can attest to this. Oh, and we can click it to flip it and all that kind of stuff. Let's do like a little bit of bandages because of life. We're a rough and tumble child. We're a child of the ocean. Maybe. Ooh, there's so many options. I'm still really keen on like that shirt mostly. Whoop! What did I do? Oh, I accidentally clicked that. I accidentally clicked the save button. That's why. I need to remember not to accidentally click that. I don't want that for the overlayer. I don't like this scarf. This scarf, stop it. Stop it, Andy. Stop dragging it. Me getting excited and ruining my stuff. Do I want like this sort of a thing? No, I don't like that one. A bow? No, that just changes it. I just want the little thing. We'll just do that. We'll do that. What color do we want? Ooh. Oh, green. No, actually, I think I'll leave it as is. We'll leave it as is. We'll do that. We'll do that. It'll be good. Head accessories. What do we have for head accessories? Oh, a little hat. Hey, there we go. Look at that. Beautiful. We get a beanie or some head muffs. Like a little cap. Look at this gremlin. Tell me this wouldn't be like a child that Cove and Basil Zornbury would have. Ah, well, okay, gremlin. You're going next. Now, what extras do we have? Do we want birthmarks or anything? We've got a few options for birthmarks and stuff, so that's cool. Freckles. Yeah, we'll give you freckles. Freckles are cute. Scars and birthmarks. I think we'll leave that for now. Alright, let's go. Frankie. Frankie's second. What do we call it? Let's go with Andy Treble because, like, I want. Oh no, wait. We're gonna go with Cove. Holden. And why don't we call you? Sapphire Holden. Let's use the nickname Sappy. Sappy. And if you get older, then you can be Fire, and you're a quirky individual. You can be ambidextrous. Your average height. Let's do that. You know what? Let's say you're a little bit on like the larger side because we played our first character as like kind of like in between the middle. Hello from the tutorial. You'll now get to customize the identity of your main character. Like the MC's appearance, you can make this aspect of your character as personalized as you want, or not make use of more specific elements. Determining the gender of the MC that was assigned at birth, what pronouns they use, if they use multiple, adding your own custom pronouns and selecting what gendered terms they're comfortable with can all be up to you. Nice. You can also change everything except for your assigned gender at birth at the start of each new step. But if you want to begin with one type of identity and have your MC go through a transition when they're older, that's completely doable. Feel free to select whatever feels most comfortable for you at this stage of the story. Okay, so we've even got like the option of intersex. Okay. Cool. Mix. I do like that they included mix. You can add custom or advanced. Let's go with a boy child. Let's go with a baby boy child. Assigned at birth. He, him. Let's go for add custom pronouns. Oh, this is cool. This is cool. Subject, they. I heard they went to the store. Object, I told them it was okay. Possessive, I think that's their bag. Let's go his bag. Subject, he. Possessive pronoun, the house, pronoun. The house in the middle is theirs. Sapphire did it themselves. What sounds more natural? He is very kind, or he are very kind. He is very kind. I like that they have that as an option, so let's do that. Choose your pronouns. He, him, he, them. Ooh. You do it this way. I like that we could do that. That's so cool. Alright, let's do Mr. Sapphire Holden. Alright, let's go next. How would you like people to refer to you? Masculine leaning? Let's go masculine leaning. Now that you've got your character ready, you'll be able to influence the appearance of your biological mother. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, let's do what we actually had for our bio mum, being what we had for Basil. She has 3 hair textures, skin tones. They look similar as it is different from the MC as you like. She chose to raise a child that's her own and used artificial insemination to give birth to your character. The biological father never appears in the story. So if your character happens to look nothing like their mum, it can be assumed that they take after the off-screen father instead. You also get a chance to choose what term your character prefers to call her by. Currently, it must be a title in order for it to make sense in the script. If you enter her first name, the phrasing simply won't make sense. Later Babes of the builds of the game may be suited to calling your mother by her name instead of title. You'll also be able to change the title you use for her at the start of each new step. Your skin tone and hair texture will remain consistent for the rest of the game. Okay, well, if we're going based on like what Basil had, so we'll do that. She was kind of sort of like Let's go Mama. Mama! What else? Mama. Yes, we'll do that. Next. Now we've got to the last little bit of customization before the story begins. Your interface display design. Ooh. First, there's your sticker. A sticker is just a charming little image that appears in certain screen graphics, such as choice menus, and most importantly, a save file. You can easily track different playthroughs by using different stickers. The sticker can change whenever you want by clicking the info button on the sidebar and go to your details page. Nice. One example would be if you have a playthrough you're enjoying, but in step 2 you're not sure if you want to romantically pursue Tamarack or Key. You can take that same file and change the sticker, then make another save. One version of the story and sticker would have you dating Tamarack, and the other is a separate story with Key. That's cool. Finally, there's 2 different text box styles to choose from. A traditional visual novel arrangement with the box along the bottom, or a more comic book style where speech bubbles are positioned next to the one talking, and at the bottom of the screen when there's narration. You can switch between them at any time in the preference section. If the button Simple Text box is highlighted, you have visual novel style. You click to unhighlight the text button for comic book. By default, both text styles have the icons to show who's speaking. This can be turned on or off for your preferences in the settings as well. Thank you for reading the tutorial. Okay, let's choose a sticker. Mushroom! Visual novel without icons, visual novel with icons. Comic book. Let's go comic book visual novel style layout with the icons, because that'll make it easier for us to read it a bit. Okay, continue. Let's get started. It looked like fall here in Golden Grove. More than any place that you've seen, it could be one of your old picture books to show little kids what autumn was supposed to be. There weren't any green trees or bushes, but there weren't just bare branches yet. It was almost the same as normal. All that had changed were the colors. Red, orange, yellow, and brown. Even the blue of the sky above your head seemed different than it did during summer. It wasn't as bright either, as though it had got tired of sparkling by this late in the year. The light was even further from you now than when you were in that place. The plants in the sky didn't get this way the way you lived. Where you used to live. Your thoughts continued to jump around while you stood there in a big circle of street at the end of the road. There was a weird path to you. Couldn't take ahead or to the sides or anywhere else. Like most streets you'd gone down, this one only came right here with those big houses. The view in front of you was something you'd only ever seen in photos before from the stapled together papers that advertised middle house being for sale. It had been a picture book to you until this day. Now you knew that it felt like fall here too, because it was cold outside. Chilly enough that you sometimes held your eyes closed for a few seconds longer than usual, trying to keep your eyeballs from feeling like they were going to freeze inside of your head. This is a real place. The icy air surrounding you said, and you were really in it. And it was where you were going to stay. That was new. Your mama and you had lived in apartments before, but never for a very long time each time. That was until she got in a big job in this not-so-that big town and bought a big house. You wouldn't be going anywhere for a long time. Now in that moment, you couldn't imagine being there forever. But that's just the way it was. The old townhouse at the very end of the long, round road was now your house. Standing tall with the 2 others by its side. Those buildings were homes too, with their own people living inside, and those people in ancient houses were going to be your neighbors. Choice. Ooh. Emery K gives us a lurk. Thank you for lurking, Emery. Enjoy your lurk. Choice. Seems okay to you? Ooh. I think we're gonna feel a little mixed up. Because honestly, I would feel mixed up about moving. Would it be better this way? Worse? Something else you didn't even know what to think. This was your mama's fault? Oh my goodness, do we want to be brutal to our mother? This early in, do we want to be brutal to our mother? We haven't even met her, but shall we? Shall we just? It's our mother's fault. It's because of her and her job that you had to feel so bad. Sapphire, come on over and take a look. Oh, that was your mama's voice. You hadn't noticed that she'd gotten so far. You let out a long, uneasy breath and made yourself move towards the unknown. Alone. Off the cul-de-sac road, cutting a line across the lines of the grass and the sidewalk, you reached the picket fence that your mama had called from. The gate was unlocked. Unlike the other houses, in front of yours was a tiny grey stoned walkway that led up a couple of little steps, and those steps led to the door. You dragged your feet along the rocks and the dirt. The small private path was more uneven than you thought, and the tip of your shoe got caught in a raised edge between ground and stone. It caused you to tumble right in the line before arriving at the end of the rocks. You steadied yourself before carefully going up the tiny stairs. Vol says, Andy, hi! Hi, Vol, how are you? How was work, friend? Vol says, I just passed you. Oh, okay, well that's nice. I'm glad that you just passed, like a hello for just passing. And there your mama was, standing at the edge of the porch, arms folded and waiting. Mama, don't look at me like that. I don't want to be here. Vol says, how are you, friend? I'm good. Work is good. I'm glad the work was good. I'm doing pretty good. I'm just checking out the new Our Life game. This is the demo for the upcoming one that I'm looking forward to. It's autumn themed, and I figured that's a perfect time to be doing it kind of close to Halloween. It's really nice. I've just been chilling and vibing all day, so I'm enjoying having a chill relax today instead of stressing too much about things like I have been every other day this week. She must have been moving around before because the shiny opal earrings that she had on were twisting from side to side a little bit. You knew they were real opal stones because she'd told you before when she first got them. She also told you a long time ago that her normal name, not Mama, was Opal. Her clothes were the colours of a cloudy day after rain that had already come and gone. And the kind of day that could be cold or bad or really relaxing and comfy. It all depended. You wondered which way she looked at you from now. You didn't really know. The rest of her, though, was so much more bold, especially the matching purpley cranberryness of both her hair and her eyes. Ooh, purpley cranberry. As like an eye color? That's really interesting. Vol says, that's good. I'm glad you got to chill. Yeah, me too. It's been nice to relax and just be able to vibe with everybody. I've been a bit chaotic today because I forgot to take my meds, but like it's been fun. It's been fun. There weren't a lot of things out in the world with that color that you could feel gloomy with. Mama smiled at you, but you didn't smile back. What do you think? It's a pretty place, huh? I've seen worse junk. Oh. Or do I actually want to joke? Nah, I'll just go with seen worse junk. I agree, my dear. Thank you, Mom. Her mouth stayed in the shape of a smile, but her eyes and eyebrows changed, bending in a way that made it seem like she wasn't really smiling. Or maybe that it was some other kind of smile. She put a hand on one of the white painted pole things that kept the porch roof from falling down. Her fingers moved down with it. Won't be here too much longer. The real estate agent should be here to hand over the keys in a couple of hours or so. And it'll be official. We'll be the newest residents of Golden Grove. You shifted your weight from one foot to the other. This was a big deal to your mama. Her whole life was changing too. But she was the one who got to make that decision, not you. Well, you've seen the yard and outside. You don't have to wait here the entire time. How about you go around and look at the rest of the neighborhood? She bent down, placing her hands on her knees in order to speak directly to you on the same level. It's a safe town, especially this area. You'll be able to play freely here. Ooh. Let's be a little brat. Vol says, oh yeah, we're glad you got to tilt. Nice. What are your plans for the evening, Vol? Are you doing anything in particular or not 100% sure yet? I'm gonna turn my face away from her in defiance. Mama went back to her normal way of standing, her head up high, arms folded. You're not having fun, I understand. If you stay here, you'll continue to not have fun, and if you leave, you may also still not have fun. But maybe you will. You might as well roll the dice. Just don't stray into any other streets today. You didn't care about rules, but you kept it to yourself. I'm continuing on the little shit route. Sapphire. I'll be fine. And with that, you spun on your heels, lifted your chin, and stomped down the stairs back towards the sidewalk. Oops. Step 1. Prologue. Your shoes really squished into the dirt part when you crossed from where you were down the solid road. The smell of the grass and the rain-softened ground, crisp though somehow also kind of musty, hung in the air, bringing a whole new year of school with it. You were going to be a 5th grader. It would be completely different from being just a 4th grader, and not just because you'd be attending a new school. You'd be the highest grade of the place. Maybe that's why your mama was so sure that you could do this by yourself. You were growing up. That thought didn't make you feel any better about it. Then, before you took one more step, there was a faint tap against your shoulder. It was barely stronger than the wind, but it was definitely something, and it was completely out of nowhere. Oh, it was a ghost. Yes, my first ever friend is gonna be a ghost. Spooky, scary skeletons. That's how it feels at this point anyway. Let me see. Fists went up defensively. You know what? Let's go ghost. This town is haunted. So are the old houses. So it all made sense. Rapidly, you ping-ponged your gaze from left to right, trying to get a glimpse of the perpetrator. No one was there. The entire neighborhood was empty except for you. Yes, you judged. It was an invisible ghost. Or you would have settled on that if you hadn't noticed that there was a thing you could actually see from behind the encounter. Sitting there between the muddy brown blades of grass was something new. A paper plane? Who would throw this at a stranger, and why would they disappear after doing it? As you considered those questions, your gaze shifted back towards the right, the side of the street where the tap seemed to come from. Whoever sent this to you had to have gone that way. You crouched down to grab it, keeping a lookout to make sure nothing else snuck up on you. The paper didn't feel the same crinkly crackly as normal paper did. It was thicker somehow, almost like a piece of cloth. It was cottony. And that wasn't the only part that stood out. The page was a tan color with dark brown lines. Not white and blue or white and black or, something regular. More questions just added to the confusion. Where would paper like that have come from? You turned the paper aeroplane around in your hands and squinted your eyes keenly. There were pencil markings on the underside. Paper had scribbles, maybe even words on it. Ball says anger, shit drivers all around town today. Oh, please stay safe. Were they all just really dreadful and not paying a lot of attention to where you were? I'm so sorry. There was enough of a sign to undo the shapes that someone had put together. You pulled at the flaps of the plane and flattened it out between your palms as best you could. It was true, the paper airplane had a message on it. Well, maybe, you thought. There were some words on it, but not a lot, and they were on different lines from each other. You read over each tiny part from top to bottom. Hello. Go out. Hide out. Then in the bottom corner was Sapphire Holden. Your name, it had been addressed to you personally. There was no mistake. You were the one that was meant to get this plane. You scrunched up your face. The person wrote stuff on a piece of paper and turned it into a paper airplane and threw it at another person, and the message that they decided to send was that. Mystery worth solving, honestly. Maybe the words were a code that you had to break. Ooh. Details. What's my details? Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. I don't know how to exit that. So like, oh, yeah, there we go. You had to tell your mom. You know what? I'm just gonna get to the bottom of this because like someone's tossed a plane at my shoulder and tried to tap me and make me think there was a ghost. I'm gonna find them and then figure it out. Ball says they're going over full lines. No, don't do that. They need to be able to drive normally, please. Like that's what causes accidents. Someone or something had to have sent this, and you weren't going to stop until you found out who and why. Past the parts where the lines shone through the clouds and the parts where it got darker, you began your investigation by heading in the same direction that the paper had hit you from. The half circle of houses was out of sight by the time that the normal sidewalk ended. It really ended. Instead of connecting to another street with homes or stores, it was just a car road behind you and a bunch of trees with plain ground in front. Going down the road would have to bring you to the rest of the town eventually, but there were more important parts to think about first. Bending in between the dark trunks and the bright leaves were two straight lines stamped out through the grass. They went in opposite directions. It was a crossroads. One led towards the neighborhood, but back further, the one on the right, on the edge of was where the forest started. The other one completely into trees, a walking path for people who lived there. You stood there at the start of this turning point in the woods, in your life, feet poised to move over the stirring thicket floor. You know exactly which one you wanted, but you didn't know where you were going. I don't think it matters particularly where we're going. Either way, we'll have the culprit. We'll find them. We'll find them if we have to spend all night looking. Besides, we're already going to be in trouble with our mother for like going down a different road, so... There was a path here that was definitely more worth trying than the other. You were sure of it. Something inside told you so. You went down the path on the left, the walking one, or the line of trees. Let's go for down the line of trees. Your quest continued. The path ended up being a kind of trick. You ran out of dirt to walk on after only a minute or two, and it became plain grass everywhere. Luckily, you had to keep following the curved bends of brush and tree trunks that separated from the forest. Not only the forest, you knew you were going where you had planned to go. As you strolled farther, something came into view. Something you almost didn't notice at first. Stretching as high as the trees, made out of something practically the same colored wood, was a tower of sorts. Maybe this is the hideout they meant. The bottom was a mostly empty space with a thin stick pole at the corner, and only one full wall. There were little fake rocks stuck to the boards of the wall side, probably for people to climb on. Above was the actual floor with a slanty roof and railings around. Some ropes dangled off it in multiple places. The thought came to you that you had the same feeling as a tree house, except it was not in a tree, and it definitely wasn't a real house. Maybe you'd found the local playground. Cautiously, you moved closer until you came to a stop because you had the shocking realization there was something up there at the top. Your eyes went wide as your neck bent back. So far you might even fall over, and you can make out a lumpy pile. kick the base of the tower? I don't know. We could kick the base of the tower. We're gonna just grab on the part sticking up and try climbing up there. Let's just try climbing it. Reaching out one hand higher and the other to anchor yourself, you grab a hold of the different fake rocks attached to the wall. Then you situated one of your feet into the lowest climbing point. You huffed and strained your arms to pull the foot on the rock and then carried all of your weight as you lifted the other into the air. It was tricky, but you got the second foot against the rock of its own. And that was higher up than the first, and you made it fully off the ground. The sudden sound of a clattering ruckus from inside the fort made you flinch in place. There was scrambling and a thudding noise that came from the movement. That lump stopped being a lump. It shot up and bent right over the railing, peering down, and it saw you. Silly lump, don't you know that I'm here because you hit me with a plane? Hi! It was a kid. You like the fluffy hood? They were the prettiest person you've ever seen. They had a pointy hairline. Couldn't look away from their eyes. They were really deep brown. I like the fluffy coat. It's very nice. It's a nice coat. Your hand started to shake as you held yourself up on the wall. You had to step back onto the grass, but the person stayed put. A silent standoff of surprise played out between you and the stranger. Then all together, one half of their mouth and one eyebrow, then one of their hands shifted upward. That lopsided pose that they had and the fact that they were at the top of a tower made them seem pretty in charge here. Maybe they're not actually in charge. I don't know. I could be in charge. I could run this entire neighborhood. Who are you and why are you in my backyard? What do you mean, why? Oh, they were in charge here. Oops. I'm looking for something. Somehow they twisted their smile and leaned over the railings even more than before. Yeah, what are you looking for? I'm not gonna tell. You didn't answer that question. It's a secret. I don't know. Or maybe I'm looking for you. You know what? Let's be fun. Let's think maybe I'm looking for you. The kid was taken aback for a second, clearly not having expected that. Soup says, Andy, I did a dumb... Oh no. Soup, what did you do? What happened? What happened, Soup? You're looking for me? They stopped being confused and instead they laughed. It was a light, sparkly, and honest sound. Well, here I am, so aren't you glad? Oh, what a sassy little one. Well, I like you maybe? I'm not saying I like you, I've just met you. You know what? I'm gonna just be fun. You know what? Like, I'm not gonna say like that sort of I like you, but it's like... Yep, I like you already. This person must have thought that you were hilarious because they just kept giggling. You know, I think I like you too. At that, they pressed their palms of their hands hard against the railing and then used it to kick their legs up and over the side and throw themselves right off the fort. Okay, as a kid, I was so impressed by that. Like, if you jumped off something really high as a kid, I would just think you were so cool. Because if you could jump from like a really high thing and land in a roll or something and like actually land safely, it was like, beautiful. You are immediately 10 times more interesting because like I think you're gonna climb things with me. It's amazing. Soup says, apparently I agreed a few weeks ago to go to my colleague's daughter's musical and it's tonight and some of my members are going, so I have to make an appearance at least. It's 3 hours. Oh no, Soup. What time is it? Do you want company? It's 7:30 to 10:30. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. Oh dear, Soup. At that, they pressed the palms of their hands against the railing and then used it to kick their legs up over the sides and throw themselves right off the fort. Soup says, but I have to arrive at 7. Oh goodness, that's pretty soon, all things considered. How far away is it? There was a powerful crunch and a gust of air when the person hit the ground just a little to the side of where you were. They landed on their feet, crouching into a ball and making the hood of their jacket flip over their heads from the impact, falling down so hard. The person stayed like that for long enough that the leaves they stirred up settled quietly into the ground again. The kids straightened themselves out with more poise than you could have expected. Squared shoulders, chin up. With one hand, they pushed their hood down over their back again. They were confident, and they knew how to show it. I do like confidence. That's a way to get me interested. Well, that's that. Could I try jumping off there? Maybe sometime. They took a hold of their sides of their jacket and flapped it out, shaking off bits of sticks and whatever other stuff they got on it when they collided with the dirt. Anyway, they shifted their head around to get their hair back over their shoulders the way it was before, then jabbed a finger into their own chest. Mr. Keelan. Q-I-U and L-I-N. It means both of these arms spread out openly, gesturing the wide world around. Autumn. Nice to meet you. So your name is Autumn, effectively. Beautiful. Soup says it's 7 minutes by car, so it's easy to get to, but I don't want to go, but I've told you about my colleague, right? Not the most understanding person, so I can't just cancel or life will become hellish. Okay. So, theoretically, do you want me to be like an out later on? Possibly? Because like I can either come with you to make it not be such a bore, or I could be your out to get out of there if it's a case scenario of, oh, I've got to go check on my partner, they're not doing too well. So I wanna make sure that your life isn't going to be as hellish, and if you need to use me as like a cop out, like I said. Soup says, I tried asking Vol to call the fake emergency, but I felt bad at the concept of lying. Well, it wouldn't be entirely a lie if like I end up saying that, like I would like to see you or something, because that's not lying. And it could be a way out. Soup says, I felt gross. I can see that. It is gross. And it's like a tricky situation to be in as well. I don't condone lying in lots of different situations. But if you're really, really uncomfortable with the whole situation, then, like I said, I'm happy to be a possible out. Because it wouldn't be a lie for me saying that I would like to see you, and then if you end up actually just popping over to my house, then it's again not a lie, because you went to go see me. So like, is that like an okay compromise-ish? I don't know how to help otherwise. What's your name? Let's see. Sapphire Holden, I use Mix and Mister. Mix and Mister? He said the same thing that you did, but while it made sense to you, he was confused. It was like you had been talking backwards to him. How'd the doctor figure that out? Did they have extra degrees? Doctor didn't know I had to say what it was myself when I could. I figured it out myself. Really? You did that? I thought just doctors and adults said wasn't right and told everybody? Yeah, I did. Let's see. Soup says, coworker would still kick up a fuss, but thank you, Andy. I've made my own bed and I have to lay in it. Yeah, I see that. But again, if you want like some company to the bed that you have to lie in, like I said, I don't mind tagging along. If it'll make it like that much less hellish, I don't mind going and seeing like a musical. That's never an argument for me. Yeah, I did. The first gasping, a grin spread out across his whole face. You got stuff figured out, and you're a kid just like I am. I don't know if I got everything figured out forever. What if it changes? It could change? Yeah, maybe. I'm impressed with your wisdom, Mix and Mr. Sapphire Holden. Let's see. Soup says tickets are sold out apparently. That does make it complicated. My condolences then. Otherwise... Like, did you get tickets and stuff from the person beforehand? I don't know. Again, I'll be around afterwards at the very least. So, if you want to drop in and complain, by all means. Let's see. Oh, my friends always call me Sappy. Cool, you got I got a nickname too, it's Autumn. Cause, like I said, that's what my name means. You can use it if you wanna. Alright. Wait, also, how old are you? You seem pretty similar to me. I'm 10. He slapped his vigorous gloved hands against the front of his chest to show how taken aback he was. Whoa, so am I. We're both 10. We're both 10 years old. We're so ancient. Nobody else was close. Nobody else was close to exactly 10 before, but now there's you. And you're gonna grow up someday, and I'm gonna grow up, but then that's never gonna stop us from being the same age. That's cool. Even if they're the same age, they still act older than you do. Ooh. Oh, the sass. You know what? Let's just give a thumbs up. More 10-year-olds were better than last 10-year-olds. But the talk you are having ended with a clear clap from Key to bring it to a close. Now that we're people who know each other, I want to hear what you are doing. I've lived my whole entire life in this town and in this neighborhood, in that house, and I've never seen you anywhere, so there's got to be something that's going on. Well... You reach right into your pocket and present the mystery paper to Key, wanting your own explanation. But before you could even say anything, Key winced with a reason of enticed grimace. He looked as stiff as the wood tower behind him, just like that. You're... He stammered and babbled and pointing his fingers all around the space that was sort of in front of you until the words finally came to him. What do you mean I'm a sorcerer? I'm a magician. I'll take that. I got a bit of magic in me somehow. What? No, wait. He threw up his hands higher towards his shoulder, the sudden movement making sure nothing interrupted the train of thought. You're a thief. That's why you're here, to rob my house. I'm a sorcerer and a thief. Oh, what? You really think I'm a sorcerer robber? He got all fluttery with his laugh and waving his fingers. No, you're just a kid, but you got some good tricks. He tucked one of his hands inside his jacket. He moved it around in there, humming the whole time. There's some kind of a secret pocket or a compartment in that coat. Aha! Just as you thought, when he removed his hand, he was grabbing something. It was a little notebook. The edges were bent up and crumbly, probably from being squished a lot of ways a lot of times. And there were papers sticking out in weird ways that made you think they weren't even attached to the book anymore, just kind of mashed between the other pages to keep them in place. But the thing you noticed the most, the colors. Pen with dark brown lines. It was the paper from the aeroplane. He flipped open the book and tapped in a slow, considering rhythm at the front page with the back of his knuckle, and said what you wanted to know without you having to do a single thing. That's my special paper with my notes on it. But it's not in my notebook, it was in your pocket. Done. The thing that's... Sleight of hand? Sleight of hand? Yeah, that's what you did to snatch my stuff in the blink of an eye while I was standing there. So you're a magician or a pickpocket. That's all it could be. He shifted on his feet, putting one hand to his hip and using the other to make a waggling gesture with the notebook. He was really confident about his accusation against you. Can you show me how to do it? With that wavy motion the kid did was too much for the old notebook, which bent half upwards, half downwards at the momentum of its owner's arm. Some of the papers slid out and they drifted to the ground lightly, the same way that leaves fell from trees. You stared right at them, sitting on the ground freely like that. He didn't. I'm gonna be sarcastic. You're right. I don't know how that paper disappeared from you. You were being sarcastic. Yeah, it's so weird and never lose track of stuff. Clearly. He said absent-mindedly, still not paying attention to any of the papers cluttered around his feet. They were pretty much just waiting to blow away in the wind at this point. You hope he never noticed. It would be funny. Ooh. I think you might want to look down. His eyes widened. He lifted his notebook over his head and twisted his feet outwards to more fully get a view of the grass below. Finally, he spotted the missing pages. Whoa, thanks. In the middle of talking, he dropped to his knees to scoop up all his papers. It only took a second for each one to be gathered. He leaned off his knees onto his butt and made a little oof sound. From there, he got his feet against the ground while pushing up with his hands still clutching the paper, the way he could stand. With that successful rescue mission done, he delicately flipped through the notebook, inserting the loose pages along the way between different pages. He went all the way to the end. Then Key's complete book was pressed shut once more. Hey, that really helped, Sapphire. A beaming smile was directed right into your face, and almost had you covering your eyes. But before that happened, he looked away. He twisted to the side to get better rummaging inside of the hidden pocket in his jacket. He made super sure that the entire stack of papers made it back safely this time. You heard a sigh of relief. In an even swooping move, he tilted his head back over his shoulder to reveal his face again. The bright expression from before was completely gone, and he had that smirk again. So, you see that? I don't lose anything. Sure, kiddo. Nice try. Let's see. You're an idiot, you said jokingly. Maybe, but I mean what I say. Key's fun with your reaction came out as a set of snickers. His cheeky mood drifted away once those were done. He twisted to the side to better rummage inside the hidden pocket of his jacket. He made sure the notebook made it back to its normal spot. He tilted his face back to you. He was quiet and thoughtful. This is very mysterious. My paper vanished, and a brand new kid appeared in my backyard, all out of nowhere. I don't get it. Hey, I'm your neighbor now. I moved into the middle house on the street. Oh, the new neighbors. That's right, that's you. That makes so much more sense. He then shook his head from side to side, flopping dark brown strands of hair around, trying to sort out his thoughts. But if you're my new neighbor and not a sorcerer or a thief, how did you know that was my paper? I didn't know for sure. What were you showing my notes off to everyone you saw in the world? Huh? He breathed in, let it out, then tried to explain the weird situation that didn't even make sense to you. I got here today with my mama. She was waiting at the real estate agent, so I had time to go do other stuff. I went down the road and a paper airplane hit me in the shoulder and no one was there. He nodded along, probably not getting everything you were talking about, but curious enough just to keep on listening. I picked it up and opened the plane and saw stuff written on it. I thought the person was throwing the plane to give me a message. I've been looking everywhere for who did it. Well, since I met you, I had to check if you were the one who did it. You went over the steps that led you to this point as best as you could, and Keith joined in with the conclusion. It wasn't me who made the paper airplanes, but the page and the things on it, they are mine. He put his hands on his hips as he thought hard about the info he'd learned from you. That means someone else somehow got a piece of paper from my notebook and used that to make the plane they chucked at you for some crazy reason? I guess so. If you're the one who wrote it, how did you know my name? That was also on the note. What were the other words supposed to mean? Hello, go out, hideout, Sapphire Holden? That doesn't make any sense. Oh! He cracked a smile and flicked out his arms to start his own explanation. Ah, that's just stuff I was gonna do. Counting 1, 2, 3 on his fingers, he listed off each part of the letter simply. Hello, say hi to the people around, go out, visit the town or another neighborhood or whatever. Hideout means go to my hideout. He stopped at the countdown to pat the sturdy wooden wall behind him with pride. Right here. If it's a hideout, why would you tell me it's a hideout? You seem alright, so you can know about it, but don't tell anyone else. Alright, yeah, for your name being there, my mom and dad told me. They talked about how people were moving next door and how there was going to be a kid my age, and his name was Sapphire Holden. Seemed cool to me, so I wrote it down. That way I wouldn't forget. They even took out and read a page a lot to make sure to be something I remembered. Looks like I forgot it after all. Such a scatterbrain. Thanks for trying to remember anyway. You're welcome. I'll remember it this time, definitely. I'm gonna stick with you now. Whoever took my paper's still out there and you were the target. Maybe you're not a sorcerer or a thief, but what if the paper airplane person is? We'll figure it out and then you won't have to worry about anything. You can come, I was gonna ask. Super, we have a plan? You stood up tall, accepting your now partner on this trip, and laid out the next part. Yeah, I know which way we should go now. We have to go back to the spot in the forest with 2 dirt paths. Hey, I know that place. It's right nearby. Let's do this. And so, you started your walk along the autumn tree line, now with your new partner in the adventure. Hooray! We got a friend! He came alongside you with bold, certain steps. You were going to find that paper airplane person. Soon you reached the head of the path. You were at a crossroads once more, but you'd brought back knowledge and this new boy with you. So that's the one we were on, right? You used one half outstretched finger to point in the forest walking path. You realized he probably didn't need you to do that. You bashfully tucked your hand around your back instead. Then, while twisting in place, you tried to keep going like nothing had happened. And down there is only the road, but I haven't looked the other way on that side. Now you tried pointing again, directing his gaze to the second dirt imprinted at this fork passage. With a tilt of his head, he grinned in agreement. That makes sense to me. The decision easily made. Your and his crunching footsteps started up again in unison. And still, your quest continued. You went through the foresty pass and you had truly entered the wild woods. Nothing else surrounding you any longer. Nature spread across this land with narrow dirt and fence being the only sign that anyone had ever walked in the spot. People were the only visitors here. Golden and red leaves rustled against each other in thick clumps with each tree's branch flowing into the others nearby. It wasn't enough to keep the sky and the sun out almost completely, but the leaves burned bright with the light basking over them from above. The foot-made passage continued to twist around up higher in the mountainside, farther than you could see. This is your kind of place. With your wide, wondrous gaze thrown every which way, you let yourself flow deeper into the thicket. He watched your face. Your good mood was enough to rub off on him. I hang out in the neighborhood or other parts of town most of the time, but hey, the woods can be cool too. Really? Why don't you visit more often? It's right by your house. I've lived here forever. Every day, my whole life, something's always going on with the people in the neighborhood and in the town. The forest is the same whenever you come back. Trees, bushes, birds. It's kind of weird when you think about it. Besides, the plants looking different when the seasons change. It's like time doesn't exist for here. Casually, he lifted up his hands from his sides, only to gesture them down towards the forest floor. Aww. You. And hey, you know this path that we're walking on has always been here? even before I was born. He strolled along, kicking at the little piece of rock on the side of the road, looking straight ahead. It's probably been around as long as this place has been in the Golden Grove, or longer. For a second, he was thinking so hard, the smile he almost had went away. Then something made him chuckle and he pointed over the side. That fence is kind of new. I remember there just being dirt when I was little. That's the only thing that's ever gotten different out here. Wow. The quiet bubble that existed out here in the forest away from town popped from a sudden, unnatural clatter. You stopped. The whooshing, thumping, and stirring up the leaves like something had crashed into them. You and Key shared a look, both checking that the other heard it too. It wasn't me, and it wasn't you either. Yeah. You knew for sure that it wasn't the wind. It had to have been an animal or a person. It came from right over there. That thrilled Key. His voice shrunk to a deep whisper. It could be them. The mysterious paper airplane sender. Let's go before they get away. Oh. Wander through the bushes. You pull up your socks and begin to make your way off the path through the overgrowth. It was hard to keep your footing on the slanted, untrimmed ground. When you reached a really tree-cluttered spot, you grasped at the branches and pushed them aside in order to open up enough space to get past. You moved them in the same way you'd open a set of curtains. It was a lot harder to do. The tiniest branch could take the bend and snapped from the pressure. You could feel the splintery ends of the plant scratch a little at your face and clothes. It wasn't as smooth of an entrance as you would have hoped it was. On the other side of that tree line, though, was still the woods, but kind of an empty part. There was a lot of open ground with no trees or bushes growing and tons of leaves that were gathered into piles. Past that clearing, the trees were back and even more closely pressed together than they were by the path. It was mysterious. There was still no easy way to go. Nothing seemed out of place to you until... Hello! There was a shout, and a new whirlwind of leaves rushed through the air. From underneath one of the piles was another kid. There were leaves stuck in their hair and clothes. Oh, they have sparkly hair! You stared at them and they looked right back at you, as if they'd thrown everything they'd thrown into the air gently drifted back down. Awesome. That got the stranger giggling. He folded his arms across his chest. He blinked slowly and thoughtfully. He usually had plenty to say, but in this moment he was left stumped as one of the actual stumps in the forest. Wait here. The jumping jack kid hopped up again, but this time it was to hop off the ground. Where are we going? They dashed to the opposite side of the open space, leaving leaves scattering behind them, dropping out of their clothes, being kicked up by their steps. You were already wondering what was going to happen next. Watching them go, Keith finally found some words. It's another person I've never seen before today? He twisted around so the top of him was more angled towards you. He brought one of his hands to the side of his mouth and held the other close to his chest, pointing subtly in the direction of the stranger. Sapphire, do you know this leaf kid? Absolutely not. Never met them before in my life, I swear. Key, you're the only person I've met here. Yeah, true. His arms fell back down like limp noodles. He never took his eyes off the other person. He was definitely curious. I mean, I am too. From behind one of the tall crooked trees, the kid began throwing sticks and other plant pieces around. They were uncovering a hidden treasure. A big brown bag. They had to use both hands to lift the pouch to get it over their head. A thick strap pulled tight under the strain of the weight attached to it. The line in their mouth looked just as strained. The stranger huffed when they released the bag from their fingers, letting it rest completely on their shoulders. You heard stuff bumping around inside from your position way over here. It was a really full pack. That didn't slow that kid down. They ran back at full speed to meet you where you were, and when they were in front of you, they gave you a wave and asked a question. Hi, are you girls too? No? No? Sorry. No, why would you think that? You ask curiously. I don't know, you could have been one. I mean, that's true. I like that you didn't assume. But you're not. Okay, boys and stuff are just as good. What's the right answer? I'm a boy. People talk about me with he or he sometimes. He are my pronouns. Memes. And then it was just like all the clouds in the sky, and her head, you guessed, had cleared them away. Alright. He then gestured to the front of himself casually. I'm a boy. Mr. Keelan, Q-I-N and L-I-N. Wow, okay. Hi, Key. The leafy girl followed his lead and introduced herself the way most people do. I'm Tamarack. Tamarack, what does that mean? Tamarack's a kind of tree. I like it a lot. Ewan grinned widely at her enthusiastic introduction. Oh, that's cool. So we've got one friend called Autumn and one friend called Tree. That's fun. It fits you. What's your last name? Bauman. Cool, Ms. Tamarack Bauman. You know, my name means autumn. That's amazing. It's a match, too. How do people know how to do that? I think we're just lucky. Lots of kids don't have the right names. Yeah, that is true. A lot of kids don't have the right names. I know I sure didn't when I was little. So what's your name? The girl, whom you now knew as Tamarack, sent the question your way. He had already given out his. Sapphire Holden, nice to meet you. Wow, hi Sapphire. She greeted you with a finger spread wave of her hand, as sweetly as if you'd always known each other and that she'd done it 100 times. You think yours fits too? Your name? I like my nickname more. My friends always call me Sappy. Oh, alright. Cool to meet you, Tamarack. Maybe. Wow. Maybe? Oh, come on. Come on, Mr. Autumn. Let's just give him the benefit of the doubt. You've already met one stranger today. What's a second? He pointed a suspicious finger her way as he made another point with the words. There's only one house for sale anywhere in this neighborhood, and Sapphire lives there now, so where did you come from? From my mom? That's why. Unless you're Sapphire's mom. Definitely not. That's not how that works. She looks like she's the same age as us. Don't be ridiculous. Tamarack was completely tickled by the idea, giggling and covering her mouth with her hands. She didn't do a good job at stopping any of the laughter getting out. No, I'm not a mom. I moved in with my Omi and my Oppa. Omi and Oppa is Grandma and Grandpa. Yep. I've never heard of that. Is that another language? Uh-huh. It's German. They're German. Cool. You two know a lot. There's a granny who lives there and a guy that's her husband. Is that your Omi and Oppa? I think so. I mean, probably. Omi has really long hair and Oppa has short hair and some of it is on his face. Yeah. He bobbed his head up and down with great understanding. Granny and him have a kid now, huh? Wow. Ooh. Do I want to ask? Like, I'm a child. Children can be pretty callous. Why do you move in with them? Nah, they're busy and not at home. I wouldn't go to school or do anything else if I stayed there, so I'm gonna live with Omi and Oppa right now. Huh. How do you feel about it, I guess? Nah, I'm busy too. You are? Well, yeah. I've been here 5 days and it's been really good. There's so much out here. I probably won't be finished for a very long time. Months, maybe. The loudness of Kay's voice shut up. He was shocked and confused. 5 days? That's almost a week and I've never even seen you. Where have you been this whole time? As I said before, I've been here. Tamarack used one foot to push against the ground and the other to stay upright and spun around in place. I play in the forest every day. After getting an answer, he went to normal volume again, but kept frowning. Oh, well, you can come with me and my friends if you wanna. We hang out in the neighborhood and in town in my backyard and stuff. If you see us, you can just walk over and join. You don't have to worry, they'll like you and you can talk to me if you don't know what to do. She only shrugged, and the shoulder without the bag strap went up higher. Maybe. Wow. There wasn't a lot of interest in Key's offer. Finally he grinned. He watched Tamarack with a tilted head. You like your oppa, huh? No one ever really sees him around either, even though he's lived here for like 1,000,000 years. Tamarack squished her cheeks between her fingers, delighted. He likes his offers a whole lot. This is my very first day in Golden Grove. Wow, that's barely different at all. We're a match. She furrowed her extra short eyebrows as much as she could as a new idea came to her. Ooh, ideas. I do like ideas. Hey, I'm a girl, and neither of you are. But what if we're the same age? I'm 10. We are the same, all three of us. Hooray! Same age forever. Happily, Tamarack held onto the worn strap of her big bag and bounced up and down in place. He decided that this was a perfect time to talk to her about everything that had happened. The paper might have been Key's, but it was possible that she was the one who sent it to you. Tell me the truth. Are you the paper airplane person? Ooh, we got hearts from that. Interesting. Yeah, you got it? I did. Woo! She flung her arms up over her head in celebration, knocking her bag out to the side. It made a thump noise when it swung back to her. My aim is pretty good. You blinked at her in disbelief. You'd truly done it. You found the mystery person who owned the paper in the first place and the person who actually sent you the paper as a paper airplane. Ah, couldn't believe the trouble she set off. She's cute. I mean, she is cute. She's very cute. I like her. She's adorable. You know what? She's entertaining. But you weren't the only one who had a reaction to the results. Alright, nice, Sapphire. Your wide eyes and Key's tears made Tamarack excitedly look between you and him, not knowing what the celebration was about, but still wanting to join in. It really is. Your throw was perfect. Thanks. And yay for the trash doing something nice. Oh, trash? Oh, no. Trash? He brought both his hands up to his face and pressed his fingertips to his cheeks with great drama. Oh. What was that about never losing things, Key? Let's be a little shit. With wrinkled brows, Key shifted his hands one to the side so he could instead tug at the front of the strands of his hair, pulling them out fully straight. I don't know how that's possible. You wouldn't maybe be a sorcerer or thief, would you, Tamarack? No? Ah, too bad. Ooh. Cover your eyes at the ridiculousness. I mean, look, at this point, Tamarack had it in her to laugh over the situation, but you could only stand there and just shake your head. Key finished the pout, straightening up and putting his hands solidly on his hips. He was back to being completely in control. You know, there's nobody out here who's perfect. I accept my mistake, and I'm sorry to you, Forrest, for messing up the place. That's really nice for you to say, Key. Thanks. I think it forgives you. Cool. Watching the two kids interacting, you started thinking about this more and more, going over the whole experience in your head. Your turning thoughts were put on pause when Tamarack suddenly changed the subject. What are you two going to do now? A simple question made you realize that you didn't know what to do anymore. I guess I'm leaving here. And I'll walk Sapphire there. I gotta make sure he doesn't get lost out there. I should probably see how Omi and Orpa are. They're pretty old and need help sometimes. She took a big hop closer to you and Key, a smile growing across her face as she landed. We could go back together. Let's see. Okay, if you're both sure. You relax your stances, accepting that this was really over now. Woohoo! Tamarack snatched up the nearby stick off the ground and directed the pointy end forward the way that you had come. To our houses! While chuckling, Key used his fist to enthusiastically punch the air. Homeward bound! This is really nice. We're going back successful people. We are. Yeah. She had cupped her hands around her mouth to make it extra loud. We are victorious. And so you started walking through the brown fall brush, get towards the neighborhood again. But you weren't going to be alone there. Tamarack bounded ahead, bouncing her arms up and down with the stick, like she was the conductor of a marching band, while Key came alongside you with even and casual steps. You were returning to that house. Your new neighborhood had become even more orange-toned by the time you finally returned to it. The far-off sun slowly sank away behind the tallest mountains and the forest to sleep for the night. Your shadows grew larger, pulling away from the bodies to reach out into the streets ahead. The dark shapes morphed and combined with one another as you walked in on your own mismatched rhythm. All the while, the eyeball chillingness of the outside world got more powerful bit by bit. Tamarack still stayed about 2 steps ahead. Sometimes she was closer, sometimes she got away from you again. She used her stick to knock at the bushes and the lamps along the sidewalk. He was next to you, but it switched things up, so he was taking larger steps backward. You guessed it was to look at you in the face better, or he just thought it was funny. He pointed out the sharpest building on the street as he went. Part of it looked almost like a tower. A different kind than the one in the backyard. See? That's the house from the front. It's great. And that's your house, right? The one in the middle. And Granny owns that even farther away than one. Cool. Sound of your steps continued to echo through the cul-de-sac until you came to a stop right at the center of the path. You had finally arrived. Okay, this is it. The key pulled out an eager grin. We've got to meet up again later. See you, Sapphire and Tamarack. He flipped around to go back the same way he had come with you. He needed to return to the pointy red house with the huge backyard. And he didn't drop any papers this time. Bye! Goodbye! Tamarack put both her hands up in front of her chest and waved them around. I'm gonna go home too. Tamarack spun in place before dashing further along the sidewalk to the sloped grey house on the other end of the neighborhood. Her bag clanked and jingled along her side the whole way there. You waited there in front of the house, dimming evening light, watching the 2 other kids go homes, right on the same street even. It was cool to meet you two. So that was everything. Your whole outing was done. In the quiet resolution of your very first day in this place, the 2 encounters you'd had earlier in the afternoon drifted through your head. Key and Tamarack, eh? Ooh, okay. So now we're at the stage where we'll get to set your dynamic with Tamarack and with Key. Our Life Now and Forever has specific ways of constructing personalized relationships that you have with the 2 neighbors that you grow up with, called dynamics. This encompasses how your character and that character feel about one another and how they generally interact. This doesn't determine if your character is shy or confident or sociable or unsociable. That's done through phrasing when you're normally picking in choices. This is the only setting how you lead and how you and the 2 leads tend to think and approach things on a top-line level. The setting could be the same for both Tamarack or Key, or be entirely different for one over the other. The first part of the dynamic system is what you set for your relationship standing. The chosen relationship standing is always mutual with the other character. It's possible to change your standing at the start of each step, and even at certain points within a step, at least normally. There are some settings that can't be changed once you pick them though. The 5 main options for your relationship standing are neighbors, friends, family, crushes, and beloveds. Neighbors means there's someone you know, and nothing more meaningful than that, whether it's amicable, or completely cold, or even hostile. It's completely up to you. Friends means your friends. While on the standing, it's possible to go even deeper and have them be your very best friend. But that's not on the dynamic screen. It's a normal choice later. Family means you truly love them and will always keep them in your life in a fully platonic way. You can't choose to love someone this deeply until later in the steps once you've known them a lot longer though. You also won't be able to change this setting to anything else once you've picked it. It's completely certain and unwavering. You can bring both Tamarack and Key into your proverbial family. Crushes means that you and them have a crush on each other. When this is on standing, you can keep your family feelings a secret and act as though you're only friends or best friends, or it can be known that you're romantically interested. Later in the game, you can also officially go steady with Tamarack or Key. If you begin dating one of them, your standing on the dynamic screen will change to partners instead of crushes. It's possible to be crushing on Tamarack and Key at the same time, but you only get to romance one of them. If you've been crushing on both and get into a relationship, you'll automatically go to be best friends with the character you're not dating. You won't be able to keep expressing romantic interest in them, unfortunately. And if you date one, you can't break up with them. Partner status can't go away once you get it. It's possible to change simply crushes to one of the other options though, if you want to. Beloveds means you truly love them and will always keep them in your life in a very clearly romantic sense. You can't choose to love someone this deeply until later steps once you've known them for a while. You also won't be able to change this to anything else once you've picked it. Again, completely certain and unwavering. Like crushes, the romantic feelings can be known or secret, or you can be official partners. Once you're at this setting, you'll also unlock the possibility of getting engaged and changing your relationship standing to fiancés. There's no requirement to get married or even to date. What you do or don't do with your feelings of love is up to you. The leads will respect your set boundaries. That's nice. If you're beloveds and make a choice where you're hoping to get married but haven't asked yourself, the partner can be the one to propose instead. The MC will accept that proposal by default because the game believes they want that. You can't convince your partner to think marriage is a good idea, then reject them when they try and pursue it. Also, you can only choose beloveds for one of them. Tamarack and Kate each have their own romantic scenes that aren't set together. Oh, interesting. At least at the current situation. If time and budget allows, we might be able to add new sets of alterations for being in love or dating both of them. Oh, that'd be cool. It's not a guaranteed thing that we can do, but it is something we have in mind. That's a part of the dynamics. The second part's the expression element. This is how you and the other characters generally interact with each other. Interesting. Like relationship standing, expression elements are determined separately for Tamarack and for Key. It doesn't have to be the same for both. But expression elements don't have to be mutual between you either. They have their own ways of conveying themselves and how your character gets to have theirs. Expression elements are broken down further into 3 meters, with 3 choices per meter. Meter 1, deferring, teamworking, and contesting. Meter 2, praising, unassuming, or teasing. Meter 3, doting, accepting, or idolizing. Ooh. For Meter 1, you can use it to determine if your character's a follower or goes with the flow using deferring, a collaborator or compromiser using teamworking, or tries to be a leader or decision maker. Whether the other person actually wants to follow them or not, uses contesting. For Meter 2, it determines if your character is the type of person to go out of their way to make comments on what other people do and what they don't do. If not, they're unassuming. If so, the comments can be complimentary or flirting or even praising. They can be joking or giving a person the other hard time if they're teasing, and you get to control the phrasing or intentions through choices. Meter 3 can be set to determine how your character views them both. Do they feel like they need to look out for them, or are they on the same level as each other, or that the other person is more incredible than most? When you first meet them in the story, they go with their normal kind of behavior for the interaction with your character. Because of that, their expression elements are always the same in step 1. For Key, it'll be teamworking, teasing, and doting. For Tamarack, it'll be contesting, praising, and accepting. The more time you spend with Tamarack and Key, they'll get to know your character better, and in each of the steps, their expression elements may change to match that. For example, if you're friends with Tamarack and express displeasure whenever she insists on getting her way, she will notice that. In step 2 though, if instead of contesting, she could be teamworking with your character or even deferring depending on details. The connection with your character will develop organically with what you choose. Though in future steps, you'll also have the option of customizing their expression elements if you want to make sure your playthrough has a specific feel. I will not do that because I just want to see how it goes. Starting in step 2, if you're more than neighbors, a 4th element expression meter unlocks. Meter 4, jealous of, not jealous of, or jealous over. Jealous of means that one character is envious of the life, appearances, abilities, relationships, or something else that the person has, depending on specifics involved. Jealous over means they feel discomfort if they think the other person seems to like someone else more or isn't spending as much time with them as normal and such. The jealousy meter does nothing but add more negative feelings or relationship competition interactions as an element of drama to your life. By default, there always will be not jealous, which skips all of that. You'll have to choose to customize expression elements if you want to set them to being jealous in one way or another for that kind of emotion to crop up. It's not mandatory. With relationships standing in expression elements, you'll be able to have a truly personal dynamic with them both. There are dozens of combos for the step you're in when going from step to step. Being at crushes at step 3 will be different if you used friends than if you were crushing from the start, and so on and so forth. You have plenty of options to try. And that ends the dynamic system tutorial. We hope you enjoy your connections you create. Okay, let's see, meet a key. Teamworking. Let's go teamworking because that's kind of how we've been playing it so far. Easy. Accepting. We'll keep what this is. At this point, like, I think we're friends. I think we're friends with Key. As far as Tamarack goes, I feel like, let's go teamworking. Let's go with, do we tease? Do we keep being teasy? Because, like, I like the vibe that we've got going there of being a little shit, so. Do that. Maybe we'll be doting for her specifically and just, like, be a little bit softer. We'll go friends for both of them and see what happens. Things are so different for you that just that morning when you left and you went over on the drive to move. Before then, you'd never been to Golden Grove. You'd only seen it in pictures and hadn't known anyone there who was a true local. But here you were, a person who lived in town and had friends with the neighbors on both sides of your house who also lived there? Well, were you friends? You thought so. Sapphire, is that you? Your mama called from over the fence. Yeah. You shuffled past the gate and into the building's yard. Mama had left the porch and was there to meet you. How are you? Did you find anything exciting out there? Never gonna believe what happened. I bet. I look forward to hearing about it. From strength to strength, we get the keys to the house. The agent finally arrived 20 minutes ago. They're gone now, but I haven't peeked yet. The both of us should be here for this, because it's your house too. This isn't my house. It's yours. You just don't have to claim it yet. Maybe you'll start to change your mind once you see the inside. Come on. Mama turned to go and slipped the key out from her sweater pocket. She gestured with the other hand for you to follow. Mama led the way as he went back up the stairs. The key fit perfectly into the hole in the door. Mama smiled at the sound of it unlocking. Carefully, she leaned forward with her shoulder, giving it a nudge, unsure of the best option for the ancient door was extra force or extra restraint. The house opened with a creak, and the air came out through the front like it was exhaling. Mama let out a breath at the exact same time. Everything's okay, dear. You can get a little closer, and you can see inside here. You scooched towards your mama's side in the doorframe. It was then that you noticed there was a mat at the front door. It had a light color, and a kinda hard but fluffy texture. The sort of mat that'd get dirty looking right away that it was used, but was still clean and nice. It hadn't been worn down at all like the rest of the building. This part of the house wasn't just an old thing left behind by other people who didn't need it or want it anymore. Someone must have put this here for this happening, for your mama and you moving in. Written across the top it said, "Welcome home." Mama softly tapped the top of your shoulder, bringing you back to the moment. She kept a hand there, leading you ahead with her. You twisted your head to give a glance back towards the neighborhood. It was empty. and you couldn't get away from what was happening. Two of you walked through the door. Everything in the house was still. The wind was blocked, but it was practically as cold outside as it was cold inside the house as it was out of it. Mama shifted forward cautiously, feeling around for a light switch. Got it. A dim light from the ceiling sparked on in an instant. There in front of you was an old-fashioned living room. The house had furniture that came along with it, but it wasn't a set. The pieces were mismatched. Each chair, table, bookshelf were all in different colors. They were covered in transparent sheets of plastic and in dust. The room had a real fireplace made out of bricks. In the back, you could see a staircase going up to another floor. Beautiful. It's even better than the photos. So much potential is in these walls. The house was definitely haunted. Maybe it was Tamarack who threw the paper airplane, but this place was really where the ghosts actually were. Your mama touched the tips of her fingers to the muted blue paint next to her. We'll have to clean it as much as we can to make it livable before bed. It'll be a long night. We can unpack more of our things tomorrow, though I'll be doing much of that on my own because you're going to be busy. Mama increased the pitch of her voice, squinting her eyes sweetly. After all, it's the first day of 5th grade. You had hoped that she had forgotten. She let out her breath gently while watching you. We got here just in time, clearly. Her eyes drifted closed, and there was a crease in her brow. She seemed further away without having gone anywhere. Even if I'm here early for the job, I was not going to make you be the full week late to class. Being new to town like this is already going to make you a point of tension. You couldn't tell if she thought that was a good thing or a bad thing by her tone. But Mama didn't say any more about that, did she? She lifted her circle scarf over her head, careful not to have a catch on her earrings, and left it on top of her suitcase. You want to see the upstairs? Not really, but I'll go. The second floor was more of the same. Lonely, sealed away rooms with furniture nobody had been using for ages that was covered by plastic. Lots of dust. You could see the footprints your mama left in the grime as she wandered up the halls with wide, amazed eyes. After checking the state of the whole house, Mama made the decision to leave the furniture in its protection until after the sweeping was finished. There were too many dust bunnies that might jump over and take a seat on your couch as if a spot was available. I hope I can remember where I put that dustpan. The room itself shouldn't be hard to find, though. You returned to the living room after Mama got her trusty pair of crafting scissors out of her suitcase. She put the scarf inside when taking out the scissors. Then she went through some of the taped up boxes like it's her birthday, and each one was a shiny, unopened present with ribbon on top. But her gift was just stuff she already owned. One by one, she took out supplies that she had bought for this very moment, setting them around her legs on the floor, wherever there was space. Then she divided them into separate piles. A pair of yellow gloves, a fluffy fresh duster, a bottle of cleaning spray, a full roll of toilet paper, a roll of paper towels. Mama had a set of her own and the other was for you, and boy, you were gonna need them. There was only one broom and a dustpan that she did successfully find. You were gonna take turns using that. First move was to make the house a place people could actually live in. Plan was by yanking open the streaky windows to get airflow going. Though even before you did that, you had locks on the windows themselves to come loose. You dug your fingers in between the base of the window frame and the latch pressed against it, forcing it to move against its will. When the lock clicked into place on the opposite side, you shoved the window up with both hands. Your gloves were already patchy with filth. The icy, crisp breeze that flowed in from the outside was a lot more welcome at this point. You got a good look at the neighborhood while catching your breath. Streetlights. Come on. And you left the window to get through its job and then got back to yours. The two of you went back and forth, up and down the house, opened up everything you could. Some windows were jammed in place so tight you had to leave it alone for your mum to get to later. The next one on the list was somehow to scrub down all the floors, walls, counters, and every other inch of space where dust could settle. which was every inch of the entire house. You picked a spot and gave it a sweep with the fuzzy head of the duster. A nice line of clear wood followed behind your motion. The pattern continued for a while. Wherever dust layer was worn from a spot, you go back over it with cleaning spray to make it really shine. Your mama was able to track down and turn on a heater. Not that you could tell the difference with the windows all wide open. Eventually you had a short dinner break with your mama, standing around in the kitchen together with two of you as dusty as the rest of the house. It was all packed meals from the car. Simple sandwiches, fruit with thick peels that wouldn't get smashed on the drive, little bags of granola and pretzels and juice boxes. There were no groceries. The rickety fridge was off and totally empty when you checked. It was a relief there was nothing gross in there. You had prepared for the worst. For such an old and practically abandoned house, there wasn't a single nasty bottle of ketchup or a box of unknown leftovers or anything. The trash from your food was dumped in the same giant black garbage bag you'd been throwing piles of grey-stained paper towels and wads of squished together tape in from the whole night. Somehow, the bag was getting full, even though it was big enough to fit your whole body in. It was a mark of how much work you'd actually done. Looking at just the house made you think you hadn't even got started. The only way to change that was to just keep going, as your mama talked about when encouraging herself to clean again after dinner. You and mama polished up the house as best as you could for even more hours. But when your usual bedtime arrived, mama put down the duster and the scissors. She wasn't going to have you stay up late no matter how excited she was to unpack. She guided you to the first floor bathroom, and one on the second floors were too dirty to use, plucking her overnight bag off the counter along the way. Mama explained how she'd do a round throughout the entire house to close the windows to keep busy until the bathroom was free, and left you to get ready to sleep. Inside the bag was a baby size of normal toothpaste, mouthwash, containers, and simple toothbrushes. All you had for pajamas that night was the green long-sleeve shirt with matching pants. You finish up washing as fast as possible. You may have had to do it, but that didn't mean you were going to take forever to get it done. Take off your glasses before bed. Then you changed into PJs and let Mama have her turn. While she was away... Ooh. Picked out a stuffed animal. It was like you couldn't sleep without. The furniture was still plastic wrapped, so you crouched down and sat on a rug. Mama returned in only a couple of minutes wearing her purple pajamas. She also had sleeping bags tucked under each of her arms. She shifted one forward to hold against the front of the chest and dropped the other onto the floor. It landed with a puff. That'll be mine. Mama nodded while trying to untie the band that kept the sleeping bags together in a roll. She pulled and pinched at the knot. When it didn't budge, she lifted the bundle to her face and used her teeth to pry on the threads to pry the threaded bands apart from each other. She got it loose and victoriously flapped the bag all the way over. She laid it down in a clear spot on the wooden floor. There you are, Sapphire, all ready. Okay. You used your feet rocking backwards and forwards to move yourself across the antique rug, scooting towards the sleeping bag without getting off the ground. Mama chatted casually while spreading out her own bag nearby. We'll need to get some wood so we can actually use that fireplace on nights like these. Did your mom know how to use a fireplace? You'd never seen one in person till now. And so far, you'd never seen one that had a fire in it. Luckily, the house was warm and cozy, and even without that, since the windows stopped letting in the chill, the heating worked, which was sort of a surprise to you. Mama soon settled down in the center of her temporary bed. She sat cross-legged with her back solidly straight. Her hands came to rest on the tops of her knees, making direct eye contact with you. Thank you for the help with the house today. It'll be our home before we know it at this rate. So tired now. I can understand that. She slapped her shoulders, easing some of the stiffness. Can I tell you about what happened today? I would love that, dear. With your mama's encouragement, you began to narrate the entire story of the paper airplane adventure. From the moment it hit, all the way down to when you went to the forest crossroad meeting Key on his tower with his notebook full of loose pages and finding Tamarack in a leaf pile. and all of her surprises. Mama listened with her whole self, leaning forwards and grinning wider with each new turn that you revealed. You wrapped it up by explaining how you returned to the neighborhood with Key and Tamarack after everything that you'd discovered. What a way to spend an afternoon. I'm proud of you, Sapphire. I had no idea you'd gotten into such a winding journey. You pull your legs in closer to your chest. Well, talking to her wasn't always bad. It was a fun story to tell. Somehow the events of the day felt like they were a long time ago. Or maybe that they'd happened to someone else and you just heard about it. But it had been real. The paper plane hit your shoulder. You held the note in your hands. You were saving the paper as a keepsake. You had nice memories to go with it. When your topic was all said and done, Mama softly spoke up to share her own thoughts with you. It's odd, imagining this entire building collecting dust for a time, isn't it? No one wanted to live here, not renters, nor the man who owned it. But it's a charming house. Doesn't seem hard to believe to me. You mumbled the words under your breath, and Mama didn't notice. She just kept talking pretty much to herself. There aren't a lot of opportunities out in these woods, I suppose. At my company, the retiring of the former HR manager was the first big position I've ever heard of from the area. And I didn't even open up for people already living in town. I was asked to relocate to take the position. Creases grew around her eyes the more she thought about it. She caught herself before a frown could follow. Oh, but that's not an issue. I'm grateful. Find our place in this slow pace of Golden Grove. We'll have each other regardless. Do you have any friends? Not here, not yet. Then your mama stretched her legs out fully across her sleeping bag, wiggling her toes inside the black socks that she had on. Seeing Mama right there on the floor in the same place you were going to have to sleep was weird. You really hoped your own room would be ready soon? As you thought about that, your eyelids were trying to tape themselves up with the gritty, sticky stuff that your eyes made when it was extra late. Alright, dear, you should get inside the sleeping bag now, before you blink out on top of it. That sounded like a pretty good idea. Scooping up your stuffed animal into both arms, you shimmied under the open end of the bag. It was made out of fabric that was so smooth that it wasn't difficult to do. You moved further down until the edge was at your chin, and you were wrapped up like a loaf of bread in a grocery bag. Mama got to her feet and was taking a short jog over to the bare wall of the far room. She lifted a finger to the light switch but kept her gaze down. The expression on her face was gentle. Good night, Sapphire. Sweet dreams. The room went black to the cliff. While your eyes were trying to adjust, you heard the shuffling sounds of Mama. She joined you on the floor again. Those noises soon stopped. Mama didn't talk anymore. There weren't sounds of cars passing outside. There was a thumping in your ears. You thought you might have heard a creak. Night noises were a lot different than you had had experiences with. They felt quiet and distant. It made you notice them much more than if they were clear. You'd have to get to know the sounds better. It's another part of the house's personality. Maybe one day you and the house could be friends. Once you were familiar with each other, of course. You pressed your eyes shut, and your head was thoughtful. First day of school. You tossed and turned for hours, trapped in the squishy cocoon. Dreams felt far off, but you couldn't reach the normal awake world either. It was a very long night. Then your second day in Golden Grove arrived. Hello again. We mentioned it earlier, but occasionally you'll get an opportunity to change what you're wearing during the game. Ooh. You may also be able to take off accessories like hats or scarves during certain in-game moments. If you don't want to bother with changing your outfit, you can toggle these sections off with your details on the screen with click info to find it. Would you like to dress up sections in the future? Sure. Have fun. Oh, don't worry, I will. Let me just quickly, put on some more clothes. Ooh, a hoodie, yes. A nice hoodie. I think we'll just do that. That'll do. That'll do us, I think. Oh, maybe this is an interesting looking hat. It looks like a pumpkin. I'm gonna make it a pumpkin hat. Look at that. We got a pumpkin hat. Alright, there we go. Your second day had only just arrived, and in one corner of the world outside your window had any sunlight. The rest was all in shadow. The lights in the house had to be turned on for you to see with your own hands. You thought it should be criminal to make people have to be awake this early. Yeah, but your home phone wasn't taught working yet, so you couldn't exactly call the police or the mayor to complain. I would, though. I would. At least your mama didn't start making you do the chores. The unpacking wouldn't be started again until a lot later. That's what Mama had said, and you were already brushing your teeth. But for now, you both only had what was already out. The food around to eat was just the same stuff from yesterday. It was what you had for breakfast too. And you could see Mama packing it up into a brown paper bag for lunch as well. Yeah. It was the last of the preparation she had to do for school, and you were pretty sure that was it. Your Mama wanted to really be the one to get your supplies ready for the day. She put stacks of stapled paper, a notebook, a pencil case, rulers, and more into your backpack. She had kept the pack on the middle seat of the car to make sure it would be alright, right there when it was time to use it for class. If it had gone missing, maybe you would have carried your school stuff in a cardboard box, same way you had to bring everything else you owned to this place in big cardboard boxes. You watched her from a comfy spot on your sleeping bag. You'd already gotten dressed for the day, but it didn't mean you couldn't sit in bed again. There wasn't anywhere else to sit. You'd soon be leaving the new old house and the neighborhood and all the parts of Golden Grove you got to see so far. Next stop into the unknown was North Acres Elementary School. I kind of wondered why your mama was bothering with making you bring so many things. All that stuff in a backpack would have made you prepared for that. But school thoughts were shaken out of your head when a muffled thumping sound filled the air. Mama slowly lowered her hands down to the counter. At the same time, her head and eyebrows went up. Guests? Ready? At this hour? Mama left the lunch bag incomplete on the tabletop and went to investigate the knocking. Dashed forward to beat your mum to the door. The speed of your chase made your sleeping bag glide against the wooden floor, but you didn't trip. You were able to pass Mama before she arrived at the start of the entryway. You reached up to get both hands around the long handle of the front door, pressing it down and giving the stiff board a firm tug. It squeaked open. You glanced ahead, squinting your eyes to adjust from the complete brightness inside to the pale dawn outside. Standing tall on the welcome mat, seeming totally at home in your home, was the new friend you made the day before, Mr. Keelan. Though he also said he was called Autumn. Well, he did say he could call him Autumn, so we'll try using the nickname sometimes. Because we said that we could use us, and he said that he could use that, so see how it goes, I suppose. Autumn's fluffy hood was tucked snugly around his head. He didn't usually do that, at least based on how much you knew was usual from him. We've known him for a day. We don't know what usual is for shit. Maybe it was because the air was somehow more skin-pricklingly cold in the morning than it was during the day or evening. He shuddered just from the wind coming through the opening. When he caught sight of you there, a plucky grin took over his face. He popped onto the balls of his feet, getting even taller, and cheered a greeting. Good morning. Seeing who it was, you... Shove past your mum. Scooted by to stand on the desk. He puffed up, completely pleased you'd come over to him. He mirrored your move, so he was facing you instead of Mama. What are you doing here? You asked curiously. I have plans. Oh no, he has plans, chat. He's got plans for us. Who Goodness gracious me. Key stayed put in the new place that he took, but angled his head up and over to give his focus to your mum. I'm Mr. Keelan. I'm your neighbor, the same age as Mr. Sapphire Holden. Two of us met yesterday. Ah, yes, I've been anticipating getting to meet you. Those feelings were well placed. You're so polite. It's a ruse, Mother. Don't let his wily nature fool you. He falls out of trees more than me. Well, if somebody has been talking about me, I hope it was good stuff. Now should I introduce myself as well as Miss Holden, Sapphire's mother? It's nice to meet you. May I speak with Sapphire, Miss Holden? There's something I wanted to talk to him about. Oh, so polite. You're just... What have you got planned, child? Thoughtfully, your mama glanced drifted down to you. Without looking back at him, your mama replied, That'll be fine. I'll finish getting your bag ready, Sapphire. You two can chat. He clasped his hands together primly. Thank you very much. This little gremlin could get me in so much trouble. Mama held a reassuring smile on her face, and she walked back inside the house, leaving you alone with Key. You looked back at him eagerly. It was only the morning, and something good was already happening. What do you want to say? Autumn didn't beat around the bush with you. Probably didn't with anyone. Came right out with what he had in mind. You want to walk to school together? It's the first day. He squared his shoulders and held out a hand, counting off points on his fingers. We're going to the same place, we're in the same grade, there's a good chance we'll be in the same class. Going together would make everything so much easier. Whoop. Goodness. Return. Oops. Let me see. That's just easier for me. What's in it for you? He had a way too easy answer for that. Of course he did. Walking with you is what's in it for me. It'll be fun. Okay. Yeah, why not? Alright. He popped an enthusiastic double thumbs up. I think it makes a lot of sense that we go together. With his hands in his pocket, he shifted the whole top half of his body diagonally over to one side. The tilt of his head really showed off the bend in his self-pleased smile. What a smug child. I like him. Oh. He flung an arm back out and arched his fingers across the air in front of both of your faces. It might have been to stop you before you could say anything, or to keep himself from forgetting what else he wanted to talk about. And it wouldn't be just us. I'm going to keep going down the cul-de-sac to Granny's house so I can ask Tamarack next. So that's it. What do you think about all three of us walking together? It's a good plan, right? I'll come. It's a shock that you have smart ideas sometimes. It's more like all the time. Yeah, right. You swung your hands behind you and spoke out again. I'll get my backpack and tell Mama we're going. Oh, look at us all excited. We got new friends. I mean, we got a really dusty old house and we're not particularly pleased about being here in the first place. But hey, look, there's cool kids. So, there's that much at least. Cool, I'll wait for you here. You parted with Autumn for a second, but didn't bother closing the door. The sound of your feet against the floor was the only noise in the whole huge house, so you couldn't have snuck up on your mama if you tried. Each step you took brought you closer to her, and it made the smile on her face grow larger. But she didn't get distracted from her job. Her gaze stayed stuck at the counter. Mama placed one more paper into your backpack and snapped the plastic clasp on the top flap closed. With that secured, she promptly picked up the bag by the loop handle. She lowered herself to your height by bending her knees low, then she offered the backpack over to you. Exceptional timing, dear. You're set to go. It was nice and light when you took the pack from her. That wouldn't last. Soon you'd actually have proper school books to bring around with you. What happened to our guest? Did he leave? You answered the question while looping one arm in after the other through the wide openings of the backpack straps. Oh, he's still out there. He wants me to walk to school with him. Can I go? You shifted your grip to the dangly ends of the armbands, then gave them a quick, swift tug to tighten the straps, fully securing the bag against you. Came over to ask you about that? Well, talk about convenient. Young Mr. Lin must know the way far better than I do. You certainly can walk together. Yes! Freedom! Good. Mama could be reasonable sometimes. She smiled and her face lit up softly like the early morning sunshine outside. Mama pinched the top of your chin between her thumb and her pointer finger. Enjoy your first day. There's only one of them per year. You still weren't cheery about going to school, and that was a fact. I mean, yeah, we're not super excited about going to school, but we're excited about going and talking to people. The people that we like. We didn't even pretend it wasn't. She let you go in order to place her hands on her thighs, needing to balance herself as she stiffly straightened herself up to full height. Mama folded her arms proudly, watching you leave for the day. You were going ahead without her. Through the open door, you could see Autumn waiting patiently on your porch still. He turned his back to the house instead of looking around the neighborhood. You came to his side, and that caught his attention. His gaze didn't go to yours, it went right to the backpack that you had on. Autumn grinned hopefully. I told Mama it was okay. He smacked his hands together enthusiastically. Alright, well it's time to go. You know, Sappy, it's been forever since I've just gotten to walk to school with a friend. Hey, look, he called us a friend. Mutual feelings. Hooray, new friends. Friendship. You perked your ears, going super alert. He called you Sappy, and he said that you were friends. You thought you were, but it was totally different to have him talk about it just like that. I knew you liked me. A smirk went across his whole face. Autumn was full of certainty. I do, and I knew you liked me. He easily swiveled all the way around on his heels, firmly planted his feet into the floorboards of the porch to close out his move. He confidently strode forward and leapt over the little steps, getting into the ground. Autumn had places to be, and nothing was going to stand in his way. Happily, you went along with him down the stone path, past the fence, and onto the neighborhood sidewalk. It took less than a minute to go around the bendy curve of the neighborhood that led to the least pointy, least colorful home on the street. Tamarac's house, also her Omi and Oppa's house. He and you walked right into the uncharted territory of their porch. You ready? Yup. He tapped out a rhythmic set of knocks. He brought his arms to the side and shook his head to readjust the way his hair fell around his shoulders, and positioned himself squarely at the center of the entryway. The old door began to jiggle in its frame like it was shivering with cold from being outside this early. Someone was fiddling with the doorknob on the other side, though. Then the door swung wide open with a clattering yank, and a gust of flowery, perfumed air came out from deep inside the house. Still clasping the handle and leaning her head against the wood, Tamarack was there to greet you. She had her bag and scarf on for the day already. Hello. Good morning, Tamarack. Their eyes popped open. She hadn't looked to see who was at their door before saying hello, but she could tell who it was from that answer. Tamarack's voice lightened even more. Hey, Anne Sapphire? Absolutely. She'd used your name, not your nickname like Autumn had. Maybe she'd use it later, or maybe she forgot. Tamarack kept talking without giving a reason for why she called you that. Well, I guess maybe she doesn't view us as friends yet, but that's okay. You're both here? Hi. Let's see. Wanna walk to school together? He followed your invitation with a nod. We're going all that way, it'd be cool to walk as a group. Please, I don't want you to go all by yourself. She blinked rapidly, many times in a row. The pink soft light her eyelashes looked almost like shimmering dragonfly wings. Wow, okay. Yeah, sure, I want to come. She twisted almost the whole way around, turning her back to you. You could just barely glimpse the darkened hall beyond her. Tamarack leaned over, bending her knees, and purposefully shouted into the depths of the grey house. I'm going to school now! Her loud, high-pitched call echoed through the hallway. Have a good day, young lady. Tamarack hopped forward. It was small, but that was all it took for her to go from being in her house to the outside world. She tugged the doorknob with her to slam the front door shut. I'm ready. The quickness of all of that was too much, and Key needed a second to catch up with it, but when he did, he chuckled. Perfect. Autumn lazily settled his hands on his hips. His eyes moved way off to the side, even though there was nothing special to see that way. I guess we've actually got to go into class. Yeah. She pumped her fists up and down in the air in a pattern that matched the yeahs. Here we go. You sound really excited. All clustering together, Yuki and Tamarack tramped off with the white front of the white wooden porch. The full set of cul-de-sac kids hit the road again. The trip was almost the opposite of last time. The sun was coming up instead of going down, and you were leaving the neighborhood instead of going back to it. But that wasn't what really stood out to you. It was a little bit amazing that you already could compare it to a last time. You could guess this journey with them wasn't going to be the actual last time it ever happened, but it just became the last time it happened before the new next time, you know? The first part of the school trip wasn't hard. There was only one way out of the neighborhood unless someone hiked into wherever the woods went. That'd be cool. Maybe you'd do that someday. The actual path forward had you brush past the forest fork which originally led you to meet Key and Tamarack. But you weren't stuck with the same limits as before. This morning you moved right on by without even stopping to check what might be hidden way back there. Now you traveled even further. Zigzag says, Andy! Hi Zigzag, how are you? How's it going? We're playing a new game today. We're playing the demo of Our Life Now and Forever. Zigzag says, sorry I'm late. Oh, no, don't stress. I've been streaming for a while. I've just been having fun today playing games and talking to people. I've been super chaotic, so I forgot to take my meds, and that means that I've been going from game to game to game. We ended up finishing off the rest of Our Life Beginnings and Always, so now we're moving on to this demo because I'm getting sucked in. I'm getting sucked into the series. But yeah, how was your day, Zigzag? How's everything going? What did you get up to? The woods crowded in closer and closer, and the one road that led out. Until suddenly the structures began to appear between the bushes. The thick overhang of the leaves pulled apart to show the sky, and the world unfolded ahead of you. Zigzag says, I was getting piercings done, so I couldn't watch. Ooh, what piercings did you end up getting? Did you get like ear piercings, or was it like a lip piercing or something else? Like, that's pretty cool. They treating you okay so far? Sunshine climbed the mountains to just barely tickle your cheeks while the stars still clustered against your back. Zigzag says, I got snake bites on my earlobes done. Very nice. Very nice. What piercing colors did you choose? Like, were they just like silver or black? Or did you get like gem ones or something? You were right at the center of a windy mountain path, and it flowed over the uneven ground, blanketing every small bump and bend like a black river. Along the street, the huge wooden poles rose into the sky in a row, rivaling the trees. Stretching phone lines and reaching branches wove the whole town together. Even though the Golden Grove was a lived-in place with man-made things, the vast wilderness was just as much a neighbor to the residents as the real-life neighbor people. I just got boba too. Ooh, what flavor of boba did you get? I do love some boba. Now I kind of want some, but like my boba place is closed, so I can't go get it. Damn it. Oh well. Tamarack tramped over the grass, whooshing her arms in full-length swings in front of her. She didn't get anywhere near the tarmac. His stride was a lot breezier. He took the spot in line closest to the road and didn't even check for cars. His eyes were aimed at the now viewable sky. And you ended up somewhere between the two of them. If Tamarack's was a whoosh and Key was a breeze, then you were the storm. Each step was heavy and crushing. The dirt had to deal with your bad mood if you had to deal with a new school. All the air went out the window when Key started moving his hands around even more than Tamarack. Zigzag says supernova flavor. What do supernovas taste like? I have never had a supernova. Yellow says, hello, hello, I'm back for a while. Welcome back in, Yellow. We're just trying out the demo for Our Life Now and Forever. I don't know if you were like lurking and stuff in the background or what have you, but yeah, we're trialing it out. Because our wedding was so cute, and now I'm obsessed. Like I wasn't obsessed before, like I'm totally obsessed. Zigzag says, I'll tell you when I find out. I mean, there you go. If it's a nice flavor of supernova, just let me know, because that's pretty cool. Frantically, he stuck his fingers in and out of each one of his pockets while poking his tongue out of the corner of his mouth. You and Tamarack just watched as he tugged at his jacket and pants while walking. Two of you probably shared the exact same thought. He was looking for his notebook, or paper, or something. Aha! And it was paper. But it wasn't his special tan pages. The thing that Key grabbed was a thick folded packet of white printer paper that was covered in tiny ink words. You can instantly tell what it was. That many papers stapled together with that many words would only come from one place. School. Key held it close to his face, his nose completely in what was basically a book. And for some reason, he started to talk to you and Tamarack. Which room did you get? For a second, Key peeked over the pages to look at both of you. Who's your teacher? We're getting a lot of questions all at once. Like, I just moved here. I don't know. Tamarack thought hard, but didn't find any answers in her head. She squished her hand under the flap of her bag without unbuckling it. She had to find her own papers. Quietly moved to check your school stuff too. Your mama had put a big packet of papers into your backpack. You just had to find it. While you rooted around for that, he shouted, Here it is! Here it is! Room 24, Mrs. Murray. He used his thumbs to bend the papers down. They stopped hiding his face and you could see that he was stunned. Zigzag says, what's this game about? So this game, similarly to Our Life Beginnings and Always, is also a dating simulator where you end up growing up with all these characters and stuff. We're just starting out trialing the demo. It's like the first Our Life game but set in autumn time instead. And you have two people that you can try and date to start with, one of which being Key here, who's in the middle, and then the other one being Tamarack, who's the cute, squishy little girl in the corner. But more or less, we just moved to this town out in the middle of nowhere because our mum made us get dragged through here. And we're about to start like a new school. And yeah, we're gonna grow up together with all of our neighbors. It's awesome. And then progressively we can decide whether we want to date them or just want to stay friends, or if they're gonna become our true found family, which is beautiful. Zigzag says, oh, she's so cute. I know. She's so cute. I just want to hug her. She's so adorable. Tamarack waved her packet in the air in a crinkly flurry. Me too. Great. What about you, Sapphire? Is Mrs. Murray 3? You yanked the papers from your bag and speed read the huge chunks of long words that explained school procedures and student enrollment. Oh. Luckily for you, the part that you needed to know was smack dab on the front. Teacher, Mrs. Murray, room 24. We're all in the same class, you cheered. Your mama had given you the papers, and Key probably got his from his mom and dad, and Tamarack got it from her Omi and Oppa. Despite being kind of different, the papers were all the same. The smirk settled into its regular spot on Key's face. All according to plan, if somehow he could have possibly planned it. We're roommates. Oh my gosh, they were roommates. And they were roommates. He didn't need the packet for anything else, so he stuffed it into his pant pocket with a shrug of one shoulder. There's only 3 5th grade classes that we could have been in. When Key made sure that it was deep enough not just to fall out, he brought both of his arms into an even bigger shrug and chuckled too. Mrs. Murray, I almost made it without her being my teacher. Oh, it was close. Tamarack peered into his face wide-eyed, leaning over so much he almost walked into her. She didn't have to say what her question was with words. He got it. Don't worry, she's nice. She's the best teacher for you two. He made a very serious, reassuring okay sign with his fingers, but in an instant, he snapped it into a pointing gesture. And you're probably going to be shocked. Mrs. Murray isn't just a teacher, she's a mom. She has kids. They're just like her kids, and not just students. Wow. What, didn't you think the teachers could be parents as well? Did you think they were two like completely exclusionary sectors? I don't know. But yeah, Zigzag, you'll be able to see more of Tamarack at the moment. We met Tamarack in a literal pile of leaves. She tossed a paper aeroplane at us to try and get our attention. And then Key ended up jumping down from like a playground, like a secret hideout actually in the middle of the woods. And ended up just like sassing us on sight, but like we kind of sassed back, so it was all good. Wow. It'd be kind of fun to have a parent who's a teacher. No! But now I know where we're going. I can bring us right to the door. One extra burst of confidence got to Key to take a few long strides ahead of you and Tamarack, keeping his chin high. Tamarack bounced across the grass, keeping her knees up high to catch them. She didn't let him keep the lead that he took from her. He happily went up to them. You ran forward to get back in the middle of the two, and you were greeted by grins from both of them. Your steps came back into a steady rhythm between the three of you. Tamarack, does your Omi or Appa know anything about my house from before I moved there? Tamarack chuckled eagerly, gaining an extra skip in her step. They talk about that when they have coffee together. They said that there was one person who lived there way, way before you came, but they left, and the house had nobody in it. You surprised them. Omi and Appa thought that nobody was going to move in again. Huh? With one eyebrow raised, he tapped his fingers against one cheek. I'm not sure if I met that person. It would have been when I was really little. I just don't remember it. She slowed down again. It wasn't as fun when she didn't know the answer. Maybe. Oh. One word with two letters, said in a weak voice. He couldn't manage much more than that. Tamarack eyeballed you from over her shoulder. She clearly saw something was upsetting there because she firmly stuck out her hand to her hips and puffed at you. Sapphire, what's wrong? You're being so sad. You tripped over your words when you were trying to say them, but Tamarack's words almost made you fall over for real. Zigzag says it's strawberry flavored. Ooh, okay, that's a good supernova flavor. That's awesome. Excellent choice, I think. He tugged the top edge of his hood further over his forehead, but didn't hide his awkwardly pinched expression. Her approach caught him by surprise as much as it did you. But the call out was made, and he let the fluff go, then joined in with what was being said. Ooh, getting a call out. Let's see, Zigzag posted it into the Discord. Let's see. Zigzag says I got the supernova flavored boba. Ooh, that's very pretty. I like it. It's got like multi-layered and it's kind of like sunset colored. Such a pretty thing. She does kind of have a point. Are you doing okay? Nothing's the same anymore, you said sadly. Tamarack and Key frowned. Now no one was happy. I don't know what it's like to move someplace else or go to a school that's different than before. Not even a tiny bit. But thinking about me doing it, I feel like it'd be tough. And since you're really doing it, I guess it means you're pretty tough. You too, Tamarack. She flipped her frown upside down. We're on an adventure. Things are getting good. You'll see. Her excitement for you weren't even sure what about this exchange made her so excited. Maybe Tamarack thought the change was fun and didn't care particularly what changed. But no matter what that spark was, it couldn't be put out by anything. He bounced off her positivity. Yeah, great stuff is right around the corner. Or maybe not having to go to class. After that part, clearly. He got Tamarack to laugh with that, and her hands squished into her cheeks in delight. As bad as things were, I was glad that I had them. At least lunch should be good. I like the way you think. Somehow your own face lifted up into a smile. You still had no idea what you were going to do at a new school and a whole new life, but not every little piece of your world was terrible, I guess. You were able to push yourself to keep on going. The longer the walk went on, the more Tamarack's gaze pulled to the forest edge, and along the road instead of what was right in front of her, her steps drifted unevenly. You couldn't blame her. You'd done the same during the trip a few times. But you weren't the only one who noticed her focus. Hey, so it's kind of funny how both of you like the woods that much. It's the only nice place I've seen here so far. She said it in the plainest way possible, and the words still made Key gasp hard enough to cough. Have you been to places other than the forest? Yeah, lots. They're not good. Leave it. Look, on the bright side, that's more forest for her and more neighborhood for you. He shook off the shock at Tamarack's statement hit him with. He turned his cheek to the front as he rolled his shoulder. He was winding up for a comeback. Oh no. I guess I can give you one thing. It's a special kind of fun, Nat, in all my years of living here, that you only can ever have out in these very woods. Nowhere else. Really? What is it? Uh-oh. Cast a reel, and Tamarack was hooked on it. She instantly became invested in whatever mystery that he had up his line. I'm not gonna tell you. That's so mean. What? Tamarack shrieked in a tone so high it scared away a bird who was minding his own business in the tree above. Hook, line, sinker. The beat of its wings fluttering through the air matched his giggling. He brought a hand to his chin and leveled a mischievous glance at Tamarack. One day you'll understand. Probably. That was really it. He closed up his lips and folded his arms and settled in not to explain for the rest of the walk. Tamarack couldn't accept that and couldn't get the hint. She pestered him with the passion in her words getting stronger every single time that she repeated. Tell me the thing. Tell me the special thing. Key, tell me the special thing. Ooh. You silently fumed. I could fume about it? Like, ooh. Please tell us. He didn't. Damn it, Key. The conversation of yours and Tamarack's attempts to squeeze Key for more info, and the Snickers escaped from Key as you continued while you headed towards your goal. Down that road some more and over a crosswalk, past Main Street, taking a turn at the corner. That was when the widest building you'd seen so far came into view. There have been taller ones, because one only had 2 floors. There are a lot of floors. North Acres Elementary School. The name made sense. You wondered exactly how many acres it was. Dozens of other kids were pouring in from different parts, mixing together on the front arches above the giant door. He tried to stand up straight, wanting to do things right. Then he went through the door together. He and Tamarack stayed even closer to you on the walk there. Inside was a long hall with different doors and a staircase at the side. It was shiny and dull, like it had been cleaned so hard for so long that it made everything more worn down than normal. Ooh. Welcome to a pumpkin party. We have a pumpkin party in this school? Can I go? Poster boards with a bunch of paper sheets tacked on the lines of the walls. Nobody was even looking at them. The messages might never have been read. The floors with checkered tile pattern. Some of the kids around made sure to only walk on one color or avoid the other. It was loud. There was too much sound for the crowds in the halls to hold. It echoed around, which made it even louder. This place was your school now. He tapped your shoulders and pointed with his other hand. You figured it was his way to say that you had to keep going without having to yell so you could hear. The three of you pressed past the other students, making sure you didn't get separated. Step by step, you climbed upwards and forwards. Autumn waved a hand towards the right door. When you reached the top, you arrived for the first day of class, right on time. It was a bit cold that you brought inside the school on the tip of your nose, and then over your cheeks had finally drifted off your face. It was nice and warm when you went into the room. A brand new class, the 5th grade room 24, smelled like people hard at work, cut construction paper, crayons, and glue, and anything that could be made with any of those. There were tons of leaves stuck to different colored walls, climbing up and around the windows, made from shelves, sneaking out from behind the boards where some of those things could be made. Kids sat together in close groups, desks were pushed up to make bigger tables, and there was just one chair by itself, right at the front. Or on the back, if it was on the way from the front into the front door. Tamarack took in a loud breath of waxy air. Wow, I thought it was going to be ugly. This looks like my old kindergarten class. Yeah. It was a good thing to Tamarack, you guessed, but it wasn't to you. Autumn shrugged his backpack off the floor. When it hit the ground, a puff of air came from the totally not zipped up top. Nothing in the place caught his eye. In a good way or a bad one. It was like nothing around him existed. He just watched you and Tamarack look. He chuckled at the faces you both made. The classes look the same for every room, every grade, every year. Oh, it wasn't that he couldn't see what you did. It's already because he'd seen it 110 times more. He knew this school as well as he knew everything else in Golden Grove. He kicked back his backpack behind him to be up against a wall, never glancing down. There's already a bunch of other bags there and sat one by one along the far side of the room. Zigzag says, "Aw, they're both cute. I know. How are we gonna choose? How could we choose?" They're almost completely hidden under a row of hooks that had coats and jackets and stuff cluttered all over them and stacked in piles. There weren't enough holders for all the layers that people had brought. You're pretty lucky. This is the first time here, but you're gonna have to do it once. We're gonna graduate and go to different schools next year. We'll be all new kids there. Yellow said, "Wait, I could choose between them? Ah, now I want it even more." Yes, you can choose between them. So he, at the moment, identifies as he, him, but as the game progresses, will eventually come out as gender fluid and use, I believe, he, they pronouns from memory. But yeah, so canonically the gender fluid, gender wibbly, and then Tamarack is identifying as she, her pronouns at this point in time. I haven't got much more information and stuff. Things are kept pretty quiet for her. But she's still cute and squashable. Zigzag says, "I'm eating Subway with a knife and a fork right now." Interesting choice, but what did you get for it? Yellow says, "That's awesome, right?" Depending on how much funding and stuff they end up getting for the game, there might end up being the potential, like funding and how much time they have, obviously. They may end up putting something towards the idea of maybe being able to date both of them at some point. So like that could be interesting if it does happen. I don't know if it will, but it'd be interesting. But yeah, so they said that that's all dependent as to whether or not that's actually going to be something that happens. But it's a possibility they've thought of at the very least. But currently you're going to be having to choose between one or the other. Another thing that I really like with this one, Yellow, is that you can choose if you want to adopt them into like your chosen family. So if you don't want to romance them and stuff, you can have them be like your true family. And that's wonderful. I like it. He talked while he put his arms out of the jacket that you'd always seen him wear so far, and he tossed it on top of the rounded lump of other coats with a hook somewhere below it all. Yeah, that's just like, given it sort of like, cute talking about, yes, it's adorable. It's adorable, it's so good. Zigzag says, I have cheddar cheese. Ooh, nice. Cheese is wonderful. Not everybody has to like cheese, but I like it. But yes, I really want this game. Yellow, you already know how obsessed I am. Like, we're both obsessed with this game 100%. So, like, what can I say except you're welcome? I'm telling you this. Like, you know, like, you're welcome. Here you go. Here's another one. Yellow says, I like it so much I got a job with it. Oh, a job with it? Like, what do you mean? Did, like, as a result of the game, did you end up talking about that at, like, the interview? Zegek says, Fish Bakadoo and veggies on my Subway. Ooh, nice. Yellow says, I work in a gourmet grocery store that sells fancy cheese. Oh, yeah, the fancy cheese store. How's that going, by the way? Tamarack waited and watched. She tugged at the ends of her scarf to undo the knot that it was wrapped in, and she talked too. I told you this place was weird and never changed. That made Keith at her. The sound was almost exactly like the noise his backpack made a minute ago. School is different than the entire town, Tamarack. Tamarack didn't say more words against that. Just got on her tiptoes to sling an untied scarf around Key's jacket, building a mountain of stuff on one little hook even higher. Key shoved his bandana deep in one of his pockets and lifted it up to his other shoulder. You're right, the class is always the same. Seeing Autumn without his fluffy jacket felt like seeing a lion without his mane. He folded his arms high across his chest and then gazed upon what you were starting to get was his kingdom. Zigzag says, oh, the cheese. Oh, gee, that's so cool. Yeah. Working in a cheese place. Yellow says, it went good. I had the trial training shift yesterday and they give me 2 shifts next phase and asked for my November ability, so I think I have it. Congratulations, Yellow. I'm so proud of you. I'm glad that it went well. And I'm very proud. He had all the pride of a lion, even without the jacket. Ricky acted like it was for getting ready. He hadn't taken his gloves off. Was he gonna wear those to class? Tamarack held tight to the strap of her bag. For sure it wasn't going with the rest of the packs. This meant that she was definitely already done putting stuff away, part of getting to the school. Tamarack's overalls were the most over clothes that she had once the scarf was off. No coat or cool poncho or anything. Yellow says, thank you! Yes! We like to celebrate all of the wins here. It's wonderful when you guys get to have like even little things. Even the little things need to be appreciated. But that's huge! Wonderful! The overalls were kind of short. They didn't cover her whole legs. Her ankles had long socks and yellow rubber rain boots to keep them warm. But you had to wonder if she didn't feel cold the same way that most people did. Took off all the stuff. You scratched your finger into your head when you put your beret up onto the wall. I just thought it was a pumpkin. I thought it was a pumpkin that I had on my head, which I made orange. With everything else. Not having your sweater on made you feel different. You weren't coming or going anywhere anymore. You were really staying in that place for a lot of hours. But all you could do is find a hook pile and leave everything on behind till later. Zigzag says, I'm so proud of you, Yellow. Yes. This is why I love this community. You're all so like appreciative of each other and it's great at sharing each other's wins. And then even empathizing when people are kind of miserable in the day. It's really beautiful. Good morning and welcome, students. You glanced over your shoulder. In the open doorway was another new person that you have to know, and she's gorgeous. Hello. Hi. Hi, miss. Nice to meet you. Dang it. Pretty people exist. Panic. Panic. Her braids did match a few of the other kids there, but she wasn't going to be sitting at the desks with them. She was twice as tall as everybody else in the room. That had to be the teacher, Mrs. Murray. Derek says she's hot. I know. Oh my goodness, hello. Hi. Hello, my name is Andy in Trouble. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Murray. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. As of today, I will be attending the school. So I think it would be best to get acquainted. Yes. Hopefully you can sign off my homework nice and proper, so that way I can be grading your performance later. No, that's not what. No, we don't. No, Andy. Shush. Calm down, child. Calm down. It's fine. It's fine. We don't need to freak out. We're not gonna do that. No. We're fine. Calm. Wait. This is fine. Her soft brown eyes looked over at you and your neighbors while she tapped a finger against her freckled, spectacled face. Zigak says she looks like Leah from Stardew with more saturation. Yeah, well, that's partially because of like my filter settings and stuff. Like it is like quite a bright game, but because I usually have like my warmth filter on, so that way I can see properly, to help me with the reading component. She's pretty yellow at the moment, but yeah. Like a little bit, honestly. And like the suit, a woman in a suit. Dang. Okay. We good. We cool. We're gonna be cool now. We cool. We good. Zigak says it looks really pretty. It does. Like I like the kind of like tumbled braids as well. Like, oh. And like I think that they're twin braids, so it's not just a case of one. It's like two braids down the back, and like the turtleneck, the red turtleneck. Stunning woman. Marry me. Yellow says, what? The turtleneck too. Yes, exactly. The turtleneck, the suit, the whole look. The saturation is really pretty. Yup. The pattern on her skin was almost like stars. If the sky was light at night and the stars were the darker parts. Her rosy pink lips parted into a smile. She inclined her chin towards Key. Nice to see you here, Mr. Keelan. This will be a good year. Yeah. Yellow says she's just the whole vibe. She really is. He stretched the whole word out as far as he could go, and at the same time he opened his arms up wide, and he turned his head away too. The sleigh, absolutely. He had the kind of tone your mama would have when she had old work friends over and they asked if they could set her up on a blind date. Is Kay hot for teacher? What? Bro, you're 10. You're never gonna get anywhere. Squeakily cheerful, but not real. He was trying to be nice, wasn't trying that hard. Otherwise, is this a case scenario of that's your parent? Because if it's your parent, that's another matter. I haven't met your parents yet. Though when his eyes were rolling away, his gaze passed over to you and got stuck there. A mischievous grin tugged at the corners of his mouth as the sound of his voice went from off-key, chiming. Zigak says they look alike, so possibly. I mean, it is potentially something. We don't know. We will find out, I suppose. Maybe. Mrs. Murray's pencil-pointed eyebrows lifted. She blinked one time, and her own smile grew. She shared it with you and Tamarack next. Hello, I'm your teacher, Mrs. Murray. Am I right to say that you're Tamarack Bowman and Sapphire Holden? Nice to meet you, Mrs. Murray. I'm Sapphire. Tamarack bopped her hands in the air and twisted in place to swing her bag so it hung behind her back. And I'm Tamarack. That is so great. Miss Murray spoke sweetly in a way that was just as nice. It wasn't surprised or relieved to have found out the answer. It probably didn't need to ask who you were. Teachers knew a lot. If you'd be so kind, would you mind coming over to my desk over there in the far corner? I'd like to talk to you two before class begins. I mean, we are the new kids, so like I don't blame her. Okay. Tamarack finally lowered her hands back down to her sides. She still bumped her bag around by pushing it up or down with her butt. It clattered loudly, and Mrs. Murray pretended not to hear. What do you want to talk to us about? I want to see if I can help you a bit. Does that work? Alright. Thank you both of you. She gestured lightly with her hand for you to come and left the doorway. He turned his head to follow the teacher. More and more of his dark hair eclipsed your view of the rest of him, and she walked away. On your side of his face, there had been a frown on it. After she was really gone, he swung back towards you and Tamarack. Autumn was smirking then. Good luck out there. He tipped over on one foot and bent his body way down. His other leg kicked into the air. He could balance better than a flamingo. Autumn slipped up a hand under his jacket on the hook, and also under Tamarack's scarf, which was still on top of it, and dug around in the fabric. He didn't come out empty-handed. He had gotten a hold of his favorite notebook and a pencil. And Keith slowly lifted his chest and brought his one hovering foot down to earth again. That whole thing was graceful, but he followed it by wildly waving his notebook goodbye at you. And a paper fell out when he did it. This child cannot keep a hold of his own belongings to save his life. Tarek squealed, trying to talk, but too fast, so none of it was real words. She reached out her arm to Key graspingly like she could pick him up and plant him back where he dropped the thing. That didn't work either. He stepped away on his light feet carefree and joined up with one of the groups at the desks. They all raised their head and waved when he arrived. And he was gone. And teacher was waiting. Tarek squinted, her dark red eyes tightly. She directed her gaze towards you because it wasn't like anyone else in the room could understand her. You gave her a look back. Scatterbrain, you said with a grin. This is gonna be a long however it is. You pick up the paper and put it into your pocket without looking. I don't want to read his notes, I don't mind. But at least he could pick it up so he doesn't lose it. You made a beeline for the 10 page on the dark blue carpet and snatched it off the ground before somebody could step on it or blow it away, or get lost in the middle of a forest. You simply tucked it away. No mistake, girl. Tamarack pretended to be a jack-in-the-box like she did yesterday. This time it was by bending on her knees before bouncing up straight. Her fluffy locks of hair shook around her round cheeks. Come on, Sapphire! She skipped off to the teacher's desk, all smiles. Got up to her in no time, and walked the rest of the way side by side. Off to the corner on the other side of the room was the teacher's old dark brown desk. At least the very top of the wood was dark. The inner part was a lot lighter. You could see that from the tiny cuts and scratches all over the surface. It was as far away from the other desks as it could be. You guessed it was so she could have these kinds of talks without everybody else having to hear the whole thing. Mrs. Murray didn't sit in the cool rolling chair that went behind the desk. She stayed in front, only leaning her back against the top edge. She got to talk to you and Tamarack gently because she didn't have to push her voice across a piece of furniture that separated students and teachers. I appreciate you coming to this meeting. I wanted to let you know a little about today and what you can expect from your first day.
Why?
Well, this class is a unique arrangement of the students. You're the only two who have never attended this school before. Everyone else is simply returning after summer break. I'd like to introduce you to a roll call later, and I want the other kids to know who you are. Oh. Tamarack flicked the buckles on her bag. They made a clinking sound when she hit them up and a thump when they landed back down. Gaze moved around. The meeting wasn't exciting anymore. You was Tamarack. That wasn't a big deal. Most schools did things like that, that's true. Mrs. Murray smiled approvingly at how you and Tamarack handled the first assignment. I'll make sure it goes well. Yes, Miss. The teacher slid her hands across the desktop behind her and spread her fingers out wide. In a couple of minutes, I'll be telling the class to take their assigned seats. You'll have to choose spots for the rest of the year. The rest of the year? How am I supposed to make such a big decision in a matter of seconds? It's so unreasonable. I made a seating plan already, but there's a bit of wiggle room to help you get comfortable if you'd like. Tamarack's hand flew from her bag to her cheek. That sounded like a smack. Does that mean me and Sapphire get to sit together because we're neighbors and friends? Oh, now we're friends. I knew it. Eventually she'd come around. Was she right? You held your breath and you balled your heads into your fist, wanting to know if you get to be with Tamarack the whole year or not. Twinkle in Mrs. Ari's eye when she finally said what you were hoping for. You thought she might have paused on purpose just to make it more dramatic. Yes, I could put you next to one another. Woohoo! That made Tamarack explode in celebration. She popped up onto one foot, pulling up the other near her chest, and her arms went wide in the air. Sapphire, we're gonna sit together. Yeah. We've got something then. Anything else? Could I sit by a window? Yes. Did Tamarack and I sit here? Yes. They were both your house neighbors. Tamarack and Key had to be your seat neighbors too. Mrs. Murray was a really proper lady from what you'd seen. She didn't have one wrinkle on her fancy suit, but the creases suddenly appeared around her eyes and mouth after she heard that. The line spelled, not again. What do you mean, not again? No, I'm sorry. I'm glad you're getting on with Key, but there were students who wanted to sit next to him last year, and that didn't get to. It's their turn now. Your eyebrows went up so high you could have almost lost them. How many people wanted to sit by Key? It was kind of rude to the teacher, but you had to turn your head right around to look at the guy you'd been talking about. He was leaning over a bunch of desks from before, still talking to those other kids that you didn't know. There was a big smile on every face. You tilted your head back to where it had come from, but not all the way. You moved it enough to only look to the side instead at Tamarack. Her gaze was directed straight to you. She gripped the straps on her bag that was weighing against her chest. Since the day you moved in, it had just been the three of you in your cul-de-sac. Even if the day you moved in was yesterday, it was the same group. You, Tamarack, and Key. You were neighbors. But you weren't neighbors anymore. Outside of that street, Tamarack was exactly like you were, and Key wasn't. You and her were strangers in Golden Grove now. You didn't know people, and they didn't know you, but Key had been there forever. And wasn't only that, you'd already learned something on your first day of school. Key was popular. You weren't gonna let that change things. The three of you were still friends. That was what mattered, not what other people thought of your friends. Not looking at her didn't stop your teacher from trying to talk to you. Sapphire, I'm sure once you're in the seat you'll get used to it. Soon you won't want to be anywhere else. If not, you can come and talk to me about it. Yes, Miss Murray. She didn't talk up the desk anymore. I was gonna have to win you over on its own, or not. So, Miss Murray had to wait for you and Tamarack to stop at your shared stares of surprise, and she pointed across the floor to a couple of desks near the back that were side by side. Those are yours. Tamarack's closest to the wall, and Sapphire, yours is the one next to that. Window seat, I'm gonna sit at the window seat. Tamarack happily sung to herself a simple song about her brand new desk. Besides the roll call, there won't be any surprises. It'll just be a regular, easy first day of class. Thank you for having this chat with me. You can now take your seats. Tamarack's cheeks inflated and she pushed a smile between two balls of air. Okay, let's go, Sapphire. Bye. The teacher stayed resting up against her desk while you and Tamarack went towards your own seats. Tamarack sent a quick, excited glances from the desk, then back over to you, and then over as you walked over towards them. She chatted about how things were going to be so fun being right next to each other, and then all the things you could do during the year. She seemed so bright that it was like sparkly golden hair made the sunshine that filled the entire room. But the grin that you had on your face had to be as gleaming, and the two of you might end up burning the whole place down. A clap and a call came from where you'd just left. Attention students, class is starting, take your seats. And just like she said you would, Mrs. Murray was beginning the lesson. There we go! So that's the end of the demo! Look at these little cuties! Oh my goodness! They are adorable! What's everybody's thoughts on the game so far? Like, have you had any thoughts? Like, do you know who you would want to opt for out of the two of them so far? You got it? Obviously, it's still a game that's in progress and in development. But I'm really enjoying like the prospect of being able to play this one as like a full-time game at some point. I will bring up a couple of details about it though while I remember. Let's check up on the development. Bye now and forever. So, it is the second installment that the production started in 2021, so it started in production last year. The protagonist will grow up with two different love interests, Tamarack, she, her pronouns, and Key, they, he pronouns. Beautiful. Let me see. It was updated most recently 5 days ago. How's the development going? Progress plans. Here we go. So this is the progress plans. Hello, it's been a while since there was an update on the project, so I'm here to talk to you about how it's going. Right now, the company's main focus is the final DLC expansion for Our Life Beginnings and Always. Some work on Our Life Now and Forever is still happening, though the plan is to update the demo more with MC dolls and accessories and new scenes before the end of the year. It should be late November or December, but there's a new demo that's out on the horizon. Meanwhile, I give regular sneak peeks and insights into progress, both of our progress on the GB Patch Twitter account. And you're welcome to frequent there if you like. Thank you so much for the excitement around the game. It's wonderful to see people playing it. So, according to the Twitter, I think we've just finished getting the last installment for pretty much last installment for the Our Life Forever and Always. Beginnings and Always, sorry. So that one has the Derek DLC, and I think we're going to be getting the Baxter DLC as well. I think that's the next one. The progress report, yes. So October 19th progress report outlined 2,630 words of the Baxter DLC. Replied to writers' applications. I believe I've responded to every single one at least once now. They also added the different leads having their families. So Miss Opal, so our mum in this game, in this particular game has been updated. So we've been doing lots of different bits and pieces now, which I love. But yeah, they've started updating step 2 for Tamarack as well. So you're at like child, sort of like, I guess kind of like older kid, teen sort of stage now for the development for this game. They don't have a set date for it to pop out yet. I don't think. But it looks really good. I will quickly check the press kit to double check to see whether they've updated it for a due date. The demo released on January 19th this year, so we've got like the new stuff. But as far as like the full game goes, that's not got a solid release date yet. But honestly, I'm quite keen on it. I love how it's got like the autumny cozy feel vibes, and the characters are both kind of extroverted in their own ways. I love that about it. And I'm looking forward to being able to play more as we go by. Also, I'm looking forward to being able to play the Derek DLC for Our Life Beginnings and Always on stream because, like, why would I not? It's so good. It's so good. And I love it. But going through like the other bits and pieces and stuff for what we're going to be doing, is we will be heading out to do a raid. We'll be going and raiding Loopy Plus, I think. Yes, we're raiding Loopy Plus. Raid Loopy Plus. And there we go. So we'll be raiding Loopy Plus, who is playing Potionomics, which is a game that I also want to play, so I'm going to get a good check out there. Thank you all for joining me on this very, very chaotic stream. I have enjoyed it all immensely, having your company here. And I will see you next week for our regularly scheduled content. Take care, everybody, wherever you are in this wide world. Have a happy time zone. Let's go share some love with Loopy. Bye!